just want your time. I just want your time, oh, time. I need your time. 365, 24/7, I'll be fine. As long as you spend a little time. Just want your time. Doubts in my mind. Still, you make me feel like we could be something more, something more. First you are in, then you are out, like snow in the spring. I just want your time. I just want your time, oh, time. I need your time. 365, 24/7, I'll be fine. As long as you spend a little time. Oh, spend a little time. I need your time. Spend a little time, spend a little time. Take a real close look now. Soon you'll realize you don't know what's coming down. I got you hypnotized. Take a real close look now. I'm gonna show you how. I'm about to get down. So keep it up right now. So keep it up. So keep it up with me. I need to move. I need to feel the beat. Don't be a fool. You wanna hang with me. Life isn't easy. You gotta roll the dice. You wanna change. Join the paradise. So bring it on if you wanna hang with me. Alright. You know I know we kick it like no one else. We kick it like no one else. Listen out, there ain't nothing like this. You know I know we kick it like no one else. We kick it like no one else. Listen out, there ain't nothing like this. Take a real close look now. Baby, I'm versatile. Watch me when I come down. I make it worth a while. Take a real close look now. I'm gonna show you how. I'm about to get down. So keep it up now. So keep it up. So keep it up with me. I need to move. I need to feel the beat. Don't be a fool. You wanna hang with me. Life isn't easy. You gotta roll the dice. You wanna change. Join the paradise. So bring it on if you wanna hang with me. You know I know we kick it like no one else. We kick it like no one else. Listen now, there ain't nothing like this. You know I know we kick it like no one else. We kick it like no one else. Listen now, there ain't nothing like this. You know I know we kick it like no one else. We kick it like no one else. Listen now, there ain't nothing like this. You know I know we kick it like no one else. We kick it like no one else. Listen now, there ain't nothing like this. Ooh, I know, you know, we kick it like no one else. Show ya. Show me the car where you turn me on. The way you tell me you want me down. Done it. I done this before you fall. I won't catch you, don't know I'm stalling. Cause you love to have them all crying. Calling me sweeter. Telling me you need me. But I'm from a city that's high school. I give them this and the more I go. Cause you a bad money, she don't love money. She break grass real fast like conman. Wanna swim down to the deep end. Wanna know all my secrets, honestly. Can you keep it real? Cause honestly, I can tell that you real fond of me. Baby, don't be shy, I can see it in your eyes. I've been running around. Too bad, I've been sticking out your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I don't understand you, how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Too bad, I've been sticking out your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I don't understand you, how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Take it, baby, I ain't scared to take it. Oh, and maybe when I take it, oh, I feel it coming down too strong. Cause I want ya, and it's hard to resist. Cause I need ya, and it's hard, baby, yeah, cause I believe ya. Hold me tight, holding on tonight. Holding a couple, no get to you clean and proper. Way I move, ain't no weekend lover. You gon' have me on your mind forever. Ever, nice baby, turn it down like a sweet and ready. Go slow, keep it nice and steady. Know that you've been keeping patience.
show me how you jiggle.
Pick it up, why you tryna find the pieces when you rip it up? Why that go when you sit you when you take it up? And you know that I'm bad. Too bad I've been sticking out your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I know you stand it how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Too bad I've been sticking out your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I know you stand it how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night?
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Amazon University Esports Masters 2023. It's another year, another edition, but always same action or even more. And today, to share that with you, to bring all of that emotion to you, we've got here an amazing cast of called Middlecord. Hello, Middlecord.
Hey, Carmen, how you doing? I'm very happy to be here. It's really cool. My first University Esports Masters, and I'm sure that the games we've got lined up today are going to be bangers.
I'm pretty sure our viewers know you. You've been on different quite important leagues at this point, and now we're here with us. And well, I'm going to be here with you as well. My name is Caroline. I was the host for the live finals in Alicante. I've also been doing this for a while, so I'm excited to see how these teams have progressed. We've got many news, but just to give you an idea of what we're doing here. What is Amazon Esports Masters? Well, it's essentially a competition where you, the students, have the power, where you have the chance to become the main characters in this story and actually make your own path into esports. So it's an amazing opportunity that I honestly wish I had at university middle.
Same actually. I don't think I'm quite good enough to have made it all the way to this University Esports Masters, but the teams, the players that we've got here, we've got a load of guys returning from last year. We've got some new fresh faces as well, new fresh regions, nations joining our competition. So all the more excitement to be had here in 2023.
Yeah, absolutely, and just like every year is a new experience, and you see players return, as you were saying. You see some teams actually losing their sport in favour of new ones. And remember that we've got quite a few teams that send quite a few countries that send a couple of teams. Some others get one seed. So anything and everything can happen here. We've seen, stories of underdogs going to last chance qualifier, which we'll talk about later, and then moving on to playoffs and almost winning the entire thing. So nothing is decided yet. We should also mention that if you want to follow all the action, if you want to follow everything that's happening, you have our socials down here: Instagram, yes, Twitter, and Facebook. You can check all the news about it, all the updates, all the results are there. So, just give us a follow. So yeah, that's it for the socials. And then we need to talk as well very shortly in what will this weekend entail, because it's going to be a lot. Like, these teams are fighting to make it to playoffs throughout these 2 days. So today, Saturday, and tomorrow, Sunday. And only 6 of them will make it out alive, Middle.
Yeah, that's rough. Obviously, we are going to have a couple of teams from the last chance qualifier qualify for the main sort of playoffs tournament, which is happening a little bit later this year. But yeah, you really want to be getting one of those 6 spots. You don't want to be leaving your position in the Amazon University Esports Masters down to chance.
Exactly. So again, as Mila was saying, the top 6 will make it through. Some teams, as I was saying as well, actually AGH, if I'm not mistaken, one of these past years, were able to not qualify in the first round, but then go to last chance qualifier and actually rise up, skyrocket to the second place. So again, anything can happen. Remember as well a little bit of what's going to happen today. Well, it's streaming both days from 11 Central Eastern Time, and it'll be 3 best of 3s for today, for each day as well. So we'll see loads of action, up to potentially 9 games, Bill. That's a lot of things to be packed in one day.
Yeah, it's a lot of League of Legends, but of course we're going to be happy to bring you all of it. And I don't know, I just can't wait to get into it, honestly, because our first match of the day is super duper spicy. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to talk about that yet, but then regardless, throughout the day we should have some really interesting and really exciting matchups to bring you.
I think it's been announced, but just in case, I'm gonna hold your horses there for a second, just in case. I think we're also gonna be taking a look at the roadmap. So if we can see what's gonna be happening, how it's gonna be looking, there we go. As you can see here at the MS University Esports Masters, we've got competitions for many different titles. As you can see there, Rocket League, Valorant, added this year, Teamfight Tactics, Clash Royale, and of course League of Legends. And okay, so we are here. Qualifier bracket today and tomorrow, and then, as you can see as well, in May we'll have the last chance qualifier. Playoffs will take place on the 28th, and then in July we've got the live finals, Middle.
It's fantastic. I love just like not just in terms of League of Legends. I love how much other esports we get to see represented at this event. There's so much action. If you, like me, are a fan of, I know, a little bit of Valorant, a little bit of Teamfight Tactics from time to time, it's not just the League of Legends that we've got on. There's a whole host of stuff that you can watch.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think this is giving so many opportunities to those students who, again, want to get a foot into esports, a taste of what it will feel like. And I can tell you, the experience that we had last year at the live finals, it was so professional, so emotional in a way, because you could see them just actually having this opportunity that usually you wouldn't have from a normal point of view. I think now we're going to be moving on to the format, because I really want to be used to have a little bit of an idea for we are doing, how it's going to be working, we will be dividing it into 2 brackets to give a fair chance to all the teams. It'll be upper bracket and a lower bracket middle. I think this format is just quite good again to just leave things a little bit more open.
Yeah, well, and of course, any sort of double elimination format does mean that you're always going to have that second chance if you fall down in your sort of first best of 3 of the day, if you fall down at any point. And it just provides that extra safety net. And like you've already said, we've seen teams that have sort of fallen out of this qualifier, had to even go to the last chance qualifier, and then still had incredible runs. And I think it's really, really important that we don't lose those sorts of quality teams to just a one-off loss early in the competition.
Absolutely, you'll have a second chance to keep on fighting. That is also quite important as well. Although, if you want to make it easily and with no issues, maybe you should just aim to win every single match up that you find. But again, that's sort of the obvious, isn't it?
I'm not going to go, yeah, no, I feel like we should lose this game. I feel like that's just what's going to happen.
Oh, believe me, you and I are going to be, head to head in one of those games. Not going to tell you which one yet.
We will.
I'll be like, yeah, please lose this game. Actually, if we can see the format now, so I can explain it more in depth. Or if not, I will just tell you with this spoken board, which is, yes, it's beautiful. So we have 3 rounds today, Middle. Got the round 1, which is where the first match will take place. There are a few others happening at the same time. They are starting now. Really briefly, we're going to be taking a visual look at this so that you can understand it very shortly. Then the second round shall start around 1:30. But before that, I want to make sure that you can actually get a taste of what I'm talking about. So let's watch the video explaining it in depth.
The most prestigious university esports competition in the world has arrived. Over the coming months, Amazon University Esports Masters will provide opportunities for the best university players across Europe to test their skills in international competition and make lasting connections with other players across the region. In 2023, 17 countries in Europe will participate in a UEM, plus the Middle East and North Africa, which will also be included in the playoff phase. In this video, we will introduce the format of the competition. There are 2 types of games that will be run in a UEM. Team games, like League of Legends, Rocket League and Valorant, and single-player games, like Teamfight Tactics and Clash Royale. For team games, a UEM is divided into 5 phases: local qualifiers, playoff qualifiers, the last chance qualifier, playoffs, and the grand final. Single-player games are similar, but they will bypass the playoff qualifier and last chance qualifier phases. All players who have qualified from their local qualifier will go directly to the playoffs phase. Local qualifiers are the core of a UEM. Throughout the academic year, local qualifiers are organised in each country to decide which teams will represent that country in a UEM. The qualifying teams from the local qualifiers will compete against other teams from around Europe in the playoff qualifier. This is a double elimination bracket, with the final 6 teams progressing to the playoffs. For teams who don't qualify for the playoffs at the first try, all is not lost. The last chance qualifier itself is a double elimination bracket. This means that teams who lose a game will still have a chance to qualify for the playoffs through a lower bracket. The final 2 teams from this phase will take the remaining 2 slots in the playoffs. The 6 qualifiers from the playoff qualifier will be joined by the 2 qualifiers from the last chance qualifier to make up the final 8 competitors in the playoffs. There are no second chances. These playoffs are a single elimination bracket and the competitors are playing for a place in the grand finals. The location, along with even more exciting news about AUEM 2023, will be revealed soon. To be the first to hear announcements and learn more about Amazon University Esports Masters, follow our Twitter and check out our website.
This is something that we didn't really talk about in the first half, but these teams that are going to be competing here today didn't get here just by chance, like by stumbling upon it. They're hard to get through in local qualifiers versus the best teams in the countries. So this is definitely showing us that the teams that we're going to be watching are the best out of the best, Middle.
Oh yeah, absolutely, and it's that sort of national pride as well that you get. It's like you've had all this competition, all these teams competing against each other, and you'll oftentimes only have one or two that are able to make it to University Esports Masters. That means that back at home, all of those teams that you've beaten are going to be cheering for you now, because whilst they may have taken you down in the sort of like the regular splits of your qualifiers, maybe even in the final, you've got to put your full support behind them now as they take on the rest of Europe.
And I bet you home they might even feel a little bit of envy for not being able to compete here today. But hey, last year's qualifier, you saw it there. You can try again, maybe. Well, in any case, what are we competing for, right? Of course, you want the glory, you want the fame, but there's something else at stake, and it's a very nice prize medal. You know, we all know being a student can be quite expensive, and look at this, what you can get. First place, €4,000. Second place, €2,000. Third place, €1,000. That is so amazing, so encouraging for the students.
That is a lot of meal deals at the library. That is... That's going to keep you in Jaeger bombs pretty nicely as well. Obviously, the prize is going to be very nice for all these teams and what they're fighting for. But I like what you were touching on there about the sort of... the pride, the prestige as well, right? This is something that goes on your Leaguepedia, and if you want to progress into esports as a player a bit more in a professional sense, right, this is a great opportunity for you to sort of get that leg up on the competition and have that experience in a highly competitive 5v5 scenario that maybe other players won't have.
But that is something that I also want to touch upon, because you might recognize some of the names playing today, and not just from past University Esports Masters editions, but also because you might have seen them on ERLs all over Europe. But again, I'll talk about it when the games actually take place. I also want to take a look at the schedule, just to again give you an idea of what will be happening today, so that you can, you know, stay here with us and also vibe a little bit with the events that are coming up. You can see here, as we were saying, round 1 is going to be starting very shortly. This is the first one, where teams will face each other. Then we get to round 2, and we also know which game we're going to be broadcasting at the time middle. And then a little bit later, those teams that make it through will have to play some more games. And if you just lost, still you have the low bracket chance here as well.
Yeah, this is looking like the qualifier bracket, and this is what we're going to be seeing today. So I believe that we're going to be starting off on this stream with AGH versus ETT, which is going to be a very exciting matchup, Carmeline.
Absolutely, this is something that I was waiting for you to reveal. We really want to watch this, because this is the last finals pretty much. And then at 1:30 we'll be watching, and this is for you and I, you know, might not like each other anymore. UCAN versus DEME, Spain versus the UK middle.
Yeah, hopefully we're still going to like each other after that and can see past any results that occur. I'm sure that DMU are going to absolutely stomp that one. But then, of course, we are going to have a third game coming up today in round 3, which obviously is going to depend on the results of the first 2 rounds. So we don't know who's going to be playing in that yet, but we will reveal that when the time is ready. But Carmeline, I'm really excited for this first game of the day, okay? It's not too often that you get to see 2 teams that were in the final last year face off again. So often you'll have situations where maybe a couple of the sort of key players on one team graduate and they no longer make it back to AUEM. But here we got 2 teams, 2 rosters pretty much intact from that final in 2022.
Yeah, only 1 player changes out of the 10 of them. It's gonna be AGH's mid laner. We have to say goodbye to the previous one and welcome Kantari as the student there. I'm assuming they just graduated, you know, sometimes she's gotta leave it behind. Or you can stay here with us. I think I did stay in university just to keep on competing, to be fair.
So I do know a couple of people that were really sort of enjoying like university level competition. They went, do you know what? I can do a Masters. I could do another year of this. That's going to be absolutely fine. But we are jumping straight into Champions Select now for the first game of this best of 3 AGH here. On the blue side, ETT on the red.
Yeah, and they actually got choose a side after, being decided by turns. And here we've got an AGH to introduce, and they come from Poland, finishing second place last year. Esports Team 20 comes from the Netherlands. They've been representing the country for 2 years already. The first year they finished in third place, second year last year they won the competition, so they want to aim for that once again. And well, we'll find out who does it today. Well, just the qualifier, but that's quite important step into players as well. So as you were saying, pick some bands already here. Jonah Wood come out, Jimmy and Listen as well.
Yeah, we're seeing a little bit of a focus towards some of these early ganking junglers. Stuff like the Wukong, stuff like the Lee Sin can get a lot of stuff done on map in the early stages. I think the Gragas ban here on blue, a little bit weird from AHG. Quite often you see that prioritized as a blue side pick because it is so flexible and it leaves your enemy with not really too much to read into what you've done. But another strong flex pick here that AHG have got for themselves is this Annie. Can go mid, can go support, and is exceptional in both roles.
Well, I think I'm going to spoil it, but it's a champion that we've seen played by Tomasz quite a few times, at least in his lucky time. So, maybe he's feeling a little bit like, I should bring a Nani to incinerate everyone in front of me. But hey, in front of himself is going to be Ashoya. So she's quite strong right now in this meta. We're watching her in so many leagues. She is being picked a lot, and I'm hoping that Mechanics will be able to play just like we know he can. He's quite mechanical, like his name says. We've been seeing him showing up, so go at it. I'm all here for it.
I love it. You couldn't resist that, Carmeline. Mechanics has got mechanics. But I mean, it's fair enough, and it's sort of a gauntlet being thrown down by your name in that sense, right? And so if you can get these sort of feathers flies timed to perfection, you can deny a lot of the burst that could come out from a champion like an Annie and deny a lot of engage regardless. As the second pick, ETT are going to be going with the Jarvan, sort of in that same vein to stuff like the Wukong, stuff like the Lee Sin, can get a lot of stuff done in the early game in terms of ganks. AGH are going for a bit of a different style with their jungler though. Crazy might be piloting the Kindred.
Ooh, okay, we've got Kindred. Again, this can be a flexible champion. We've seen him in the jungle, we've seen him in the bot lane, but it seems like Burrows might be the next choice here for life. And honestly, I don't even mind him. I think it's one of his favorite champions, one of the ones that he plays better. So I would see that, happening. I want to see this composition with Burrows and Nani in the bot lane, AP, going all in. And then for ET, for Esports Team 20, we have to see how they decide to counter against this. We, as you said, we've got the Jarvan going on for Gabush. You might know this name, and this is one of the players I was alluding to when talking about the ERs, because he's been playing for Iron Wolves in the Ultra Liga, he's playing in the Benelux circuit. So, as I was saying, top tier quality plays here.
He's really, really good. I mean, so I was casting Gabush back in start of 2021 when he was playing in a lot of amateur tournaments, right? I don't know if he'd even made his first AUEM appearance at that point, but regardless, a very, very strong jungler. Loves the sort of gank favoured style jungler, so no surprise to see him on the Jarvan again. For QTK2, we are going to be seeing the Nautilus paired up with the Xayah, so providing a load of that CC, maybe a little bit disengaged with the ultimate as well.
I'm waiting to see how the answers go in Colunkit's favour, how the zip dives go. But for now, we have to go back to the bans. We're going to be watching Kassadin. No, AH, I know what you're doing, okay? You were at last finals. You knew what happened with Colunky and Kassadin. But please, okay? Never mind. Okay, Bram has been banned as well, and we disapprove of this. But if you're playing Nautilus, it does make sense and you don't want to have him against you.
Well, and it's sort of the Braum and the Renata are both champions that can deal quite well with the Nautilus, providing a lot of disengage. And that's actually saying to me that maybe they do think that this Annie can still be flexed into the mid lane. That's why flex picks are so powerful. ETT don't know where that Annie is going, so they've had to invest draft resources to counter it in a position that AGH, they might not even be sending it. So that means that you'd have two wasted bans in the second phase, which isn't great. On the AGH's side, though, they banned away that casting, which caused them a lot of problems in the previous final, and the Olaf as well, which can just take over early games.
Olaf, Yumi band. You know, it's just you can't separate them. Either they play together and then always been banned. Yumi has been rewalked. We know this. Still, she's gonna be left out of this pick and ban phase. And the one who's gonna be appearing here as well is On. I think he's quite trendy right now. We're seeing lots of top competitions giving him some sort of preference. It also has a touch of tankiness and the call of the Forge God. Honestly, I can see it working quite well versus AGH's composition.
Yeah, no, I mean, you want to get reliable engage on someone. The Orn is pretty much guaranteeing that, and ETT have got themselves engaged in spades. I love how AGH are responding, though. They've already got that Lamb's Respite from the Kindred, which is providing a load of safety, but now you've got the Taric as well, an additional ultimate to provide invulnerability from your team and deny that engage. And you've got a Poppy too, that Steadfast Presence, preventing the dashes coming in. AGH know exactly what ETT want to do with their composition, and they have countered it pretty beautifully here.
AGH never changed. We love your compositions. We love the touch of freshness you bring into these games. And as I was saying, as you were saying, we're here. Like, anytime anyone's gonna get close ahead, the Keeper's Verdict, the Steadfast Presence, it's gonna be a no thank you, stay away from me. She's giving back spice in that regard. You know, personal space, stay away, okay, thank you. But ATT is a turn now. It's a turn to complete that composition, and so far so good. I like what we're saying about the bot lane between Nautilus and Shaya. I thought they were quite powerful versus the barriers that they were proposing from the AGH side. But at the very end, middle, I want to know as well who you think is going to win this best of three. I've got my choice. My choice has been made by yours. I know what it is.
Oh, right. So this is like a head and heart thing, because I really like the AGH have gone for this sort of interesting composition, and it appeals to my heart. I've got to say, when you are willing to try and counteract your opponent so specifically in your picks, that's wonderful. But last time that we saw these two teams in a series, it was ETT who got the win. I feel like they've drafted a composition which is a bit more... It goes a bit clearer. It's a bit more proactive. So it wants to do things, whereas the composition for AGH wants to respond to things being done to them. And if you're in the position where you want to be responding, then you're never going to be first to a play. I mean, if AGH get out to an early win, absolutely, they can go and take over this game. But I think for me, for game one, at least, of this best of three, I've got to go ETT.
I think in this case I'm going to go AGH because I haven't seen them play yet with the new mid laner, so I know how that's affected the general team skill or the general dynamics amongst them. I think the previous mid laner, they bring a lot into the team, so hopefully they're able to keep it up. I mean, if they've qualified for Poland as one of the two Polish teams, I'm going to give them that vote of trust, you know. I'm going to think they're able to make it. Yeah, you know, I think I have to praise the Poppy choice here, so I think I'll be voting for AGH, at least for this first game. Also, because we were watching one of the players, you know, just giving some sort of speech about this game. He was claiming, and I quote, "ETT, we take it golden," whilst holding his silver medal from last year. So I believe him. I know they want to make it.
And that's the interesting thing, right, about having these two teams meet in round one, is someone is going to have to go to the lower bracket from here. Like, theoretically, the two strongest teams from last year, theoretically, two of the stronger teams in the competition, one of them is already going to have to be at that disadvantage after the first series. And I would hate to be the team that they have to play against in that lower bracket, because, like, that's gonna start a fire inside you, being taken down by your rivals from last year.
Ooh. I think that can be either really demoralizing or really like fueling your internal fire and be like, excuse me, once again, not gonna no, I'm gonna win this. Now, before it was an objective, now it's a promise. At least I think that's what the kind of mentality that AEH are coming with, like, I'm just gonna take it away. Honestly, it's about time. AEH have gotten a couple of silver medals in the past 3 years. They've been competing here. This is the fourth time they are taking part in this tournament. And they haven't really gotten the gold yet. And I think that must leave a very sour taste. I always make it to the finals, but I can't quite pull it off and get what I want. Get that prize, get the, as I was saying, glory, prestige. So maybe today, maybe this is the time to shine.
I mean, sort of 2-time sort of second places is rough. That's really, really rough. I mean, I'm trying to think about occasions where that's happened in even World League of Legends, right? A player losing 2 finals in a row. I'm thinking Uzi back on Starhorn Royal Club in Season 3, Season 4 type thing. But aside from that, it doesn't happen very often, and you don't get a lot of chances as a student to get to the finals of an event like this. So if you've fallen down second, not 1 but 2 years in a row, that third year becomes all the more important because you might not get another chance as you personally to go and lift that title.
Yeah, I think it's also sort of the first time they got silver medal, it was against Hit SC Wide, which was a team from Germany, which didn't qualify or didn't take part this year. So hey, that's a threat that we didn't have to worry about so far. And then last year versus Netherlands with Esports Team 20, and I have to say this: Esports Team 20, I was able to talk to them quite a lot. Well, I was able to talk to the teams, and the infrastructure they've got going on for esports. They had a watch party at the university. They get a lot of support from the institution. They are doing research around this, so you can expect them to be very psychologically trained to deal with stress, to deal with this kind of situation. So that's something that I also want to see coming into play here. That's going to be a different mindset than if you didn't have this kind of resources.
I mean, it's so interesting. I think we're seeing this sort of year on year that esports is really growing within the university environment, and like you said, the more sort of research that goes into it, the high levels of performance that we're going to see, and tournaments like this are great for sort of integrating esports more into the university experience and it becoming actually something that is studied and is researched and we do look into. We'll apologise just for the brief delay that we've got going into game. I think a couple of the players are having internet issues, which, do you know what? It's the first game of the day. This is absolutely bound to happen, but hopefully we can have those resolved ASAP.
It also makes sense because it's very student life kind of thing, when you're living in a college dorm and you have to use the internet and everyone's trying to play games at the same time, and you're like, excuse me, I'd be the kind of player who'd be going to the corridor and be like, excuse me, I'm playing University Esports Masters here. Amazon University Esports Masters. Could you please stop playing ranked in anything?
That's what you do. That's what you come night before. You go there. You go to the router. You change the password on it so that everyone gets logged out and everyone's going, the internet isn't working today. As long as you just shut yourself in the room, you're fine. You're fine. No one will know.
No, my paper is due today. That's unlucky.
Oh, no. Oh, that sucks. That really, really sucks.
That will suck. But honestly, anything and everything to be part of this, okay? To qualify between today and tomorrow, you do what you have to do. We won't judge you. I don't think anybody will judge you. I might do it if I can't send my paper in time and actually fail that course and that semester. But hey, I understand. Esports are esports, and they honestly been here, as we were saying before, might lead you into an actual deep career and long-term career into this industry. So
I'm sorry, Carl. I just absolutely love that. Oh, you didn't get your paper in, you failed your degree. That really sucks. That really, really sucks. Fortunately, we won our best of 3, so kind of works out like that.
Unfortunately for, again, those are students are saying, oh no, this guy is going to be playing a third game now? What? I can't walk until this evening once again. But it doesn't matter. It just happens sometimes, honestly. Not like you will be walking that paper anyways. That's something
It's a Saturday. Come on. Weekdays are for working. Weekends are for not working. From what I've heard. Apparently we are calling AGH's top laner, on his phone now.
Oh.
to see what's up.
I can't imagine how the conversation will go. As in,
Hello, is your internet working?
yeah, I mean, honestly, what a bad day for the internet to not be working. What's
It's
going on?
always at the worst times. It is absolutely always at the worst times.
Yes.
I remember I was meant to be producing a stream a couple of years ago. I was emergency producing, so regular producer couldn't do it. I was emergency producing. It's in the morning as well, 8 a.m. So I've got to make sure everything is set up the night before. I do all that. I go to sleep. In the night, my house gets struck by lightning, and it completely takes out all my internet. Completely gone. I have to like drive over to my mum's house with my PC at like 7:30 in the morning. Go, please, I just want to make this work. Got it plugged in, made it all work in the end. Okay, so I'm expecting similar levels of dedication from our players here. All right, if Wi-Fi isn't working in your house, there's a Starbucks down the road. Come on.
Yeah, nobody will mind it when you start screaming, "Come on, Shoya, you have the ult already!" They don't mind it. Not at all.
I'm imagining a barista is there desperately trying to call someone's name. It's like, coffee for Annie? 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 And someone's just like screaming, "Focus, Annie! Focus, Annie!"
Oh, and then you can go like, "Ouch, I burned my hand with the coffee. I wish I had molten shield." Sorry, Annie, it's just fire themed. You just need to
No,
do
that's fair.
it, okay?
That's fair. Like, I don't know. Like, maybe she'd be like good as a barista. She could just heat the coffee.
It's
with...
a kid, middle court.
What?
Annie, it's a kid. It's a child. She's a child. What do you mean barista?
Oh, okay, right. So, right. Child labour laws. Forget about those for 1 second.
Yeah, we're not.
Hold on. Let's say in a fantasy universe. But like it's totally fine, and it's just like it's a family coffee shop. It's not particularly busy. Like it's all about like artisan, like handcrafted coffee, stuff like that. Really, really chill. Tibber's there. Okay, I reckon he can make a decent cup of tea. Plus, because he's covered in fire, it's not going to go cold at any point.
Yeah, but what if he just no? No, that's gonna be no from me, Miracle. No, like
Well, the buildings, open flames. What's the issue? I don't see what the
bear. It's a bear. Throwing coffee. That's not what happens. I can buy. Okay, Annie can be like doing this, but okay. But if you were talking about baristas, I was thinking maybe, for example, what if we have Nautilus as a barista? Like he can deliver the coffee with a hook, right? That'd be nice.
I feel like his customer interactions aren't that good though. Like,
I mean, he's literally a sunken titan.
He's like a dude. He's just like a dude that got trapped in like a diving suit, and then he got corrupted or something, and now he serves people cappuccinos. Like, I think that's a completely reasonable career path, actually.
That's a cute story,
I was
actually.
not thinking that you were going to go for Nautilus there. That was completely out of left field.
Well, because you have to think outside the box. Poppy could do the same with the Keeper's Break, though. Like, you want a coffee?
Yeah.
You know, just hit them with a hammer, coffee goes flying, and then if you're like me, you end up using the ultimate the other way around, and you send the coffee your direction, and it falls on top of yourself, and you burn yourself again.
I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that a coffee shop that involves launching the coffee cups at the customers is not a coffee shop that is going to be in business for very long.
That people who will be very willingly go into this kind of place to be like, haha, what will happen? Maybe.
Hold up. Tibbers was ridiculous, and we were just able to dismiss Tibbers out of hand. But the idea of like launching the coffee directly at people, Carmeline, you are okay with this?
Well, no, but you said we're in the fantasy world, okay? And I mean, I'd rather have Poppy serving coffee than an angry, furious bear doing it. We're going to be watching these pick and ban's face again while we were discussing this barista situation, talking about... hot coffee. And yeah, we're back here. We were just discussing the draft a few minutes earlier, and of course, the Kindred, Annie, this is the order when things were chosen. And honestly, is there any pick that surprised you in terms of how early it appeared on when the two, did you think that, for example, the Poppy is quite surprising, but anything else?
Well, I think the Poppy's fine, right? Because they lock it in fairly late. They see what they're going into. Kindred is like a gauntlet that was thrown down very, very early, right? But because this champion needs certain conditions to succeed. And if she doesn't have those conditions, she kind of gets screwed. For example, being perma-CC'd before you're able to ult. Spoiler alert, I think that ETT might be able to do that. But on the whole, I think that this is a fairly smart draft that has come through from both teams, actually. And it's game one of the series, right? So you want to win here, right? But if you get a load of information here, even if you lose, that can still be useful, right? You still got 2 more games where you can find the enemy nexus and find your progression on through to the next round. So I don't think that the series is going to be decided in this champion slate, in this game by any means, but I like the way that both teams have set themselves up.
Actually, one of those picks that was very surprising, even though, again, as Poppy, like you said, appeared later in this stage, is Taric. I enjoy Taric so much. I think he's a champion that is so versatile. He allows you to stun people, to stun enemies with the Q. He allows you to actually become invulnerable, untouchable for a few seconds there with the ultimate, with Cosmic Radiance, and I want to see that come into play because you've got champions like Nautilus that might be weaker than this kind of setup. You need to get real close to Taric, and then that's when Taric says, "Okay, do you mind waiting there for a few minutes? Thank you." And this is something that I hadn't noticed before, but is the Aurelion still making the fruits?
Yeah, that's pretty funky. So I think that was the last lock-in before the champions ended last time. So I mean, not too surprised to see it in the context of what the meta is looking like. Aurelion has kind of just, after his rework, become incredibly dominant. That seems to happen a lot, right? Games, what's going on with that? But it sort of builds into this composition that ETT have got where you can put someone in a really, really bad spot. If you're able to lock them down, then drop the damage from the Xayah and the Aurelion Soul on them, there's not very much that they can do to counteract that. These Lamb's Respites, these Cosmic Radiances, need to be on point from AGH, otherwise they're going to get completely blown out of the water.
Absolutely, and I can tell you what, I'm looking a lot into jungle lane. Crazy, Davush, 2 real strong players. That's going to be the focus for me for this game. Kindred versus Jarvan. I think 2 of the best picks they could have chosen in terms of personal playstyle.
Yeah.
And it's gonna be a clash of titans. For me, they were the MVPs for each team from the last final. And now that we're back here, I'm pretty sure they also wanna go at each other. Okay, I was a star, you took it away from me, I'm gonna go for you.
Oh, I love that. But on such different champions as well, right? Such different goals for how they're going to play out this game. Gavush is going to want to get on map as early as possible. Whereas I think actually for Crazy here, counter ganks are something that you can look towards on something like a Kindred. Jarvan commits. When he goes in, and he doesn't go out until he dies or everyone else around him is dead. So if we can see Crazy turning up to these lanes at smart times, we could see things get turned around. But Carmeline, we are jumping onto the Rift for the very first game of the day between AGH and ETT.
Indeed, we're back here. So excited to watch this and to see how these 2 teams have changed and improved throughout this past few months. Maybe they've been training a lot. Maybe they just got together again and be like, hey, let's do this one more year. Maybe the last one for many of these players is something to take into account. Many of them are likely going to graduate quite shortly, given how many times they've been taking part in the competition already. And this might be the last chance for you to make your name go into history books.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. As A long road ahead of you, though, before you are going to be able to put your name in those history books. We see not too much going on in terms of the level 1s. Both junglers actually going to be starting towards the top side, and with the amount of CC that is available on both of these bot lanes, I think that makes a lot of sense.
It does, and you can imagine them, you can expect them giving certain priority to those lanes, but also, just maybe wanted to take a look into the bot lane. As we're seeing here, things could be quite on par. You're going to be expecting a lot of poking from life on these barriers. You're going to be expecting a lot of poking as well from mechanics. But so far, the lane seems to be going in AGH's favour.
Yeah, and we saw something there at the level 1, which we might see a couple of times today, and that was just Tamaj getting the stun onto mechanics. Rosaya is one of the lower range AD carries, and so that Tarek, who can have some issues with actually getting in engage range, is in a much better spot. But look here on the minimap, Gabush is actually EQ'd over the ball. This is going to be spotted out by the bot lane of AGH, and so no gank available for ETT's jungler.
There we go, having to backtrack. I think he's going to try another type of flanking right here, and you can see that happening already.
Yeah, well, he's already got first blood, and getting that on Azai nice early is going to be great. Alchemic is in a very contentious duel with MBU up in the top lane, but neither is going to be able to get the better of it just yet.
No, this is going to be a common trade between Poppy and On.
Oh, maybe not so common. Oh my god! A second kill coming through for ETT, this time in the top lane, and 3 minutes in, they are winning on both sides of the map already.
You know how we were saying Jarvan, compared to Kindred, is a champion that can't afford himself to be going more arcade, to get into fights more commonly, to gank more frequently from the very beginning of the game. Well, maybe the surprise wasn't going to be Jarvan so much, but Mura being so aggressive with this own, he's a champion that is usually expected to, take a backseat sort of, and deliver those good items, upgrades, but here, Emiro doesn't seem very willing to give that up. He's like, okay, I can't do this too. I can't be aggressive versus a Poppy.
I mean, there's sorts of two types of top laners, right? There is, I'm going to be on an island and do nothing, and there's, I'm going to be in an island and I'm going to fist fight you. There isn't really any difference. Hook landing from QTKT in the bot lane, double knockup from the EQ Gaboosh, making it happen once more. Mechanics with another kill.
Well, that was an incredible play, an incredible setup by ETT. You have to think, I would really like to watch or listen to this team's communication. Like the coordination they're showing, it's quite impressive. I think the commitment they all have, both as players and as students, it's amazing. Like it's showing here from the very first minute that going all in no matter what. And AGH, they need to put something else here. We were talking about how the composition could be more reactive than anything else. Maybe you need to be a little bit more less passive about this.
Yeah, try and get your own victories right on the map and not rely on what the enemy team is doing. But I think there that we saw a little bit of an example with that small invade from Crazy of what these two junglers want to be doing. Gabush wants to be getting on map, he wants to be active, he wants to be ganking, he's doing that, but this Kindred is going to be content to farm for the most part. Once you get that level 6 point, once you get that Lamb's Respite, your ability to engage in skirmishes and make things happen in that regard is going to be absolutely massive, and then obviously your damage is going to scale up pretty significantly over time, but it's not quite there yet. For AGH, it's about stopping the bleeding now, making sure that ETT don't pull further ahead.
I think that is something that Gabush is exploiting quite well. As you were saying, Kindred, you will expect him to be, just be more of a safe pick, sort of just move around the map, sort of farm. And as Jarvan, Gabush is just saying, okay, you want to do that? I'm going to make the most out of this early game, getting those couple assists for his team. And I think the level of independence that the players for ETT are showing is also allowing him to be quite comfortable. Just, okay, I'm gonna go through my camps, I'm gonna go through my jungle camps, just farming comfortably, call me when you need me.
Ooh, in the top lane, we might be seeing another attempt at a solo kill from MU here. Not very much mana left on the on, and Alchemic is able to run himself out of there.
He is, but not without a cause. Like, he's not doing that well either. He's got the corruption potion within his items right now available. Not gonna be using it just yet. But in Miro, you can see him how he's applying a lot of pressure on this top lane with the farming using Balu's thread whenever he can. So I think that's going to be a point in his favour to make it out victoriously during the laning phase.
Well, and it also means it's a lot harder for Crazy to actually make those invades onto enemy camps, which you need to be doing on the Kindred. We could be seeing some 3v3 action in the bottom lane as both junglers are making their way over. Crazy is just here to try and ensure that AGH can actually get the shove, but he doesn't know that Gabush is in the area. You're seeing defensive flashes, actually a shutdown secured for life. ETT, they go too far forward, and AGH get 2 for it.
Oh my gosh, okay. So you can see that with the Titus round, QTK trying to defend himself, almost avoided. Gabush was around the corner as well, trying to help them out. But Mechanics, the main damage dealer from those 3 people, had been taken out. And this is going to open an opportunity for AEH to go for this first Inferno Dragon. That is such a good move by the Polish team.
Yeah, what were we saying, right? AGH need to stop the bleeding. Well, how about not just stopping the bleeding, but also making ETT bleed? That gold lead is now pretty much evened up. They've got that Drake in their pocket. QTKT not quite able to find anyone. And when we look at this Kindred, who is going to be a stronger scaling threat? Well, in terms of kill participation, exactly the same as Gabush. Kantaro might just be dead here. Does have the flash still available on the Annie. Is trying to hold that for as long as possible. Will just about get away under their own tower.
Well, usually Annie is a kind of champion that you would expect to have loads of escape options besides throwing Tivers and be like, yes, I'm gonna pray to get away. But I think in this case, there's an Aurelion Soul and Nautilus. She might be feeling more comfortable. So Kantara, just chilling, just having to go back to base.
So interesting to see what AGH have done here. They've actually swapped Alchemic down into the bottom lane. Doesn't quite have teleport, but post 18 minutes, Rift Herald is an objective that both teams will want to get for themselves. And ETT are actually moving Mechanics in towards the mid lane, so they could be thinking about applying some pressure to this objective, and AGH currently not in a position to respond.
They're absolutely not that. Having to play a little bit safer. They need to be playing to defend those objectives that might be taken away from them, to avoid ETT from getting too much of an advantage. And in fact, look at this. The Herald has been started by them, by the Netherlands team. Can AGH stop it? They're looking for an opportunity, but I don't think they're going to find it.
No, they're just going to back away. And what this does mean is that you've got additional time to pick up solo XP and gold onto one of your players. Usually, though, you'd see an AD carry in the position that Alchemic is right now, because they're going to scale a little bit better with that gold and with that CS. The AD doesn't really matter so much. In the top lane, Crazy once again getting into lanes, making things happen, picking up a kill for his team. It's now 3 for 3, might be even more, as Tomaj forcing the flash away from Mechanics, away from that Dazzle. And in the last sort of 5 minutes or so, the Polish side have really taken a hold of this game.
Yeah, and I'm very proud of them. I think that, this is showing that the level from last year is still going on, and that's always good news. Obviously, with new contenders, you need to prove that you can be doing this game. You need to give them that feeling of, oh no, they are back. And I think ETT is doing quite a good job with this. But AGH, as time goes on, as we were saying, Kindred farming, the champion scale, and particularly Poppy, you're going to be expecting the game to be more and more even. And it's already happening.
Yeah, and it feels like it, right? And the thing is, when you've got champions like Tarek and like Poppy, they provide so much value in team fights, right? That keeper's verdict, the ability of Poppy to just knock someone away, is worth thousands and thousands of gold in the late game. Cantera getting an all-in onto Clonky. One more hit would do it. A solo for the AGH mid laner, and they are well and truly on top in this game.
Wonky maybe overextended a little bit there, underestimated Kantari, and honestly, that didn't go as planned. At least he doesn't use the flash, so he's going to be able to keep it for the upcoming fights that will surely start to take place soon enough. And this is going to be an opportunity for AEH to actually keep on pushing that mid lane. The wave is already there. Gabush is going to be defending, but the wave cleared by a Jaban is not good in comparison to Anani. So see if they can make something out of this.
Gabush was thinking about jumping on top of Crazy there, obviously with the rotate coming through from Mechanics and QTKT coming into the mid lane. maybe there was something they're not quite able to find at AGH's bot lane. They were going to have a little bit of free time on this tower, and Life is going to grab another plate for himself on the Varus. Whilst he's down in terms of CS, in terms of gold, in terms of power level, he's pretty close to where Mechanics is at.
Yeah, and this is gonna bring them very closely. This is gonna make them very key pieces moving into the mid game. And talking about the mid game, right now no one is in the middle lane. We can see them focusing around that dragon that will spawn in about 30 seconds. Meantime, the top lane is an island, just having some fun together, just trading here. Not gonna be moving from this spot for a little bit.
I mean, what, we saw like that one solo kill from MU like really early, and now it's just turned into a bit of a snooze fest. I mean, it's Poppy into Warren, right? That's what the matchup is gonna be.
Yeah, I think that's the case. Like, this is not a Camille Fiora kind of situation. It's a Poppy, as you were saying. So not much action expected. That would be a surprise. Talking about surprises, I don't think Crazy was expecting Aurelion to be there.
I don't think Gabush was expecting to be on the wrong side of the wall. He was able to take the blast cone away, and ETT, they've actually moved in to try and contest this Drake. AGH is still moving in themselves, though, and they've got priority. They've got a 5-stack that's going to be able to take down this objective, and so they're going to be stacking those up. You need to be careful of this Herald in the mid lane, though. ETT could just go for the tower.
That will be a good opportunity here, middle.
Oh, but Kanteri is able to get a flash stun off, and there is absolutely nothing that MU can do, and QTKT might be the next one to fall, and ETT get themselves caught with their hand in the cookie jar a little bit. Only one kill going down in favor of AGH, but they get the Drake. They're going to get a mid shove as well, and they're looking pretty damn good. They're looking to set themselves in a great position coming into the mid game to take this first game.
Yeah, the early was so good with 3 kills in against the advantage, but here they seem to be feeling quite comfortable. Look at the damage that Kanteri is doing already with Andres in his power, in his itemization. Those items coming in so handy, and doing what they have to do, just making this team more powerful.
Who's jumping onto Crazy, and you need to respect the burst that the Kindred can have at this point in the game. Clunky is also here to defend his Jarvan, the Cosmic Radiance pull to keep the Kindred alive, and you need to be careful if you're on the side of AGH. This gold lead is stable, but it's definitely a little bit flimsy if you overextend.
Totally agree with you. I think that's going to be one of the key points for AGH. If they want to build up even more of a gap between themselves and ETT, they need to be now threading carefully. We're saying how they were going for a more reactive kind of playstyle, but here it's come to a point where they've been able to make it out successfully out of the laning phase. Maybe just take a break. Well, not take a break. Don't disconnect. Just disconnect.
Not again. Not again.
No, not again. Just go into send mode. Like, I've got this. No need to rush.
But I like that. I like that you call it sort of send mode, because this is what you can do. Whilst your composition may be designed with one particular thing in mind, if you've got enough gold and if you feel strong enough, you absolutely can just run at people and make it work for yourselves. I think it's going to be intriguing to see what happens regarding these mid lane towers. As Hold on Crazy caught out in the top lane. EGH may be in a rough spot here. That Lamb's respite going to be used, but not enough to keep the Kindred alive. ETT firing back in the top side. AGH, they may want to contest them here a little bit more. The Chains of Corruption going a little bit short. Hex Flash charged up. AGH trying to disengage. Just hold on, Clonky's been caught out. He's going to jump away as quick as he can. Keeper's Verdict has been used. This is the Rift Herald that we're all fighting over. AGH are still down their jungler, but the health bars on ETT are looking a little bit favourable. Hook comes through from QTKT, and that is a massive stun. Life is on a rampage. A couple of kills. 3 kills for the AGH AD carry. A quadra kill for the AGH AD carry. And in game 1, he will be denied the Penta. Kanteri takes it away, but it's still an ace for AGH.
But they were clearly not joking around. They said they were going for the gold medal. Juco sit here. I think in order to pull a sort of like this kind of play that we just saw with a quadra kill by Life, you need to be very precise, and not only that, but also commit fully to this. Had they chosen to go back, had they chosen to play more passively, to let EDT take the Herald and then try to counter in some of the lane, they will have made a crucial mistake This has given them so much space to walk the way they want to do it, to keep the tempo where they want it to be. And that autonomy being taken away from ATT, we're going to be seeing how it affects them in the next few minutes. But so far, it is going to be a massive hit onto the way they're going to have to play for these next few levels.
And I mean, like, you look at champions like Nautilus, champions like Jarvan, if they're behind and they're engaging, it doesn't go well for them. Like, these champs want to snowball. They need to snowball in the early stages to get tanky enough to be able to survive, and ETT emphatically haven't been able to do that. They're down around about 4,000 gold, and Alchemic maybe giving some of that gold back, but the hook going millimeters wide from QTKT aren't able to catch out the Poppy.
I mean, at the very end of the day, Alchemic is playing this Poppy in a more of a safe way, but it is working quite well with the shields, making sure she can still get some sort of action going on.
Oh, you need to be very careful here. Just dies. QTKT walks away for a moment, and the AD carry will pay the price. We've got an attempted play here coming through onto Kantare, but in the top side, you've got another attempt at a solo kill coming through from Alchemic, and ETT, they're kind of at 6 at 7s at the moment. They don't really know where to go.
No, I was talking about the communication before. Now it seems like it's sort of lost, like Poppy in this case. Not Poppy, Annie. I know.
Yeah, Poppy is sort of losing her mind here with the number of kills that she can get, and I mean, he might be losing his life as trying to make a play onto Kantare. Will just give the kill back over, and honestly, Carmen, game one is looking kind of done and dusted in favour of the team from Poland.
Yeah, I think they've been able to wait for the momentum to actually play things out quite well. Gabush might try to say, okay, you know, it's going to be over for you. Oh no, this is there's something I wanted to talk about as well. Do you know that Taric Dazzle that they just pulled off? That is, honestly, that can be quite frustrating when you're playing as Taric, because you need to coordinate, right? You are allowing the other person to actually use it as well, and you're like expecting them to use it on the same objective as you or someone else. You expect them to know what to do with it. Many times it gets lost in the way. It's like, I just gave you Dazzle and you're just doing nothing. I'm the one having to do everything here.
Yes, no, it's like Thresh Lantern as well. It's like you throw it out and someone just won't click. You're like, I'm trying to help you. I'm trying to make this game easier. But I mean, credit actually to AGH. I don't feel like Tom Edge has really been in that position where he's trying to do stuff on Taric and he hasn't been able to. Right, they've been in a great position. They were able to take down that Drake a few moments ago, and so now in 4 minutes' time, they're going to have a sole point to play for, and ETT are going to be asking themselves a lot of questions after this game.
One of them will be, okay, let me. What did the last chance qualifier go like again? Like, does anyone have the... Okay, I hopefully we'll get to game 3 series. But for now, it looks very Polish playbook here. Maybe they can try and turn around this jungle play.
Ooh, top side, hold on, I think we might be having some action. We didn't need to look at it. Not necessary.
It's fine.
Is turbo chilling in bot lane, and it's actually great for AGH that they went for that play at this moment in time, because look at the top right of your screen. That Baron is coming up very, very shortly, and if ETT can't get into this jungle, can't establish vision, they have no chance at contesting.
You know what? Summoners are up, ultimates are up. This might be a good time to start doing it and maybe find something interesting, but Alchemic gonna be distracting ETT for no objectives.
It's gonna take a while to kill this Poppy. She is pretty damn tanky. You will eventually kill her, ETT, although you will eventually kill her. Spoiler alert, you lose a Baron, you're gonna lose your jungler as well. I'm not saying that's worth, guys.
No, also because the Bush might have been able to deliver the information, but it was way too late. Like, you're gonna know anyways that the Baron has been taken. And losing your jungler and losing that objective at the same time, gonna be a different kind of thing to face for ETT. That used to have the upper hand in these games, and now it's like, okay, how do we play in a more defensive kind of way? And that's what they're trying to do here, defending this mid lane tower. They know it might be game over for them if they allow AGH to take it, but there are two other ways to get into the enemy base middle.
And I think if you're ETT, you just want to make this game take as long as possible for AGH, because if you've got a lead like this, you want to end the game quickly because it's going to feel like a confidence boost. If you can get a lead like this and you can't end the game, it's going to feel really, really bad. We're seeing an attempt at an engage here in Life, having to burn the flash to get away. Hold on, here come the rest of AGH to an ETT. They're able to take out the Varus, but they may lose the entire rest of their team. Already 2 have gone down. QTKT and MU having to run for the hills as the mid lane completely open up for AGH to take the tower and maybe get an inhib as well.
Okay, so good news for ETT. They took the main damage dealer and they left him without any kind of summoner spell available. Bad news, it's still like 4 people going at you and having taken out 3 team members for your side, so it's gonna be a difficult one. Alchemic and Mivri recreating that top lane flavor from the early minutes.
Yeah, no, they are still hitting each other. They are still hitting each other.
Oh,
They're still hitting each other. They're still hitting. Oh,
come on!
no way.
What?
Oh, I've seen more mechanically intensive solo kills. That's all I'm gonna say.
Did people just stop to dance?
Yeah, they just didn't respect it at all. Oh no, mechanics. Oh no. Yeah, burning that flash needs to be done. At this point, there are not very many places that you can stand as a member of ETT outside of your own base. It feels like AGH have completely got the run of the map, and there is no way that you can really withstand them. 30 seconds until the next Drake spawns. ETT have got no interest in taking that at all. They just want to get a little bit of gold for themselves so that maybe they can win a Hail Mary team fight.
So that basically being sieged and kept out of the action by AGH. Every time they try to venture a little bit farther into their own lanes, they just get shut down. Maybe they can pull the same thing onto AEH though. No, not gonna happen though, middle.
And I mean, this is what we were talking about in terms of what ETT's composition can do. If you can CC crazy, if you can prevent the Kindred from ulting, it's gonna look really, really good for you. But they're just too far behind at this point, and so for every good play that you make, inevitably you are going to be losing out on something.
Yeah. Honestly, sometimes it's an objective, sometimes it's again turret, sometimes it's one of your own team members, and that's never convenient. By the way, this is showing us the bounties have been activated. Makes sense with such a gap in gold, and it's even gonna be broader now that AGH has taken that dragon. So the 4th game of the game for themselves, it's not been able to take anything away.
Yeah, it's been not like a complete blowout, right? I think that ETT, they had that phase in the early game, but I think AGH have come in a lot stronger than certainly I was anticipating that they would be in this game. Obviously, keeping the roster intact from last year is going to do wonders in terms of your cohesion, in terms of your communication, in terms of your synergy. And when you are playing a composition like they've got here, which requires a little bit more coordination, that is going to be benefiting you. QTKT, yeah, you're just not allowed to walk into the river at this point, mate. Another kill for Kantari, a rampage for the Annie, and well, we've said it a couple of times already, Carmeline, this is just about AGH running into the base of ETT and taking down the Game 1 Nexus.
They are going to do it flawlessly. They had a few bumps in the road, but after they picked up the pace, they've been unstoppable. At least during this first game, the composition that seemed kind of okay has ended up walking, and this could be the victory for themselves, the first point out of this best of 3 versus ETT middle.
Nexus Tower is being focused down. They don't have a minion wave coming through in that top side. They've got this one in the mid lane, but ETT have actually been able to get first move. Tomac is actually dead. That is not a great start to this fight for AGH. Maybe ETT can smell blood in the water. Not able to get their engage working. Mechanics is once again hitting onto another player. Okay, 2 kills for ETT. EGH fumbling the bag around the Nexus.
Not just the players, but also main frontliners for the team, but Tarek and Poppy being left out means that ETT have a good chance of actually maybe trying to pick some more kills, or maybe even get an important objective in the way. That will have to be, that remains to be seen, but it was quite a good play by the Netherlands team.
Just having a little bit of an issue on my end, not quite able to see what's going on. In the game, I'm hearing shutdowns, I'm hearing gold going over. I'm hearing, I think that was a Zyre auto attack.
You know, Middle, this is actually a test for you. We planned this for you. You need to understand what's happening just from the sounds of it. So, come on.
Red team's turret has been destroyed. I think they're going for the game-ending push here. Oh, we've got some Tarek things going on. Kindred things also occurring. There's a lot of things happening. Someone's been aced. And that's the Nexus. And that, apparently, allegedly, as far as I'm aware, is AGH taking game 1.
Wow, imagine if it's actually ET taking game 1 and just turning things around.
Right, so I was hearing like red tower destroyed, and I'm not thinking that ETT can end the game that quickly. I don't think that they're... So I'm pretty sure AGH won that game.
Let me dream. That was wishful thinking from my side. Yeah, altogether, we've seen AGH just like saying going from okay, they're bugged, it's nice to oh my gosh, truly bugged. Like they're just sweeping the floor with EDT. And I want to touch upon a few points I think are important throughout this game. I have 3 points that EDT could have improved. The first thing is just basically the on pick. Like, I was happy with it in the beginning with that first kill he got, but then it didn't seem to do much besides it. Like, his function was it wasn't even like just standing in front of his teammates. It was just, I'm gonna roam around and then I'm gonna get found by probably Poppy and I'm gonna take it.
I miss your touch from your hands and your body. It hurts so much to think of you with someone else. Can't get enough when you're sweet talking to me. Now I'm talking sweet all by myself.
Hello. We're back here for game 2 out of this best of 3 versus 88, but between 88 and ETT, the teams from Netherlands and Poland. I'm here with Middlecourt, and honestly, we need to talk about this first game, but also what are we expecting going into the second game? Many things have changed from my point of view.
Yeah, no, I sort of came into this thinking ECT sort of defending champions. They're going to be coming through with a really, really strong performance, and it looked good for like 3 whole minutes. They were crushing this game. I think AGH have really, really showed up in this first series, and looking forward to game 2. I think for ETT, there's a lot of things that they need to change, and I'm not sure that they've got the time frame to change them, and that sets us up with the defending champions going into the lower brackets of the very next tournament. That is something that I wasn't expecting to say.
Me neither, considering how they've been keeping the same players for about 2 years now, being able to keep quite good results coming in, and now it's like, wait, what's going on? What's happening? I think it's partly because AUH has been able to shift the attention maybe from the mid lane over to the bot lane, and that somehow has leashed life into Marsh. Like, they were good already, but giving those resources has made them unstoppable. And I also think it helps having a jungler like Crazy. He doesn't mind taking the backseat. He doesn't mind just giving you the attention. He's like, hey, you need help, I will provide it. That's something that we thought Gabush could do in the first game, but somehow it fell short. And
again, there was that 3-minute period where stuff was happening for ETT, but like you were alluding to, Crazy did this really good job of still keeping the farm numbers up on the Kindred, but also participating in just as much action as Gabush was doing in the early game. And then if that's the state of play, then going sort of 15, 20, 25 minutes into the game, I'm always going to favour the Kindred as we get later and later on. And I think it's really cool that you touched on the bot lane as well, because Life getting that quadra kill, it just sort of sealed the game for AGH at that point. Before then, we were thinking maybe ETT, if they get a couple of good combos, can still come back into this. But when the enemy AD carry gets a quadra kill that early, you kind of just have to go next.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it was sort of unexpected because you had a Shaya and a Nautilus there, which I thought would work quite nicely together. Like, you've got Nautilus to help Shaya get those engages going in, but it just didn't quite happen. We see quite a few hooks, quite a few keys being hit by this player, but very end, it all led to not much building up for ETT, like nothing being made out of it. And ultimately, that board lane not pulling through, that lane phase how they were expected to, I think it just brought very little to the team performance overall. So I hope to see them change it for the next game. I know that these players are able to do better, and I hope they can do it.
Yeah, and I think if you clean up some of that play around the bottom lane, then it puts you in a bit of a better spot, because I already mentioned the quadra kill for Life, that kind of ends the game. But it was also a counter gank play coming through in the bottom side, or that really sort of put ETT behind. They were looking for a counter gank, but ended up baiting a little bit too hard and fell down in a lane that they'd already managed to find advantages in. So whilst ETT, I think they need to sort of wise up a little bit in this second phase. They do have an opportunity to come back, especially now with the power of first pick now on the blue side.
Ooh, okay, so they've chosen to switch sides. In this case, they're gonna be Pallane and Blizzard, as you said. Well, sometimes just I think teams usually prefer playing here, because you get that first pick, etc. But so far, talking about picks and bans, living out Jonah, living out Lizen and Jimmy. Poor Jimmy, even after the rewalk, but she's just not getting away with this.
No. And do you know what? I'm fine with that. I'm okay with that. I like that we're not seeing her play. But I like that you also touched on the fact that blue side's going to be important. If you look at the solo lanes for ETT last game, nothing really went too wrong. It was all about that bottom lane. And so having those counter picks that red side allows you, maybe not as valuable in terms of those solo lanes, getting that priority that blue side offers you is going to be all the more important. I like that we're seeing the Annie ban. I think that coming into the mid game, that was very, very impactful for the side of AGH, who haven't changed up their bans at all. I don't feel like they need to change too much after that game 1 performance.
But saying, I'm sort of sad again about that Ani ban on top of AH is gonna be one of the main differences between the last bans and these ones. Vega and Woodcon also been left out. Vega actually having been played by mechanics in the past, so more as an AP carry, and Woodcon being one of the Gabush favorite champions. It's just so sad, but well, life is this is what it is. Sometimes it happens, and what is happening right now is that we've got a Gragas and a Yabin potentially being picked here by 88. This is prepping up to be quite a good game already. Can't see it coming.
Yeah. This is exactly what you want to be taking on blue. Gragas can be played in literally every single lane. If he had ranged auto attacks, he could probably be an AD carry as well, but he'd have to satisfy himself being a quadriflex at the moment. So ETT have not revealed anything with this opening pick, and we're actually seeing AGH go for a bit of a different style here. It's not the Kindred scaling juggler, it's the Jarvan, like Gabush was playing in game 1, that can be so active in the early game. And hey, if you've got a Twitch in the bot lane that you're playing towards, that is a champion, that is a carry that benefits so much from getting early kills.
Oh, I would love to see a Twitch Lily maybe. Kind of thing that works really nicely in the bot lane with the healing and the shields. I think that will be something that we could be looking out for. But you know what they're saying from ETT, that like, you're gonna pick Twitch, okay, probably you're gonna accompany not with the tanky support, but most likely with Enchanter. So let me bring out the Thresh, and just you're not gonna be able to escape. That's gonna be a constant nightmare for the enemy bot lane, and with plenty of choices being left for them to pick as the AD carry, they're gonna be looking in Shaya.
Well, running back the Zaya, I mean, it's still like a strong pick, right? Even though we weren't really able to see it come to fruition in game 1, but that Thresh is excellent. Another very, very flexible champ, not in terms of the position that you play him like the Gragas, but in terms of the way that he can operate. He can provide you engage with the Death Sentence and the Flay, the disengage from the Dark Passage, then the box is useful for pretty much everything, paired up with the Zaya, who does have a fair bit of flexibility of your own, and this is a combo that can get stuff done for ETT in the early game and as the game goes a little bit later. Now, the unlock in here for Alchemic is really interesting. I'm intrigued to see that we are seeing these picks sort of traded across the two teams, clearly valuing what that champion brings.
Yeah, absolutely. I think at the end of the day, a meta pick is sort of meta pick. So, it's still there for a reason. So, them exchanging it does sort of make sense. Now, I have to say, I think it's also something risky, because you are like, okay, I'm gonna pick what you did before, but what if I don't do as well? That'll be something. It's a good grounds for comparison between those two players. I'm like, Bush or crazy with this Jarvan. But for now, what we're going to be seeing is the ban for Lulu from ATT. We were talking about how Twitch could do quite well with this support. No, not anymore. They're not going to be together, but that also is some other options. You can even go with a Navi if you want to.
I mean, right, and I don't think Twitch is one of these supports that necessarily needs an Enchanter. He's sort of in that weird spot where the Enchanter makes him stronger as an individual carry, but having a tank support is really good for getting him early kills. So you kind of end up in two different schools of thought, and with the Enchanter bans that we have seen come through from ETT, the Tarek sort of also falls into that pool where he could sort of buff up the Twitch a little bit whilst providing some CC of his own. We've seen the Enchanters focused out. I wonder if AGH go, actually, we're going to go for a tank, we're going to go for something that can get the Twitch kills in the early game, rather than something that is going to keep him protected as the game goes on.
Ooh, okay, looking in Zyra. Honestly, Stranglethorns, I can see this working out quite nicely. I think this should be a good idea to pick here with the Twitch. You're gonna be like sort of countering the Thresh in the sense of, okay, you can't throw the hook, okay, you can't do that indeed. But with Zara, the moment they do that, it reminds me sort of Leona, like they do want to do that, okay, but your risks are actually could knock you on top of you. So again, we're liking this composition by AEH. That from the side of HT, they're going to be looking in that Gnar, I think it's taken us quite a long time to see him. Like, I was expecting him to play in the first game. He's quite powerful right now, and honestly, one of the favorite champions by these players.
I feel like Nari's kind of powerful every day, right? He's this perennial top laner that again offers you a lot of flexibility. I think if we are looking at a sort of buzzword for ETT in this draft, it has been flexibility. I think the Victor a little bit more focused in terms of what he's going to do. It's all about zone control. It's all about long range. It's all about a lot of high damage. And they kind of need the long range here on the side of ETT because Xayah, not the Virus range, AD carry, and everyone else kind of needs to get into melee range. I think Clonky is going to be pivotal to provide a little bit more of that zoning that ETT are going to need when they are approaching objectives. The Lux, though, can function in a very similar sort of philosophy and provides one-shot potential that the Victor doesn't quite have.
Oh my gosh. We've got a Lux going for Kantari. Really excited about this pick. Compared to last game, we can see how this player is favoring enchanters. He's favoring AP champions like Annie, like Lux. Champions allow you to stun the enemy and leave them in a position where you are able to act more easily, and I honestly can respect that. Also, with sort of a convenient long range to attack from. But looking at this composition altogether, just at it all, I don't know. I think there's something that is not quite working for me, which the ETT comp is doing. I don't know if it's Victor paired up with the Gragas for jungle mid lane duo. I think that could be quite convenient, but I want to know what you think about this one. Or are you chasing for this second game as your prediction?
So, I mean, if you're on ETT, I've kind of flip-flopped the other way, and I'm looking at AGH and going, actually, what you've got together for yourselves is really cool. And I think I said at game one, like their composition is interesting, but I'm not sure if it's going to work. This composition is interesting, and do you know what? I am all here for it. I can't remember the last time that I saw a Twitch Zyra bot lane in any context. Life and Time Age have pulled out something completely ridiculous here, and for Mechanics and QTKT, that puts them in a really weird spot because you probably haven't practiced against this 2v2 in a very long time, so you're going to be problem solving on the fly, whereas they're going to be a little bit more confident, a little bit more comfortable with what they're playing off against.
I think this also brings in the factor of many of these players actually being part of amateur teams or playing outside this university circuit, because when you look at those personal accounts, so PGs, that wasn't really showing up, but if you keep track of where they've been playing these past few months, it does make sense. And I can't understand how AGH could be called off guard a little bit, like, this is not what we're used to seeing. Again, as you were saying, this Twitch Zyra bot lane comes from like season 6, season 7, it's been quite a long time. But well, I think it could work, I think I might be aboard the AEH ship as well. And of course, another classic here. And maybe I can make a start of the game by just trading a little bit. And honestly, maybe I can make my try to get some revenge, some first kill, like...
I mean, you're going to be there for it, and you are on the Ornn this time, so maybe it's a champion diff, not necessarily a player diff. I love how top laners will just do that. We're just going to fist fight each other at level 1. We're both going to take a reset. None of us really gains anything off of that, apart from a couple of grass procs traded across, but there's just so much camaraderie in that lane, understanding what it means to be a top laner. We are seeing something different in terms of the jungle starts, though, this game. We've got Crazy once again starting on the top side of the map, but Gaboosh actually on his Raptors, maybe looking for an early reset, or maybe he's just going to clear through his entire bot side and go and gank the bottom lane.
Well, that seems to be the plan they're pulling out right now. And I mean, this means that at some point they're going to face each other, probably in that mid lane. Victor and Lux, both of them bringing out enchanters, bringing out AP champions. I'm very excited to see this. Both of them have quite a good range as well. And it'll end up being a matter of skill practically. Also, Clonk is starting to suffer.
Are we just seeing it all in? Level 2? The Light Binding connects, and that's an easy first blood for Kantare. Understanding the matchup a little bit better, I guess.
Yeah,
and in the bot lane, Tomaj has been jumped onto by Mechanics. QTKT. So we're saying that the bot lane of ETT may not be as comfortable in the matchup. They look comfortable as all heck. Mid lane, though, that's going in favor of the team from Poland.
Yeah, I think this is a good use of the looks in the early stages. I feel like when you get to the later part of the game, the ulti is more like tickling the enemies rather than doing anything, and you mostly just rely on the shields and mostly on the Q, on the binding to do something. It's just a binding machine. Later on, the damage is not that good either. But hey, I think, again, as I was saying, that making quite good use of this champion. And so far, this game seems more even than the last one. We can see the difference in the composition and how it's going to apply here.
Needs to be careful, is able to flash away, but Tomaj is there as well. There's no escape for the victor. A second kill in 2 minutes for AGH in the mid lane. This one going in favour of Tomaj.
So the plan for AGH here is just to shut down Kolonki. Last game, it was shutting down Mechanics and QTKT as much as possible, and maybe sometimes a mirror. The Annie, well, she was just doing her job in the mid lane. But hey, it's like Victor. They leave him without summoner spells, they leave him in a position where he's going to be a level behind, and take a look at this top lane because this might be another major step for ETT.
They're fine for the time being. Everyone needs to be real careful. That Bellows Breath into the auto can be a lot of damage that you don't necessarily expect. But yeah, as you sort of say, this game is going a lot more in favour of AGH in the early stages. And we saw that when it went ETT favoured, AGH were able to carry the game quite quickly out of that regard. I wonder if we're going to be seeing a similar story this time around, or if ETT can stabilise and get us towards the mid game in a much more even state.
Oh, okay, look at what's happening right now. Nah, just going full form right there to bring a little extra pressure in order to back the base comfortably. But in the meantime, the bot lane, the reverse situation, it's Mechanics and QTKT who are more like having to play under the turret. Shaya and Zara, Twitch and Zara have an immense poke pressure during this laning phase, and with Kraze so close to this, we're going to be seeing a nice start for AGH.
QTKT has already thrown that hook. That is a big cooldown in the early game, but the wave is not quite there for AGH, so Mechanics and QTKT are going to be getting out of this one relatively unscathed. No one really around to capitalise on anything, but that sort of shove is to be expected. Whilst the early kill did go in favour of Mechanics and QTKT, fundamentally, you're still playing against Zyra. You're still playing against one of the most obnoxious laning champions that bot lane has, so being under your tower is not something that they'd be surprised by.
Indeed, it comes to a point where you just have to accept it and be like, okay, you know, the objective is not getting killed in the early game, and you're just being able to make it to a point where she's just more ineffective. And particularly, this can be exploited when you've got information on where Kraze is. Like, for example, right now, I don't think ETT knows where Java might be, but once you get that info, you just know where to apply that pressure, and the board link will be a good place to start with things. Talking about Sunlove, Alchemic going for it. Okay. Well, you're not going to have the Call of Forge God for now, but
it was a prank call. It was a prank call of the Forge God. Okay, it wasn't going for the kill, just trying to get a little bit of poke down. It's as much action as we're going to see in top lane for a fair while. In the bot lane, though, we've seen on the Minuet Kaboosh actually go for a little bit of a sneaky movement into the enemy jungle, flashing over the wall. The flash play onto Toe Mage. Hook connecting through onto Life as well. ETT turn a single play into nothing more. Very, very close to taking down Life on the back end, but still able to get Tom Edge, able to make something happen.
He also take away the Ignite, the flash ball from Life. Level 5, by the way, a crucial point here. With this little push given by Kaboosh, that wasn't meant to rhyme, by the way, Mechanics and QTKT are able to get a little bit of ahead. They are able to pick up those items. So, you know, just go back to base without getting killed, which is quite positive given what we saw in last game.
Yeah, and I mean, last game, it was 180 carry, getting a few kills earlier on, getting a massive injection of gold in the mid game, and kind of carrying and taking over. It doesn't look like it's going to be Life this time. It looks like it's going to be Mechanics 2-0 already here on the Zai. This is good by AGH though, abusing the recall times from ETT to pick up a Drake and make sure that the team who has honestly been having the lion's share of the pressure, at least recently in this game, isn't able to get any objectives off of that pressure.
Well, there it is now. The team from the Netherlands are going to have to maybe pay attention to this kind of thing. They also have some enemy inhibition installed in the jungle, so careful with that as well. We're back to sort of a normal laning phase. Pretend that nothing has happened. Life and Damage just dueling burst mechanics in QTKT, but look at the position by QTKT. When you're playing against this Fresh, I think that's essential. Like, you really need to be careful to not get caught up by the hook, and I think they know it. But I don't know if they know that what's happening on here in the top lane with Kantaro.
Well, and with Crazy as well. Emu has found themselves in a really rough spot, and the kill will be donated over to the Lux. 2 kills now on her, some extra Dark Seal stacks, and AGH's mid laner is snowballing. It looks like we could have a game where it's AD carry versus mid in the mid game, but who's going to be able to take this one?
That's a good question. By giving so much pride to Kantaro and letting him take away that kill, you're showing what you want that goal to go, where you want the experience to go, and well, this is the safe bet, I'd say. But I should also mention something. In this latest patch, we saw a judgment in the jungle experience. So essentially, it's more difficult now for junglers to get that extra experience buff by going into lanes, and just get, we know some of them can be quite greedy, and that might be a reason why we're not seeing them just doing more like sporadic gongs rather than just camping an area. I'm talking about camping. Kantaro friend at Bosch, getting the ulti onto Conky. Okay. We get you. We hear you.
that was a fair chunk of damage. Kabush is still invading. I'm not sure that this is well advised. Kantaro forcing the flash away from Clonky in the mid lane. That trade actually means that Lux not quite in a position where she can contest the Gragas. Kabush is still going to walk forward, actually going to use the explosive cast. The rest of ETT are here to make a play happen. Tomaj getting a double root, but crucially not locking down mechanics. Crazy is going to be able to do that as the feathers fly, and the Xayah may just die, able to get pulled away, and Life will take him out. A double for the Twitch, looking for even more. A triple kill for AGH's AD carry, and he is well and truly in this game.
Jesus, like, what has Life done during this past year? Like, I need his training plan, because this is just not mechanically gifted. This is just a very good knowledge on what to do. Not unlike this.
Alchemist knows what to do top lane. He knows that he could just solo kill his opponent, and again, we've had an early game where ETT, they were in touching distance, they were making it close, but AGH finding a fight, pulling away once more, and with how rapidly, with how decisively they closed game 1, Carmeline, we could be heading for a 2-0 series in favor of AGH against the reigning champions.
Yeah, and it'll take a few more rounds to understand if it is just AGH having put a lot of effort into improving from one year to the other. If ETT is just, just as good as last year, but it's just a matter of AGH being better. If it's ETT just failing a little bit, during this first stage, which can happen to anyone, to be fair. That's why we have a lower bracket, because it allows us to get better insight on why this is happening, to give the teams a second chance. But let's not give it flawless, okay? They still have this chance.
Tomaj, you can't stand that. You can dodge the hook, but you can't dodge the flash flame mechanics with that one. But it's being turned around by Life. A double for the Twitch. 5 kills for Life. ETT feed him, and this is a dire spot now for the team from the Netherlands.
And we called it out. We said, okay, Zara is quite annoying to play against. We know she's going to be just cracking the queue all the time, and that's not going to be fun, but you need to, the objective here is to survive. Not for long for Life, though.
Being responded to by Gaboosh with Clonky here. Should be enough damage. Shut down for the Gragas. Not the best gold distribution, but at least you're getting the kill in the end. But AGH are not slowing down. We've got a Herald summoned in the mid lane. We've got top lane plates going in favor of Alchemic versus Hanar. They have really started to accelerate and up the tempo in this game too.
Yeah, and I can see what they were trying to do here with the Herald. Slightly talking about tempo, the intention was to make the Herald crash against the tower, and maybe now the Dragon is exploding, take the attention away from ATT to that objective. We can see that the Herald didn't quite take down, again, that mid lane tower. The Dragon not really been just given importance by the series. I mean, you can't wait a little bit. It's not Infernal Dragon.
Yeah.
And so what they're going to choose to do instead is roam around here. You've got Thresh, who could be quite good at doing this, and Mechanics, so he's going to be doing the same to support his top lane and maybe get a little bit of advantage there.
Are you really trying to kill Alchemic here?
Yep.
This feels a little bit risky. Okay, that's a strong ultimate from Mechanics. Don't look up under the tower. This is very, very close. But ETT, they get the calculations just about spot on. Grab a kill for their bot lane. And Mechanics actually 4 kills for himself as well. Definitely not out of this game. And if he can get another good fight for himself, then we could see these 2 AD carries really be going at it, really determining the result of this game too.
I think Mechanics is feeling a lot more comfortable with his champion. And honestly, it is showing. But you can't just be Shaya and that's it. You need someone else to be pulling the weight in, like it's happened in the case of AEH, where you can rely on Kantara and or Life to carry. And the same isn't happening. Let's see if they can do something about it.
Yeah, well, I mean, Life is dead. Gavoosh with another kill for himself. Emu is about to go Mega. Might be fishing for Tomaj. In the bottom lane, Crazy is able to take out Clonky, so Victor not quite able to defend his tower as ETT hold on to theirs in the middle lane. This should be first brick going over to AGH, but the minion wave is dying quite quickly. Not going to matter in the end, though. They're going to be able to take this one out.
Top lane, by the way, middle. We can see Mechanics being quite low in HP, and Alchemic playing his own like it's a Renekton. He doesn't care. He doesn't mind it. I'm just going to do what I came here to do, and that is to be aggressive and play my own game. But ETT are focusing on him a lot, on playing, setting up loads of ganks and aggressive plays on top of him. That may be a good way to actually get these lane, at least, in your favor.
I mean, taking the tower as well, I think would be a smart move. The issue that ETT are going to run into is that they've not got any structures, which means that they can't set up plays in the enemy jungle, which means it's a hell of a lot harder to actually get those leads for yourself. So I'd like to see them try and focus into a lane and just get a tower down, whichever tower that may be, because then the game is going to be a heck of a lot easier. AGH, though, they've got the priority on this Herald, another tool that is great for taking down towers. Whilst we are seeing signs of life from ETT in this game, let's make no mistake, AGH still in the advantage, still favored to take the 2-0 in this series, and Emu gonna die. Another one for Kantare.
So I thought switching from On to Null could be useful, because Null does give you more escape options and On does have the Call of the Forge God. But it's not really happening. And Miru, I feel like he's feeling even more limited this game. Like last one, he was, doing more or less what he wanted. And here it's Alchemic who's leading the way. And once again, maybe Call of will go down.
No way does he do this? No way does he just do this? No way does he just do this?
Okay, since when is on a duelist? Okay, GW, we're happy for you, Alchemic. It's okay.
Great stuff. I mean, so it's Alchemist versus Scientist, almost, and Alchemy coming out with the victory. Gaboosh is not in a good spot. Able to blast code away, but that's straight into Crazy's Cataclysm, which is a horrible place for me if you are one of his opponents. And AGH is still extending their map advantage. Grab themselves a couple of towers in the top lane and might try and take out the top laner as well. Emu about to go Mega, and AGH backing away for the time being, but the re-engage comes through from Crazy, forcing the flash away from the top lane. A micro advantages being gained that end up snowballing into a heck of a lot more in the mid lane. Mechanics too far forward, interrupted on the dark passage. What a play coming out from Alchemic, and QTKT, you're going to need to evacuate that tower very, very swiftly, otherwise you may pay for it with your life. That is another structure going in favor of AGH. 4 off the map right now. They are in cruise control, but Gaboosh trying to change things. Tomaj has gone a little bit too far forward and will be caught out. That is a beautiful dark passage to get away, but it's not going to save you from life. Another kill for the Twitch, another kill for Alchemic, and AGH are absolutely relentless. They are not slowing down. Clonky on the wrong side of things, trying to run away in his own jungle, but there are very few places for him to go.
Well, that's it. Clonky is taken down, but also Kantara with Lux. It's been taking them a long time to do it, and Alchemic will be the next one.
Does pull the feathers back and is actually making this play work for himself. No! Oh,
So close.
life is inevitable. It was so close, so nearly there for the Xayah, but can't make it happen. And with every kill going in favor of AGH, this series is slipping away from ETT's grasp. Reminder, this is a rematch of last year's final. AGH fell down in a 3-2 loss, but they have come back with a vengeance in 2023, are on the verge of sending ETT to the lower bracket in their very first series.
I'm starting to believe that maybe ETT's potential was coming from the casting pick that they used for about twice or three times during the last finals. Remember, I saw that those finals were a best of 5 when they went to the 5th game. 3 for ETT, couple of them for AGH. It was super close. So seeing them just not being able to have the strength this time has been sort of disheartening. Again, I think this are mistakes that they can fix and they'll have the chance to do it. But for now, this is potentially looking like an AGH win, especially with this additional dragon being taken down by them.
Yeah, well, they've got a couple of kills
Crazy.
that we don't even need to see. Crazy will be shut down by Conky, but that involves the Victor going very, very close to the sun and getting birds. That's 3 more on the board for AGH. It is another Drake in their favor. It is all about closing this one out nice and clean, nice and controlled, because there is no way that they should lose this game.
I think someone should call Clonky now, because the poor guy isn't having a good game. That he's not been allowed to play. Like that, constantly taking him down, constantly cancelling him, and it's just impossible for him to play with this Victor. He's spending more time with the grey screen than anything else. And honestly, I know this mid laner can be very cute, so hopefully another team will let him play the way he wants to. But for now, I think AGH are being able to identify quite well the flaws in its composition, like how without the Victor you're losing a lot of damage, you're losing a lot of potential for that later game. By shutting down a mirror as well, you're forcing Anar to just use the Mega defensively most of the time to run away. That is not good, as not to use it in more aggressive situations. If you're just using it to escape constantly, that shows that it's not going well for you. And this is happening once again. Alchemic with your own, just whoever.
And Alchemic could go forward. There is a decent chance that this Ornn dies, but I love what you were just touching on there, Carmeline. Have you really seen more than 3 ETT members on the same screen at any point in this game? No, you haven't, right? They haven't been able to group up effectively. They haven't been able to combo their ultimates together. And yes, they kill Alchemic. Absolutely fantastic. Spoiler alert, you lose a Baron on the other side. That's not worth for you guys.
It also shows how, in comparison to the last game, ATT were being able to do more. Like, the team fights actually felt like team fights, and they had some good ideas. Here, as you were saying, they just can't afford to do it. Because you go over, you try to stack onto one side of the map, which they did try a few times in top lane. Just, it takes you so long to take down Alchemic with that Ornn, for example. In the meantime, what your attention is there, the enemy is taking advantage to pull something off in the other side of the map. So you can't really afford to do that kind of thing, and this is proven to be a very important slow for the gameplay this time.
And I mean, right, if you are on the side of ETT, quite often those plays that you are going for onto side lanes are the only real option available to you, right? Yeah. Because it's hard, if not impossible, for you to actually win a full-on 5v5 at this point, so you need to try and trade stuff. QTKT, just looking against the vision, getting taken down, but this is what losing out in the early game does to you, and this is what a team like AGH can do to you if they keep playing at this tempo. Another kill for Kantare. Life opening up here onto Mechanics, who is forced to use the feathers to keep himself alive, but the tempo, they're not slowing down. This pace of gameplay from AGH is quite frankly intimidating.
It is, like, again, I'm very surprised on how they are able to commit every time.
For a combo, does get a couple of knockbacks. Life is able to run himself away, and no one from ETT gets any kills, and it is 2 more for AGH. 27 kills in 22.5 minutes from the team from Poland, and they are looking at, well, stamping their authority on this entire tournament with this series. Inhibitor tower in the bottom lane falling down. QTKT going for a flash hook, just going for absolutely anything they can, and they're able to find life. They could shut down the Twitch, but how do you play out the rest of this fight? Crazy getting a kill for himself. Mechanic just being bopped by Alchemic on the backline, and yeah, congratulations, you killed the rat, but this could just be the game ending right here.
Oh, can we please think sensibly? Why are you guys still like, okay, I understand, let's end the game, but let's go over to the wave instead of just waiting for the mysterious spawn. That can be very risky, and we've seen teams losing to doing that in the past, but well, it all ends up working for AGH. True, maybe does get a kill on top of Crazy, but is enough to actually make a possible comeback.
Maybe, right, and I think that you need this to go very, very well for you, and actually Emery falling down there is not great. Kantari might be able to clean this up though. He's gone 2 here, but Clonic, Funky is able to change a fair bit of damage. That is a triple kill there with a Lucent Singularity, and yeah, it looked good for ETT on that re-engage coming out of their base. Looked like maybe there was a comeback on, but I think however that fight goes, it doesn't change how this game is looking. QT, again, you can't stand there, buddy. You're just going to fall down. Life with their 12th kill of the game. Mechanics might be able to clean them up with the feathers pulled, but they are another for Kantari. An ace for AGH, and with the base open with Infernal Soul beckoning, the 2-0 is looking more than likely.
Like, you so not play how it doesn't even matter if life is there or not. Like, of course, he in this play he helped peel the enemies, but Kantara was fine dealing with himself. Like, the intimidation is helping so much, but rather than the Ludens, the Shadow Flame, like all these elements make him very, very difficult to stop, and maybe, you know, maybe this is the game ending for them.
Maybe, well, I mean, if you're diving onto Thomas like that and you can't even find him, then maybe AGH getting another kill for themselves. They're going to be getting this Drake as well. Gaboosh is just a godlike kill for Kantari, who has had an incredible performance this game on the Lux. 10, 1, and 14. Only a single death to his name. And coming through, one of the new players on this roster, he's been looking good, although he may just have been cast a curse. No, able to get the root, firing out the ultimate, and will be going down. It's an Infernal Soul for AGH. They lose their mid layer, and Carmen, I'm not gonna lie, it feels like they're just having a little bit of fun at this point.
Yeah, I mean, the game, from my point of view, could have been done a few minutes ago when they had the base open. Now it's just a matter of, okay, how about we finish opening and taking down all the turrets? Yeah, as you said, they're having fun, and they're trying to still look for it in display.
Mechanics getting jumped onto, locked in the Cataclysm, goes into the sky. Gaboosh getting a lantern out, but Crazy flashing forward to get the kill. ETT, they've been able to clear out the minion wave, mounting a defense on their top lane, but they need to take care for these inhibs. We're getting a TP from Alchemic onto that bot lane inhib tower. Yeah, I don't think AGH care anymore. I think they're just doing whatever the heck they want to, and I think they want to end the game right now. ETT are trying to turn it around, but it's not going to happen. Emmy with only one person with the... Oh, actually a hook coming down onto life. A load of damage from the Twitch before he dies, but not enough to preserve him. And actually, ETT are holding in their base for the time being. Crazy, pretty high on HP. Tomaj cannot say the same, but respawns coming through, and AGH cannot end just yet.
They can't do it, but they've got the wave clip coming in from Kantari, and also the ultimate being ready. I think this is a player that they were needing in order to finish the game. Although he feels a Q. Let's see what happens. Oh, Gaboosh. Timing.
You're fine. You're fine, buddy, there. Absolutely fine. Get out that one just here, and this is styling, honestly, from AGH Carmen. This isn't just a dominant victory. This is a dominant victory while one team is saying, we don't think that you could even touch us right now. And honestly, it's looking that way. AGH are in such a dominant position. Crazy is level 17. He is the highest level in this game. And whilst Javans usually start to fall off around about 27 minutes, considering how fed this one is, I don't think that's going to be an issue.
The Gragas, now that you bring up the levels, level 13. As well as QTK to Fresh. Do you guys see that? Even if they just gave you the levels for each one of these players, if they took away the scoreboard, the gold, everything, if they just, if you could see this, you could understand what's been going on. The boost just, like, maybe Gragas isn't walking, but I think especially him being very focused on zoning will work better if you didn't have a Lux in front of you. Like, she cannot zone you very easily. You've got Sarah, you've got Twitch, like, you can't get close enough. And even if you do, they don't mind as much when they get pushed away. Like, they've got enough range to be like, okay, I can't attack you from afar, you can't even do anything to me. So, I mean, maybe not the best pick here, maybe not the best execution, but they've got a last attempt, middle.
Here comes the defense from ETT. You have to feel if they lose this top lane inhib tower, if they lose the inhibitor behind it, then that is curtains. Recovering from 2 inhibs down is possible, but recovering from 3 is highly unlikely. And where you can see AGH just going for a little bit of a mid lane push with Crazy there, getting some damage down under the towers. You see laser fired out, Clonky actually dying to that one, and we're seeing an attempted engage from Emmy, but it's going to result in absolutely nothing. More kills for AGH. Crazy diving forward. A double kill for Alchemic. Make that a triple kill for the Ornn in the top lane. And AGH absolutely decimates ETT, taking the series 2-0.
Well, look at what we've got here, and that's it. People were sort of expecting esports in 20 from the Netherlands to win, to take it away. You know, they got the gold last year, they might be able to do it again. But AGH has just shown us that nothing is certain, nothing is decided yet. And this is just the first game for today. This is just the first game of this round one. Again, as we were saying, some of the ones are being played right now. But if this is the level we're like talking about, I can't wait to see more. Like, what are we missing? What we're going towards? I can't wait.
I really just want to see what AGH look like throughout this tournament. Because to come in and do that against one of the teams that we have favoured to kind of go all the way and be one of those strong contenders, to have a game like that, to have a series like that, is a massive statement. And anyone from any other team that saw that is going to be sweating bullets right now, because I do not want to face up against these guys.
Yeah, and we also have to remember that some of these teams have actually been facing each other before, even through previous editions. So you might be like, oh no, they took me out last time, they won't be able to do it this time, or will they be able to do it? But we've also got new teams who are willing to take on the challenge, who are like, you know what, AGH, not intimidating me, I came here to win. You won't take that away from me, even if you take the previous winner 2-0. Now, what we saw this game, many things being improved from both sides. Like AGH, as you said, the stalling was just too much in these last few minutes. They could have ended a lot earlier. I don't know if that was by choice or it ended up happening in a matter of, okay.
I don't know. If I'm crushing like the team that beat me in last year's final, I think I might take a little bit more time.
Yeah.
Just make sure they know that I'm completely dominating them and completely beating them. But yes, moving on to other opponents, I think the one thing that AGH can take away from this game is, okay, you won. It was really, really dominant. Let's make sure those wins are as clean as possible, and you don't give your opponents opportunities to come back in.
Exactly, because that's something that we saw happening a few times. When ETT started to realise that by getting pick kills, they were able, like, actually not just by getting pick kills, it was in moments when AGH was like, you know what, I'm so powerful, I'm just gonna come here alone, aka Kantara with Lux. And it's like, you're still Lux, you are still sort of squishy at this point in the game. Like, they kind of still take it down. It's 3 versus 1. I know you can't escape, I know you've got the binding that can affect 2 people, but Like, you know, so you have to think, your still looks, okay? You need to be careful. And those kind of plays could have been the cause for ADH to maybe give up one of these games, one of these best of 3 games, and it just didn't happen. I think AUH need to take that notes down and be like, okay, those things, we need to make them better, we need to improve it.
Yeah. But then ETT, if we're talking about AGH, like making like sort of a page notes, ETT got to be there with the coffee, staying up until like 1 o'clock in the morning, just getting everything down. Because losing a game in that fashion is never going to feel good. And beyond a certain point, there's not much that you can learn because the goal lead is just insurmountable. But I think especially the first 10 minutes, I think you can look at that, you can analyze that, you can come into your next series with a bit of a better game plan.
And hopefully they will be able to do it because, again, the team they've got around them, I'm just not talking about the players, I'm talking about the staff, about the resources we were discussing before. It's just like something that they can actually take advantage of for this and be like, okay, what do we need to do? And you've got people prepared for that. But we're not talking about preparing. Let's prepare for the next series of the day. This one that you want to keep an eye on, Spain versus the UK. See you after the break. Bye.
Looking for something to make me stay. Round and round forever searching for something that could never get replaced. Don't need you to save me, but I just really need to be saved. I'm just so sick of waiting for any luck to come my way. Yeah. Feel good, be good, stay good, and live good. If I could feel good, I'd live good, I'd die good.
I'm an odd person, I run in dark circles. I would love a long life, cause I love how life's worthless. I'ma paint purple, cause blue's overrated. We all outdated, we all so jaded. We all lost love like love's our savior. It's a dark place when it's all about the paper. Counting pretty cards before they deal you something heinous. I've been studying sitting on my ass. I'm so contemporaneous, in love with my behavior. But really I could probably try and be something greater. Working on my favorite, you could tell me something different, but I probably wouldn't listen. No, I probably wouldn't listen. The word, that's the ego, scared it's taking over. But fuck it if it's fun to run my tongue up on these road fronts. But I know I could lose it all if I'm not careful. I sound scared, hope you feel that my heart's there though.
Don't need you to save me, but I just really need to be saved. I'm just so sick of waiting for any luck to come my way. Yeah. Feel good, be good, stay good.
peephole. Everything closed this late, but your contacts. Here to catch a vibe, you might catch a little contact. Only thing showing this late be the freak show. Call for your come, I be checking through the peephole. Everything closed this late, but your contact. Here to catch a vibe, you might catch a little contact. Baby, live it up, you know the work week coming. Turn it into profit, so the hurt means something. Shine on the competition, shawty, that's easy. Cuban on the collar, so the next day freezy. Fresh white tea, ain't good, no stains. Swinging in the rental, got it hogging both lanes. Quarantine clean, but the streets still.
Hello everyone and welcome back for the second best of 3 of this day of this Amazon University Esports Masters 2023. Remember, we're in the qualifier weekend. That means that the teams that play this weekend have the potential, the possibility of going over to playoffs. The top 6 will be able to pull that off. They're divided in the upper lower bracket. Last game sent EDT to a low one, AGH to the upper one by taking them with a 2-0. And now it's time for Spain versus UK. UK sending 2 teams, Spain sending 2 teams. So, we have another chance for a match. But I've got here someone from the UK who wants to say something. Middle, it's your time.
I make Britain all about British. DMU are going to take a holiday to Spain. They're going to buy a holiday home there. They're not going to pay any tax on it. They're going to come home. They're going to get the 2-0 victory. Okay, come on. Very, very simple things are going to occur this game. Soksu, Didal, going to take over the map, make everything happen. Easy as you like.
And on the other side of the board, the Universidad Católica de Murcia, try saying that, Mill. The UCAM. It's not the first time they take part in this competition. They did it back in the day with the UCAM Arcadians, now rebranded into UCAM Talkies. This is a team that you should be fearing right now. I'm telling you why. UCAM does have a Superliga team that is the first Spanish division, the ERL, having won a few EU Masters. But this team for them, the Talkies division, play in the third division, third league. And I think they can take it away. They've got quite good players. I know them, Middle. I know them. You can see here how it's gonna go. UCAM versus DMU. The one who wins will go against either Aix or CDB. By the way, do you know Aix versus FCT on round 1 that took place? Aix won 2-0. So we can either go against Germany or France, whichever happens. I think it's very interesting to see the top 5 competing here in this bracket.
Yeah, no, I am intrigued, and obviously, UK people will love a matchup versus either a team from France or from Germany. Nice, just a bit of regional banter, a little bit of regional rivalries here as well. I think the team from De Montfort, DMU, have also been sort of around Amazon University Esports Masters for a fair time and have been at the top level of certainly domestic competition within the UK university scene for a number of years. I think the key thing going into this year is their mid laner Samjay, who long-time mage player. A lot of people within the UK scene would be very, very familiar with him. He's moved on now. So DMU coming through with a new mid laner. A lot of changes on this roster, actually, and I think people are waiting to see whether this is going to be the same DMU that they've seen in years past, whether these guys are able to live up to the mantle of those previous players or maybe even exceed it.
Yeah, I think that's something that DMU has gone in the favor. Like the UCAM, these particular, as I was saying, UCAM Talkies, they have been taking part in quite a few years. And actually one of the things that they were saying, so they were talking about how they were happy to be here because they were coming in as a new team and they were excited, and some teams were coming back because that meant they had a chance to prove themselves against them. So that's something that we'll be looking into as well. Like, you already have this competitive experience with this format. Now you're new into this. What's going to happen? How are you going to adapt? I should say, though, UCAM has a very strong esports infrastructure. Once again, it's one of those universities that are putting a lot into that. So I think that's going to come into play as well.
Yeah, and I think it's nice that we can have these sorts of teams coming in, looking at the competition, actually going, these are who we want to play against. I think that's so fantastic that you can have these universities come from all across Europe, have these rivalries, have these teams that they want to play against. It reminds me a lot of these international tournaments that you see at the very, very highest level of League of Legends, where you've got players on GT who'll be like, I want to play against so-and-so or whatever, or Korean, Chinese teams like, I really, really like the way that this particular team plays and I want to play against them. And we've got a similar experience here with a lot of these guys.
Yeah, exactly, because some of them might have actually faced each other before in other tournaments. Like, again, as we were saying, they've been around for quite a long time. At least I know the UCAM players, I know the names, they've been around the amateur scene for, again, quite a few years, some of them, and they started off quite young. So they've gathered a lot of competitive experience. I think both DMU and UCAM have that go in the favour, that used to this level of pressure, and that's going to be very favourable, even if they didn't win this matchup in the next ones, because that is giving you something to hold on to.
And I mean, we've already seen one team go down today that had a lot of that experience and had a lot of that pedigree and are going to be fighting for a chance to sort of redeem themselves. I'm excited to see whether we can have UCAM as sort of these new kids on the block actually able to take it to DMU, who have been here a little bit before. We're going to be jumping into Champions Select for the first game of this series.
Come on, UCAM, I know what you're trying to do here. UCAM playing the blue side, DMU on the red side. Banning Evelyn. Evelyn is champion that Hope has more than 289 games on his main account, so it's a very sensitive option. Jimmy is also being banned, and so is Twitch. I think, honestly, banning against UCAM could be sort of difficult because they have a very wide champion pool, which can be good or bad. Like, what they say. You try to hold so many things, you might end up dropping them all, but middle, we see some more things coming in.
Yeah, no, it's that classic image of a guy trying to hold on to as many limes as he can, but he's just dropping all the limes because he can't hold that many limes. And I think that different style of these two teams is really illustrated in the bans, right? DMU, it's all about these individual comfort picks. The Evelyn for Hope, the Twitch for Soxu, and that Jax for Bootsy, whereas DMU have been forced to ban sort of just generally strong meta picks, and I think UCAM are continuing with that sort of influence from the main meta with the Scraggus B1. We've seen it before, it didn't work out, but we know that this is a great pick in this position.
As we were saying, top lane jungle support nothing versus these champions, so this could be a very good flex, a very good initial pick to sort of start to build up your composition. DMV gonna be opting for the Barris instead. It's just, okay, I think it can work sort of like Twitch in terms of poking. And also the Lee Sin, very good early. I'm very interested in seeing what they'll do. Again, I think it's got sort of not the same vibe as Evelyn particularly, but in terms of, single target attacks, it could be doing quite well.
It's an annoying playmaker. It's a champion that gets in weird positions, and you're not a particular fan of the way that they get themselves into those weird positions, especially when they kill you. Obviously, a lot less burst than something like the Evelyn, but brings a bit more setup, a bit more tools to get stuff going for your team. And UCAM are really, really indexing into a team fight style with these next couple of lock-ins. We've got the Jinx here, absolutely insane in grouped up engagements. You get one fight and then you can reset, take over the entire game. Whereas a Wukong, really potent, engaging close six with the Cyclone. DMU though, drafting similar stuff for themselves. Varus, Chains of Corruption, Amumu, Curse of the Sad Mummy. Carmeline, when both of these teams get to team fights, they've got tools to make it go in their favour.
Good bandit tools to dispel the tantrum from Amumu, all that piling up on top of the Jinx with not such good mobility. That I can see that happening, and I can see that being a way to open up UCAM and get that win or early lead going into DME. But they also need to secure some other picks. The mid laners haven't been chosen so far as we know, and that's gonna be trying to do, like, take out Darius, take out Seraphine and Silas, and let's see what they can pull over as well. But what I'm liking about this ban, and you pointed out that before, is that this seems to be very targeted. Like, this seems to have clearly studied what the order is going to do.
Guys, Boozy's quite good at Darius. He's relatively all right. The Cho'Gath is a little bit of a weirder one. We have been seeing a couple of people on Twitter say that this champion is actually really, really strong right now. It's just a case of people don't really play it in comp because he's a little bit simple, but he's kind of just incredibly strong right now. We're going to get an Ornn game though. Boozy, without the carry top laners at his disposal, will default back to the Forge God, a reliable pick and pro.
But I'm tired of seeing Ornn. Can we change for anything else, please? Like, I will be happy. Give me a Garen. Like, I'll buy it.
Garen, I would love a Garen. I would also love a Garen. But unfortunately, the thing about Garen is he's not very good at winning games.
Yeah, like, okay, you're good at being an immovable stone with the Merchant Justice, but then there's just spinning around with the blade. But besides that, then there isn't much.
Hold on. You've got Wukong here, right? Like, there's a Wukong in the game who's going to provide, like, plentiful spinning action.
Yeah, but you've got Nemesis Strike. You've got more resources. The Trickster, the War Trickster. You've got more things going on. The Clone, like, it does give you something, which Garen doesn't. But you know who gives you something as well? It's going to be Aurelion Sol once again going on for this mid lane. Well, going on again. Last game we saw it. Here it's Roxel, the one who's taking it. And there is something to be pointed out about his counter here, which will be a 0. Notice his hands. Notice, as far as I know, it's more experience in other roles, like the top lane. So I'm curious to see what he'll be able to do in the mid lane.
Well, and maybe there isn't quite the mechanical mastery of Azir there that we necessarily expect. So I'm not anticipating that we're going to be having massive Azir sex plays being made, right? But like, your laning fundamentals should be fine, right? And I don't think that Aurelion Sol is a particularly oppressive laner in any extent. Obviously, you'd rather be playing your main role, but sometimes this is what happens. Especially in university competitions. Sometimes the freshers that come in that year, none of them are that good at a mid laner. And so you've got to sub someone in. It's just how it ends up being. But it does add another sort of dynamic, another angle to this competition.
Yeah, totally. And I think that also says a lot about how quickly you can adapt to this. Like, if DMU has been able to qualify through the UK local tournament, it's because Nodis has been doing that quite well. He's been able to get this new role properly and been able to compete with the best in Europe. I think that says a lot about it as well. Maybe he'll even roll. Maybe he's doing that already. Who knows? But what we know so far is that two competitions here, two teams face each other for the first game of this best of 3. Which one? Oh wait, that doesn't make sense. Which one do you support?
I think I might be pro DMU.
I sort of have a feeling. Okay, wait, DMU is university from the Montfort University. Don't know what that is exactly, if it's just the name of the university, but are you any close to this institution?
I mean, so I think the Montfort's in like the Midlands, right? I don't think I'm like that close to it.
Excuse me, your name is Middlecourt.
Yeah.
Well, yeah,
right.
It's in the Midlands.
No, right. My name is Middlecourt. I live in the south of England, and I play bot lane.
Why are you not South Court?
So fun fact. This is actually a bit of lore, Carmeline, that you've stumbled across here. Middlecourt is actually my middle name, and so the reason it's my middle name. It's a bit of a weird one. I don't know why. But the reason that I use it as my caster name is so that if we're ever like on camera or something, and like production asks for my full name, like they did today, and they ask for my caster name, like they did today, I can just have my entire name at the bottom of the screen, and only I know that is my entire full name. But
now
course,
we all know.
Yeah. Now I may have doxed myself here. This was not a great plan, actually.
That's a good point to be made, actually. Well, some of the interesting names, we've got quite a few ones in this game, like Isaita, Ruxal. These, they don't really have a meaning in Spanish, as far as I know. But well, that they are there. We'll need to ask them about it at some point and know what they chose them. But what we're seeing here again about them is a very quiet and calm game in comparison to the AGH versus CTT. This is like, hey, just your normal lane phase.
Well, I mean, it's not going to be great for Hope in a moment, because as he paths over to his bottom side jungle, he should realise fairly soon that it's actually not there. Reround started at that blue buff and has been able to take away all of those camps. Hope actually going for a counter invade onto the Wukong's bot side, but that means that bot lane, there is the opportunity for a gank here if Rewound can find it.
Ooh, Rewound might just be. Take a look at that.
Oh no!
They're going to be facing it.
Hope's run all the way around. He's going to run straight into the Wukong.
Hope.
Ooh, Faithful Trickster, Warrior Trickster already used. Flash over the wall. Mega is here as well. Hope, without Hope, in the river. Burst blood for you, Cam.
You know what? Had TMU had the wave there, this is not a bad chance to try and, wave reset, get it back in place, get comfortable in lane, which is not something that they can feel like right now, neither Destruction or Didal. But they just couldn't. They didn't have a wave, they didn't have anything to hold to besides waiting below the tower. And that means that you can get not only the extra pressure, but also the kill on top of Hope. So, that's something that they'll have advantage for a few more minutes at least. And Hope without the flash, you're going to have to play a lot more carefully. So let's see how it plays out.
Well, he wanted to play carefully, right? But because he cleared out his top side and then lost his bottom side to Reround, he actually doesn't have any camps to play towards right now. So if he wants to get some golden XP, he's either going to have to go into Reround's jungler, which is probably not a smart idea, or get himself to one of these lanes. You can see there on the minimap top side, Hope not really with anything to do. Those Krogs are now respawning, so he'll be able to go over and clear those. But fair bit of wasted time here for the DMU jungler because of that early death.
Well, it is, as you were saying, wasted time. But also, if you look from the other point of view, UCAM could be quite happy about it. Yes, you are not doing so well in the bot lane. Yes, you're suffering, but at least you got that out of this situation. I'm talking about situations, I know this is just a Gragas versus an unknown, so the healing shouldn't be an issue. But still, Saichi doesn't seem very comfortable here.
Well, we've said this is X versus Ornn a couple of times today, and that always seems to result with the Ornn getting a kill. Hope is up here now, and as more just to shadow this next wave in more than anything. But look, again, he is going to have to take a very long path to gain access to more XT, to more camps, and Reround is already here on the bottom side, making a play onto Didal. The Mumu, not something that you want to be chasing down too aggressively into his own jungler, so we'll back away and now start up the dragon.
Oh, that could be the first objective going over to UCAM. And what is the EMU going to do? Well, they're just trying to once again clear the waves, but see, you can see him going back to base. And Hope, having lost the initial sort of lead, he's just hanging around. Let's see if they can do something.
DMU are trying to contest this. Notice is level 6. He is going to be able to get that shuffle back, funnel them into the waiting arms of Soxu. Reround able to get the Drake, and UCAM able to get the first kill of the engagement. They're going to get another one for themselves as well. DMU lose out on the play. They are able to get Reround, but fundamentally that play goes in favor of the Spanish. Well,
there it is. You shut down Hope, you shut down Diddle with the Mumu. And given that these are two of the main engage tools that the UK team's got, that early is not looking so favorable. Already 1k of difference in gold between these two teams. The control of the map is sort of divided, so I'm not going to say is this fully UCAM side. Neither is Vision. But at least this is a good start. This is a good way to begin this game and prepare for the mid phase of this matchup. Now, I need to see what they'll do.
Yeah, and I'm getting a feeling that we are not going to be looking at a sort of a 60-70 kill game this time around, whatever that score was in the Game 2 of AGH versus ETT. I think those teams are a bit more conducive to taking these sorts of set plays, right? You can see that contest around the Drake was DMU as a team collapsing towards it. It wasn't just a couple of individuals getting caught out. Whilst they do still lose the fight, the fact that you are going for plays as a group puts you in a decent position and means that whilst UCAM, they've got a Drake, they've got 1,000 gold in the advantage. They have not got a hold of this game in any meaningful sense.
And I think that could be playing in DMU's favor. Not so much if Hope isn't able to find his paving again. Like, it seems like being shut down twice, having lost his jungle once again to Rewound. Like, he's gonna get there and there's not gonna be anything. Like, the raid is gonna be gone.
Yeah, and it's heads up play from the UCAM jungler, recognizing his windows to shut down the Lee Sin in the early stages. And whilst we can look at both of these champions as junglers that can gank in the early game, if I'm a Wukong getting to mid game and the Lee Sin hasn't had more impact than me on the map, I'm going to be feeling really good, because in the team fights, Wukong is fundamentally a stronger champion. Hope needs to be making plays. He isn't right now. He's trying to get something done top lane, but it's very, very difficult against the Gragas.
It is with Borderlands.
And they are able to get the kill, but you need to see more of that from DMU if they're going to come back into the game.
Yeah, I agree with you here, especially the Rewound is around. And you were talking about Wukong. I think one of the main flaws for this champion, I'll tell you about later, because the Ultimate just came in.
Yeah, Ruxel flying his way out of there. The Igniter back from Didal is going to take him out, and DMU, we said that they needed to make plays, and they're starting to do them. Hope going forward there alongside Didal, getting the Cyclone out of Rewound. Still has the kick available for the Lee Sin. So yeah, DMU definitely not out of this, still in the advantage actually in terms of this game, giving as good as they get.
Yeah, even out a little bit the game field, and you can see as well how these gold differences has been reflecting different lanes. Bugsy having an incredible game versus Gragas. Like the farming is quite different. Like you can see how Saicha, despite the wave clearing, with those barons, this is not being able to do much, to be fair. And it's shown once again, if they're able to capitalize on this, they might be able to go onto mid game that is looking better and better and potentially take the win.
Yeah, but then you look at the side of DMU, and Hope and Dardal have been pairing up a fair bit. They've actually just been able to take down that Rift Herald. So if you can get this locked in a lane, throw that down, grab a couple of plates yourselves, that's going to be really, really great. And I do love this little bit of a slower pace that we have been seeing. Neither team is really overreaching to make plays work for themselves, and that means that when you do get to the fights, they end up being a heck of a lot more explosive.
Yeah, and I think that's perfect. I mean, that's what I'm waiting to see here. I'm waiting for these teams to be very strategically minded, to just not fight all the time, not going for the chaotic route, but mostly going into a deep thought of what they want to plan and how they're going to be playing the game. So no stressing if you get kill or two on top of you, because you know you can't retake it later. And that's what we're seeing with both of them. Like, UCAM started off very strong, but DME just wasn't afraid. They thought, this is just the game, this hasn't started, we can't still take it away. Props to Bugsy for being able to pull that off.
Oh, very, very fast on the fingers there to safeguard over the wall in time, and he's come back into the game. Fair play to him, but looking across the wider compositions, DMU going to be a bit more incentivized to get stuff done in the early stages. We do see the poke Varus coming out from Sotsu, which obviously is going to spike a bit earlier than the Jinx, who wants to wait to these team fights before she can properly take over.
It's also a matter of how many targets you can focus at the same time, talking about being focused.
Jumped on to, and Didal going over the wall. Rewound is going to get that kill and continue playing on to Hope. A shutdown for the UCAM jungler. Notice flashing over the wall. Okay, that's 2 for UCAM.
Wow, okay, that was that quick reaction by UCAM. Like, they saw a little bit of a window there, and they just, opened it and fully jumped out of it to take that 2 kills. And honestly, this just grants you being able to give objectives, in this case Infernal Dragon, quite comfortably, while the EMU has to focus on recovering, spawning again, but they might try something sneaky here.
They have fought over Drakes before in this game, and we're going to be seeing it once more. Ruxel trying to scoot himself away, but not quite able to. Rewind has been left in the pit. He is able to take that Drake, but I'm not sure if he's going to get over the wall. Does flash there, but he's going to find Hope, who lands the Q, goes forward. Smite for the slow kick to finish him off. A shutdown for the Lee Sin. DMU, they don't get the Drake, but they get the fight.
I think you come turn around way too early. Like, had they sped up the dragon, focus on it, take the buff, and turn around your Zen, will have given them a little bit of a better edge against the EMU. But I think they didn't want to lose the objective. They were afraid to get it stolen, and then that's what happened here. 5 kills for each team, the advantage so far in terms of gold for DMU, but just by a very slight margin. Now we need to see this being turned into structures, into turrets. Like, that's the way you're going to end up winning the game.
Yeah.
And, I'm just seeing that so far.
Yeah, no, we've not really seen too much of those structures focus. For UCAM, whilst they are in a gold deficit, they do have a couple of those Drakes, and the Mountain and the Infernal Drakes are two of those Drakes that you're really just sort of happy to get. Like, they provide the most powerful things in terms of raw stats, that extra armor and magic resist from the Mountain, and the extra AP/AD from the Infernal. It also sets you up with a potential win condition playing towards Ocean as this game goes on. So for DMU, they're going to have to keep that in the back of their mind, that if they let UCAM get too many Drakes, then they're not going to be in a good position later and later.
Exactly. So something they need to look into, something they need to plan around. And yeah, like, the poor Hope, his jungle camp doesn't exist.
This isn't your jungle, Hope. This isn't your jungle. Safeguard flash burn to get away, and UCAM with a little bit of retribution. There was a stolen buff on the bottom side in favor of DMU a minute or so ago. This time they're able to go into the top side and take away the red buff, and that's going to give a lot of free time for these AD carries in the bottom lane to scale up, to try and trade tower damage and become late game monsters.
Oh my gosh.
We didn't need to see that. Oh, Soxu.
It didn't. It's just,
It's okay. It's okay. It happens. It happens to the best of us.
If you think about it, it's one of the few Aries abilities that actually requires more of a skill in a way, like Flighted Quiver, Hail of Arrows, you can be more comfortable, but that one, failing it, well,
you gotta aim it. You gotta aim it.
You have, it's not that it's got a very, very small range, but well, anyways.
I mean, like, the hitbox on Varasol is, like, massive.
Yeah, so poor guy. We're gonna keep filing up with him.
Now.
No. Okay. Moving on. Let's just look at the top lane or the bot lane. What things seem to be happening here? Actually, Saiche and Bootsy head to head.
Trying to go for a kill on Bootsy, but he missed his own ultimate. Now Bootsy will trade his first round of the game, actually falling in favor of DMU in the bottom lane, and this is absolutely great for a champion like Pharisee. If you can get him posted up in the mid lane as soon as possible, he generates free priority. Azir kind of does the same thing as well, but when you can get that out of your AD carry in the mid lane, then it's so much easier for you to push back the enemy and then rotate across the map to where you need to be, especially with the Drake spawning in a minute and a half. DMU are going to want to fight for that. Chain of Corruption used, but not really getting too much.
You know what the feeling I'm getting from both of these teams is like neither of them know what channel that prize potential. Like, there is no player that you can say, oh my gosh, he's carrying the entire team. Oh, what a strong performance. This person is truly going to take the team to the victory. Like, I feel like UCAM are trying to do that with Jinx, but it's a little bit too early for that to happen. We're getting into mid-game. And for the EMU, it could be Barrows, but he's taking more of a backseat into this game than actually the main character he should be.
Oh no! Buddy! Oh. Not allowed that. Not allowed that. Can't do that. Can't do that. And actually, we've seen that a couple times from DMU. Trying to walk into their own jungle, but UCAM have been able to set traps for them. And at this point in the game, those sorts of deaths they're not fine, but they're excusable, right? And you don't lose too much from you. If Soxu dies like that 25 minutes, 30 minutes into the game, it's really, really bad for DMU. So UCAM are going to want to keep setting those traps. DMU are going to want to sort of shut that traps shut, essentially, and prevent UCAM from doing that sort of thing.
Look, you call them traps. I call it walking alone in your jungle, which you know it's taken by the enemy.
I thought we were being nice to Soxy now.
Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah. I mean, look, it's just a fight. If I were in his position, I'd be just 1-10, like 1 right now. He's absolutely a very good player. I just find that some of the decisions have been a little bit shaky, but it's fixable. They can do it.
Yeah, and I mean, this is good from DMU. Recognize that they want to stop the Drake Soul stacking as soon as possible, so they pick up Ocean Drake number 3. This is going to give mid lane priority over to UCAM, though, and when you've got something like a Jinx, this tower falls very, very quickly. Still relatively high on HP, so I'm not sure if UCAM are going to be able to take this, but they may go for a fight instead. Boozy already having to flash away as Zyche is going under tower. Hope looking for a kick, but can't find it. Dido! 5-man curse of the Sad Mummy, but it's UCAM that are getting the fight. It's UCAM who are turning it around. It's Ruxel who has gotten a double kill, and after a huge play from the DMU support, it's UCAM that win the fight.
It's amazing how they've ridden into this composition. Like, you know, we were talking about a Mimi's potential within team fights. He's the first objective to go. He's the first person they focus, and that says a lot of what kind of mindset they go into this game. It's not about focusing the main damage dealer all the time. It's always about focusing the enablers for that damage to come in. That is very interesting from UCAM. And DMU, I think the attempt was good in the beginning, but as the team fight moved on, it was just too split. The ultimates had been gone for a while. It was only notices remaining with the Emperor's Bite, and it was a little bit too late. It was a good attempt though. Like, pushing them into the turret range was good, just not effective.
And again, it's another one of those plays. If that happens a little bit later, then I think with a couple more damage items, DMU are going to be very, very favoured. Dido absolutely keep going for plays like that, but this stage, not really able to work out. Both mid lane towers still standing for these respective teams. First team to get that is going to be heavily advantaged coming into the late game.
Indeed, and like, you know, they've been able to keep both of them up for the entire time, which is to be praised. The only ones that have really collapsed are the bot lane ones. The top lane is also healthy, and look who you come. Now, DME is trying to pull a reverse switch on this, but I think
this is very, very risky. Hope has basically been perma-CC. That Gore Drinker is enough to keep him alive before the Jinx Rocket will take him down, and DMU, they start the fight, but once again, UCAM will finish it. 3 kills, 4 kills for the team from Spain. And DMU, you need to slow down, guys.
I think the issue is that there was a fighting in quite close range kind of areas of the map, and that is just very good for champions like Jinx, like Gragas. It makes it a lot easier to get people caught up into AoE, so that is going in the favor. Now DMU do have some moments of clarity, I think. They were trying to do that exactly by sort of giving it back to UCAM, being like, I can also get new jungle. But ultimately, the vision they've got there might not be so good. I think that is one of the things that if they had done it early, had established a better warden, this wouldn't be such a problem. But at this point in the game, it's difficult to take it back.
And I think you can see the difference between Wukong and Lee Sin as champions at this point, right? Rewound has got himself into an absolutely brilliant position, and with that Cyclone, he can contribute a lot more to fights than Hope can. Hope was diving in. We've seen it a couple times in the last few fights. He's diving in, trying to get an insect kick on someone, and it doesn't end up happening. And if your Lee Sin isn't able to displace members of the enemy backline and make those picks for you, the champion loses a lot of its power. Now, post 21 minutes, UCAM with a decent advantage for themselves. Not enough to immediately start at the Baron, but if they can get a couple picks, they'll be thinking about the objective. Boozy is taking 1,000,000 damage from Ruxel. As the Aurelion Soul breathes on him, the Cyclone knocks 2 into the air, and Hope trying to turn it back around onto Rerun. Notice is here to provide a little bit of damage to Shuffle. Going wide, it's not going to matter in the end, though, as the Azir is still able to get the shut down. Lisbeth playing onto Sox, getting a killing spree for the Jinx, and that was the reset that we were talking about. The tower will protect DMU around the top side, but it's still UCAM who get the start of that fight and get the end of it as well.
I understand you come coming back for this, but I think Saichu was doing a good job of split pushing the bot lane. And maybe I would rather trade maybe a kill on Rewound for another turret opening into the DME side. But well, it is what it is. In the end, it's just... I think I like the counterplay that UME provided here with the Ornn surviving longer than expected with Hope arriving. But ultimately, again, you come out being able to recover and reposition very quickly. And it's something that I'm not sure you can just... If they're good at it, countering it is going to be quite difficult.
Yeah, no, if the enemy team is just backing away at the right times and not overextending, there's not really much that you can do to prevent that. Hope trying to get a play here onto the Braum, but once more diving into a load of CC and not many offensive options. UCAM are well and truly in the driver's seat in this game. The gold lead isn't massive for themselves, but in these team fights, they're going to be favored. Liz getting more and more items on this Jinx, has got Infinity Edge, Kraken, and Azil in his pocket. Once you get this champion to 3 items, it is very, very difficult to contest her.
And talking about items, everyone in UCAM scored the mythic one already. From the enemy side, it's just spending a little bit of time. So we're going to see how they complete those compositions. I think they still need a little bit of extra gold and extra time to pull it off. Barry's still not having the mythic item. I mean, I think Barry's is not so item reliant as other champions like Israel, for example, are. He still will just, you know, get something from having it. But anyways,
as long as he's got lethality and mana, he can press Q and it's going to hurt someone, right? So not necessarily missing that mythic. Hope has been going on every single Q, it feels like, and he needs to be careful because whilst there was no one around Zych that time, you can't rely on that being the case every single time you press that button.
Yeah, like, I mean, with Leeson being sort of he's got some single target abilities, and as we were saying with the Q, for example, you were saying it, you need to be very careful because it's very easy for it to go wrong. Like in the perfect setup, you're able to use in order to push the enemies into your own team and actually get those kills going on. But here, it's not what we're saying. It sort of reminds me of what we saw with Gnar. Like Med and Gnar being used very defensively and to run away and as last-minute reserves rather than something very aggressive. And Hope with Leeson is giving me sort of the same feel.
We're now at that point in the game where the next fight can become really scary though for DMU because Baron is on the board. Drake's Soul is spawning in 3.5 minutes. A lost fight now means a heck of a lot more than a lost fight 10, 15 minutes ago. And you don't want to be falling down in the first game of the series because that doesn't put you on a path to success.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. It puts you in a path of having to counter a potential siege, but you can composition, and honestly, with the tools they've got within the champions, that shouldn't be very difficult to pull off. So it's a matter of waiting. I think with no other objectives on the rift right now, it's very setup oriented, which is what UCAM are trying to do.
Oh no! Oh, Hope going forward. Oh, safeguarding back. It's like with an explosive cast that doesn't achieve too much. That's one tool that DMU are going to be glad is down. Once again, Hope is going forward. Absolutely not messing around here. Going to try and get a kick through onto the Gragas. Not necessarily the target you want to be going for as there's a load of disruption being offered. They are able to take out Zych, but here come the rest of UCAM. Soxu, can he provide the damage? Yes, he can. He's got one onto Rewound, but look at Lisbeth. The Jigs is on a rampage. The Varus is chased down for a double 2 for 2 in the top side.
It was a 3 versus 4. It turned into a 3 versus 3 very quickly. Okay, so DMU started off the teamfight very straightforward. Like, we've seen you, we want to go after you, we're going to try to get some kills out of this, maybe even a potential opening into the barn. But UCAM had plans a little bit towards mid lane to back into the base. They noticed as it turned around, the TPs arrived really quickly, and once again the reaction time is of the essence. Like, they did quite a good job in this play, but I will say they need to be very careful because at this point in the game I can see how DMU are starting to wake up a little bit more. I start to know what they want to do and how they want to do it, and you know, you can't be too overconfident.
Oh, absolutely not. Especially when you look at Notice's inventory. 3 items for the Azir already. Has completely skipped tier 2 boots to try and get as many items, as much damage as he can. And if you're in an extended fight up against that mage in the mid lane, it's going to hurt for you. It's going to be really, really rough. Is it enough to take down UCAM? Maybe, but we'll have to see.
Was lane had noticed was supposed to play out of his usual position, like he's usually a top laner. But I have to say, his Azir looks very genuine, very natural. Like,
Yeah.
okay, I'm assuming it's not the first time Azir. That'd be quite surprising.
I'm looking at it. It doesn't feel like, okay, this is a role swap top laner
No,
playing, is
totally
it?
not.
This isn't Faker. This isn't Showmaker, but I'm feeling pretty good about Notice. He's looked decent this game. He's going to have to look better than decent, though, this upcoming fight. 30 seconds until the Ocean Soul falls in favor of UCAM. DMU desperately attempting to contest for priority around the mid lane, but the team in blue currently have the advantage.
They do. Not for a wide margin, though. Again, the gold is quite close, it's quite even. But now everything is about these mid lane. The turret isn't really standing, but what you need is a serious passive, which, by the way, got a few changes in the last patch. And there we saw that.
Rebound going for an engage. That's a 2-man stun. Dido is going to be forced away. Bootsy very, very low. Rebound forced back, but Lisbeth getting 1 kill, and you know he's going to get a couple more. A double for Lisbeth. There's the triple kill, and UCAM absolutely wiping the floor with DMU in that fight. They can go and get the Drake Soul. They might be getting a Baron as well. Hope hanging around in the top side of River, which is not a particularly advisable place to be. May be able to make his great escape, but ultimately still in a dire spot. Diving forward through onto Lisbeth, trying desperately to get a kill in retribution, but he will not. It is an ace for UCAM, and they head straight to the Baron.
I'm surprised how it takes them longer to take down the Hope than it took them to get out with Bitsy on his own. Like, Hope at this point has resigned. He's like, okay, with Gold Drinker, with the Black Liver, I'm going to provide the front line that this team needs. I'm going to provide the distraction that we've got to get. But the Baron, now for UCAM, is going to make that task very difficult. 4 dragons, 3 turrets, 1 herald, and the Baron there? Like, look at them push.
It's a lot. It's a lot of objective, and I'm seeing a lot of items in Jinx's inventory. I'm seeing Bootsy under a mid lane tower. I'm seeing a very dead or Notice just about getting over the wall. Rewound, trying for an interrupt play, not able to make it work, but it's 10 kills now for UCAM's AD carry. And with this Baron for a couple more minutes, structures are going to be falling, and there is very little DMU can do to stop it.
I think I knew what Bitsy was trying to do that on the turret. He was trying to proc the enemy team, but it didn't really work out. They knew he wouldn't survive for long. And now, without him, and just 15 seconds to spare, this gives the perfect time window for UCAM to push to get to a comfortable spot where just a little bit more and the turret will be taken down. And you know, if you just want to rely on something else, if you didn't want to put all your eggs in one basket, you've got Rixal pushing that in the top lane.
Yeah, you've got this sort of multi-lane setup, and whilst you think about an Azir, you think about a Varus being champions that are quite good at defending in these pushes. If UCAM are just going to be going for dives, it doesn't matter at all. Notice taken out. A 5v4 situation for UCAM now as they are pushing down the top lane, and the range damage from DMU is not going to be forthcoming. The tower falls, the inhib drops as well. Now UCAM, do they rotate into the mid lane, try and take more, or no? Do they just go for the end? Nexus Tower number 1 is already dead. The Chains of Corruption providing very, very little respite to DMU. Notice going to be up in 15 seconds time, but he may not get there in time. Dido with another huge kill to the Sab Money, but the follow-up just isn't there. A legendary kill for UCAM's AD carry. A legendary performance in game 1, and UCAM will take the first game of the series versus DMU.
Wow. That was very impressive from UCAM. I'm trying not to be biased, but it's very difficult. Like the way you've seen them play, the way you've seen them, like this was like AGH. Like AGH was like Spike, and then just very being powerful, overpowering ET. UCAM has been doing this in a very build-up kind of way, like little by little, taking step by step to get on top of DMU and finally getting that first win.
Yeah, and it was a big win, but for once. You have to feel, though, a lot of that game was DMU being their own worst enemy. Some of those engage attempts really weren't going to work out. And you look at the composition that they were having to play against initially. Lee Sin is not having fun there. It's so difficult to jump into a Gragas. We saw multiple times Hope looking for something and finding nothing at all.
Yeah, like immediately you just go to body slam, or just going into you. He sees you approaching barrel roll and goodbye. You have to kind of wait for a few seconds, and that's like he's reading you quite well. I have to say though, DMU they have some good moments. Like at some point, the tankiness of On combined with the Lee Sin was very difficult to take down. That was laying you come quite a bit, but they were looking to play so individually in those moments that they didn't make anything out of it.
It feels so weird. Like I looked at Didol this game, and there was some incredible Curse of the Sad Mummies, and then nothing happens after it. And for a few of the later fights, obviously there is that element of UCAM just being so far ahead that DMU can't actually do anything. But if you're getting an engage like that, sort of 10, 15 minutes into the game, you need someone there alongside you because the Amumu can't do it by himself.
Exactly. So we're going to be watching them as they try to come back from this situation. But for now, we're going to be tossed into a small break until the second game for this best of 3 versus UCAM and the MU season.
In my mouth is a desert, running dry on the tip of my tongue. I can taste your lies, how to measure the love you throw around. I could never hold you down. One of us will have to take a bow. Feeling you so close to make me drive around. Everlasting love, so much to go around. You got me so high I can't come down. I hope you know that I will never let you go. If all I do is dim your glow, then fly on, baby, please just go. Your soul is the ocean, and I can't touch the floor. So full of emotion, I can't keep any more. Are we at a time where we be swallowed whole? Don't give up on us now. One of us will have to take a bow. Feeling you so close to make me drive around. Everlasting love, so much to go around. You got me so high I can't come down. I hope you know that I will never let you go. If all I do is dim your glow, then fly on, baby, please just go. I can feel you there where I once had you all alone. In the back of my mind, I'm under your spell, I can't get out. My heart falls 5 below, and I'm still here. I'm freezing cold, but I will wait and hold my breath till I turn blue. I hope you know that I will never let you go. If all I do is dim your glow, then fly on, baby, please just go. I hope you know that I will never
welcome back. We're back here for game 2 of this best of 3 versus 4. DMU from the UK versus UCAM from Spain. So far, UCAM has taken the first win. Not, I won't say very cleanly. Okay, it's mid-clean. Like, they've got the moments. But we're back here for DMU's chance to take it away, to take this to a game 3. Maybe it happens, maybe it doesn't. Middle is just the questions we're all asking ourselves.
Carmeline, I'm in a real bad place right now. I'm feeling fine.
Why?
I'm just in the UK.
Wait, I know I told you should watch Hamilton, but that's no reason to feel sad about it.
Well, hold on. I'm definitely up for watching Hamilton. At some point, it's going to happen. But yeah, obviously, UK fans, DMU, that was not the strongest game from them. A few misplays across the board. But I think for UCAM, very, very impressive performance coming through from these guys that haven't really been to UEM before, right? They've had a couple of appearances, right? But they've shown up very, very strongly in game 1. Composition that very, very smartly countered what DMU were trying to do. And looking forward to game 2, I think a lot of questions, like you said, need to be answered from the side of DMU. UCAM, heck of a lot less.
Yeah, I think I would like to know how DMU are doing behind the scenes, like how they're playing, where they're playing. Is it like, are they playing from the university? Like, we know some people play from home and then they get together to train. I would like to know how that's going. Also, to see how the communication is flowing. Because for us from UCAM, as far as I know, they play in the same room together. That is.
They're just like they've got like a full setup. That's cool.
Yes, of course.
I really, really like that.
They do.
Really, really dope.
I don't know if that goes on, like, since the main team is playing during weekdays. I'm assuming this weekend it's free for them to use, and I think that gives you something. It's like a boot camp. It gives you an edge.
Absolutely. Like I've seen it sort of in real life, right? One of the organisations that I've done some work with had a boot camp a couple of weeks ago, and the players like came out of that just absolutely extraordinary. It's not looked quite as good for them in the last few series, but the power of the boot camp is definitely real, and being able to just be in person, being able to see the people that you're playing with, gives you that little bit of an extra boost. Obviously, we don't know what the setup is going on in terms of DMU, but if that's something that UCAM are implementing, then hey, maybe it's not just this series that they're going to look good in. Maybe it's a few more in the later stages of the tournament.
Yeah, and DME must be doing something well too, because at the end of the day, they've qualified twice for this tournament. One a few years ago, and not actually last year, and the second one here. Not with amazing results, but like individually speaking, the players are clearly skilled. So again, I think there's something going on in that. The university, or at least the team, must be putting something in here to provide a better environment. But I don't know, maybe it's just not clicking.
Definitely not clicking. I think that's something that we could characterize that game 1 for DMU as. It just didn't feel like it clicked, really. There was some good movement across the map from Didol and Hope together to try and get these invades and counter-invades going. But when it came to the fights, UCAM just felt like they had that edge, right? The execution was a bit cleaner, and it didn't feel like they were reaching as much to make these fights work.
Yeah, like, and the coordination was pretty good coming from UCAM, and I hold hopes for DMU for the next game. It seems like, in a way, when you took the main champion they usually play away, they feel like, okay, we're gonna default to something more standard, but it didn't quite work in the end. Like, I would like for UCAM to be brave, or maybe reckless, and leave Jax and Evelyn open, for example. Let's see what they do with it.
I want to see how strong these champions are, because it's not often that you see a Twitch banned away in first phase. Even rarer to see the Evelyn taken off the board. I think UCAM may be a bit more invested in winning than to do that, because as strong as this victory did look for them, I don't want to give hope Evelyn. I don't want to give DMU that opportunity to come back into the game, come back into this series. I want to be putting up the strongest numbers that I can. I don't care what these guys play, as long as I can beat it.
I mean, I think that's a reasonable and sensible answer to this. I'm just thinking of like, full show, let's go all out. Like, just leave it open. Let's see what happens.
Do it.
I haven't
got
thought about
ADC.
it.
Go for it.
Maybe too much.
Okay, well, we'll chill. We'll chill a little bit.
I'm overloading like rice will do. Is this... Excuse me? Oh no. I've got so overloaded that my camera stopped working. Oh my gosh.
It doesn't matter. Come on, we're here. Champion select, okay, is underway. DMU down 0-1. UCAM, very, very strong in-game run. We're going to see a switch of sides here, but I can't imagine, at least from my perspective, that UCAM are going to be changing up the bans too much.
No, I think they'll retain Evelyn. You know, they'll keep her hostage for now. Twitch as well, the same as in the last game. But for DMU, it's going to be Jinx and it's going to be Aurelion Sol. That's something that you don't want to face again. But if you're banning these champions, UCAM's got plenty of them. It's like, okay, ban Jinx. I'll show you Caitlyn, which you haven't banned, by the way. And it's my main. It's Lisbody's, main champion, you could say. So it's open.
I think it's for DMU, this is a case of, okay, we know that UCAM can play this, and we know, more importantly, that we lose to it. Whilst these other champions may be higher in priority for UCAM and may even be stronger, DMU haven't seen them yet, and they don't know that they may be stronger. So I think that they're just going, okay, we're going to roll the dice, we're going to take two of the things off the board from last game that caused us a lot of problems, and at least force UCAM to show us something different.
Yeah, and honestly, it's a very reasonable option. You can see also how UCAM have chosen to bank Raggers to keep it from being first picked by a DMU. But instead, they're going to be like, you pick Shaya, I'm going to pick my best champion ever. It's going to be Caitlyn. And this is where things get interesting. We've got the board lane sort of defined. And, you know, Shaya, she works well with plenty of different setups for that. Like, you can pair her with a tanked champion, with a mobile champion like Rakan. I mean, at the end of the day, they're usually going together. But you also have Caitlyn here. And she's also very open to that kind of experimental competition. So we'll see what they end up choosing.
Yeah, and I expect that this Caitlyn is going to be paired with something that can help dominate the lane. It's quite difficult against Xayah just because of her raw power, just how good her numbers are right now. But fundamentally, she's a short-range AD carry that can be bullied out if that's what UCAM want to do. I like that they've retained the Wukong from their previous draft. I thought that was absolutely exceptional, and the reround was very, very good on that pick. And I like that DMU are continuing to switch things up. We've got another jungler that wants to get stuff done in the early game for Hope, but the Jarvan is a bit better when it comes to those team fights as compared to the Lee Sin. And the Rakan for Dido, another great playmaker that can get involved in the fights and make things happen.
Well, there it is. I'm very excited to see the Shaya Rakan suddenly coming into play. But UCAM are gonna look at Karma. Karma, who, yeah, she could go support, is the most frequent place what we've seen her lately. Could also reflex into the mid lane, even into the top lane back in the day. She was a
Crikey.
well, yeah, it was a long time ago. Like, oh my gosh. But yeah, I am excited to see this. I like that they've been setting up. They're like, I'm not even gonna try and hide this. Like, bot lane, let me show you mine. Jungler, there we go. Mine as well. But the one who's gonna get banned once, it was Hopen. But DMU prioritized Shaya and they've lost the opportunity to pick Jax.
Yeah.
That's sad.
I mean, it sucks, right? For Boozy, I think he had a fine performance last game. It never really felt like top lane was the reason that DMU weren't able to come out on top. So having him operate on a similar role, I don't mind it so much. But DMU, clearly been taking a look at some of today's games. Lux ban, not something that we typically see, but yeah, AGH made that one look very, very overpowered in the final game of their first series. I know surprises with UCAM's final ban here. The Darius again taken away from Bootsy. We don't want this guy having any fun. We just want him on some sort of teamfight tank so he can't dominate the lane.
Ooh, okay, it's gonna be enough for the UCAM. I mean, you take away the Darius, it doesn't matter. I'm gonna take the Na. Again, we will see Na in a very defensive position. I'm expecting Saicha to be more forward with it. But now it's time for DMU to start closing that kind of position. Please a little bit Cyan. Please a little bit Cyan. Okay, it's gonna be on.
Yeah,
Again.
Carmen, it's on!
4th game in a row for on. Like, talk about powerful picks. Oh my gosh.
Guys, on is just, it's just good. It's just good. He just does things. His laning phase is fine. He knocks up 1 million people in team fights. And that means that you pick him for your top laner every single competitive game that you're going to play. This is something different from Notice, though. You can't really play at the same sort of safe range on the Ahri as you can on the Azir. You want to be getting into the middle of fights, finding picks onto some of these key members. I imagine that's going to be Liz and Ruxol on the side of UCAM that you really want to be focusing down. And on that, Orianna taking her out before a team fight starts, before she's able to use that shockwave, could be pivotal in deciding the series in this game.
It's also quite interesting because you're gonna notice like Orianna scored a great tool against champions like Ahri or even like Rock Hunt entrances, and that'll be the dissonance, slowing down the enemy. I think that's gonna come in so handy. But not looking at the two compositions, I want to know which one do you prefer, middle court?
That's a difficult question. I'm not going to lie. Whenever I look at a Caitlyn, whenever I look at an Orianna, I think these are champions that can just kind of win for free. If UCAM are able to get a significant pressure advantage in the bottom lane for Lisbeth, I think that he can absolutely take over. We can have one of those Caitlyn games where he takes a loaded played bot lane, swaps top lane to get even more, and you end up with this hyper-accelerated AD carry coming into the mid game that no one on DMU could really touch. That being said, I am also a Gnar hater, okay? Champion, very, very annoying. Love playing him, love being that minion, being annoying, just like throw things at people. But I wasn't particularly impressed with Zayach in the last game. I think, again, did fine, but some of those Grag assaults were not really optimal. And on Gnar, you need your Gnars to be optimal. Otherwise, the champion provides very, very little in terms of team fights. So I think that is more going to be about coming into those team fights rather than something that we're going to see precipitate in terms of the laning phase. But I think that DMU have a couple of angles here whilst I'm still favouring UCAM, at least in terms of the draft.
Yeah, I think the DMU's got quite interesting tools to win this game, to be fair. I really like the Shaya Rakan in the bot lane, and also Jarvan in the Hands of Hope. I think it should work better than the Lee Sin. But look at what ECOM are doing. I don't think they're going to attempt anything crazy, but it's all a matter of like getting an elevation in. And honestly, I'm very excited to see how this plays out. If UCAM wins the second game, as you can see on the screen, they'll get this best of 3, and they will send DMU to the lower bracket. If DMU wins, we're going to the third game. So again, there's a lot is at stake here.
Oh yeah, and obviously the winner of this series, right? They go to the qualification match. Winning here puts you one step away from making it to the playoffs of Amazon University Esports Masters. So a lot on the line for both of these teams. DMU obviously are going to want to fix up. They do not want a repeat of game 1, but UCAM want to close it out nice and clean with a 2-0 and put themselves with that shot to make it all the way to the playoffs.
Yeah, they should have a certainly good early phase with the Karma. With that, level 6 being available, well, not level 6, but that it would be available for now, the empowered abilities. I think that it put you in a quite oppressive spot in the beginning. Not so effective late in the game, but at least for now it should give you some edge over the enemy. The mid lane, we've already talked about it. I think it'll go in favor of Orianna due to the wave cleaning. The one where I'm wondering what will happen is that on Gnar. We've seen it going both ways, and you were saying you didn't like Gnar.
No, I didn't say I didn't like him. I said that I am a Gnar hater, okay? That is a different thing, okay? I don't like cucumbers, all right? But I wouldn't define myself as a cucumber hater. you know? Sort of thing. Ruxel is in a very rough spot here as Hope has come from behind him. They may just be able to take out the Oriana for first blood. Notice picking it up.
Okay, this is a good start for DNV, but focusing one of the main champions that you should rely on if you are UCAM, you're certainly setting them a little bit behind. You're forcing them to give up that way because obviously they can't be there. They just respawned. You take the flash away. It's gonna be interesting to see how it plays out. But look at Walker and Karma. Again, the enemy jungle is a third.
So Hope threw down the Javan flag there, the standard, to just grant a little bit of vision of that bush, because in game one, red buffs were being traded constantly. Every team was just trying to get the enemy's red buff, and so Hope there with a little bit of a heads-up play there, recognizing that there is likely going to be a threat present at his buff, and manages to dissuade them and is able to clear out that camp and continue through the rest of his jungle. That does mean, though, the fact that he's been spotted on the bottom side means the UCAM are going to be wary for him making a gank towards there, so I can't imagine that he's going to want to send his attention towards the bottom half of the rift just yet. Might look mid lane, might just look to take a reset.
It also means that you're losing a little bit of time going back to jungle like, oh, I've been saying I can't keep on doing this. But I'm very, very intrigued to see what he'll try to do, because it seems like the mid lane is going to be the focus here.
I think he's just running at top lane Scuttle Crab.
Yep. just fine, Nav. Oh.
He's completely allowed to do that. Reasonable play.
Yeah, and actually this will provide them with more vision than they had last game. So DMU just learning from the mistakes, that's very important. So yeah, so far so good. 4 minutes in, 1 kill for DMU. Nothing else been made out of it.
Yeah, but we've seen DMU in like a decent spot in the previous game, right? It was mostly when it came to these skirmishes where we saw UCAM able to take advantage. And I mean, they've got decent skirmishing tools available to themselves. The Gnar, whilst he's a disgusting champion, is great in those skirmishes. But if your mid laner is dying to another gank, that's not great for UCAM. Notice 2-0 right now on the Ahri. This is a great start for this champion. Hopefully going to be able to use the priority generated by that lead in mid lane to move out onto the rest of the map and get some of these other lanes going in favor of DMU. Might not need to win the bot lane as Mega forced to flash away. The feathers still flying out. Dido knocking him into the sky, and Soksu slamming him into the grave. 5 minutes in, DMU 3-0. Much better this game.
Himi stole the opportunity and took it. I'm really wondering, like, the thing I'm noticing is like the lack of presence by Rewind. Like in last game, it was so impressive, both against the enemy team and both in the lanes. It was being quite good. This time with Wukong, it's a little bit lackluster. I feel like I need more of these. You've got a level 6 power spike. It's not far away from happening, but in these first few levels, you also need to be putting some weight in. And also, I think he's been trying. He's sort of arrived late to the scene, to the primary scene. So, let's see if he can retake it and come back from this situation.
Well, and you think about how last game, a lot of what Reran was doing was kind of bullying Hope, going into his jungle, preventing the Javan, well, the Lee Sin in that game from getting a lot of stuff done. Raxa being jumped onto by Didol. Notice, going to be pulled back by that shockwave, but it's still enough to get another kill. A third for this Ahri, a killing spree. And the substitute player in the mid lane doesn't usually play mid lane. Normally a top laner, but coming out for DMU looking incredible in the second game of this series.
Well, I mean, since you're out of position, out of your usual role, I think you usually stick to safer champions, but picking Ahri is such a bold move, and he's proven that he can totally do it. Like, I want to play a sort of enchanter assassin, I'm gonna be doing it, and nobody can stop me. He's been put a lot of resources into, which are paying off, but now you can need to find the opportunity to do the same. Like, what are you going to focus? Because the mid lane is just quite behind at this point, at least in terms of experience. What are you going to be doing? Who is the person who you're going to choose to carry this game into a good place for you?
It's a difficult decision because UCAM's lanes don't really have easy setup CC, right? If Ruxel is landing a shockwave onto Notice for free, then that's probably Notice with a little bit of a misposition. Zych has setup CC when he's in the Mega Gnar, but when he's in the Mini Gnar, it's a bit difficult for him to start fights, and a lot of the CC that UCAM have in the bot lane is quite conditional. So reround finding entrances into these lanes where he's going to be effective is quite difficult, right? And I think that implies that UCAM are going to be playing a bit more towards the skirmishes, but if you're coming into those at a gold deficit, then that's not going to work out for you.
No, it isn't, and this is just proving to be a very difficult laning phase so far. Like 8 minutes in, focus for DME and UCAM are just not being able to do anything. Like, I don't know. There's a lot of control that is worrying me here. Well, maybe they can't find it back again in this bot lane. Potentially, probably, likely.
I mean, so Lisbon and Mega are always going to have the push here, right? Just because of the nature of Karma and Caitlyn as champions, but they've not really been able to leverage that lane advantage into too much. They've only got a single plate for themselves, and Zoxy was able to grab a kill a little bit earlier. So Xayah not really going to be pushed too far behind. UCAM have had another opportunity to start up a Drake in the early game, and they are going to take advantage of that opportunity. But for DMU, this isn't as scary as the previous game. You're not looking at a team with a gold lead that is stacking up these Drakes. You're looking at a team that you are currently 2,000 gold ahead of, getting these Drakes as a consolation prize more than anything.
True, and it shouldn't be the case. Like, if you want to win the game, you can't just be happy with these scraps. Oh my gosh. For a second, I thought it was surrendering. Like, the way they cover Rift, it was like, what? So early.
Enemy mid laner 3-0. Yeah, no, it's unwinnable. Yeah, GG, go next.
I mean, my team is lucky like that. It's like, you know what? Since I can't surrender just yet, I'm just gonna open mid, do whatever you want. It's like, excuse me, it's just free. Oh, shut them down, get the gold, do something with your life. But in this case, of course, it's our players with much higher level, obviously better communication skills, communication at all, rather than just pinging. So, I mean, that's something they should be doing better. And honestly, you can't, well, might be missing a little bit of communication, that element, not seeming to be here.
But like the goal is the same. Like, you want to shut down this Ahri if you're on the side of UCAM, but if you're on the side of DMU, this is exactly what you want to do. Spread out to the side lanes, get more kills for yourself, and get more parts of the map ahead. Notice is having an impervious performance on this Ahri, looking incredibly strong with DMU 0-1 down in the series. They have come right back, taking the fight to UCAM.
Oh. They're going to be choosing to focus on the bot lane because at the end of the day, it's just the wave they've got the better control. But the enemy bot lane is just arriving. They've got the jungler here. They can't really do much. Like, the wave is not so pushed that they can't just try and dive on the turret. And again, the one that I'm seeing sort of missing is free wound. I would like to see him more active, more reactive towards what happens, and it's just not happening. Let's see if he can do something here.
Yeah, but Soxu and Dido have been playing this lane quite restrained.
Yeah.
Dido has been going for a couple of grand entrances every so often for a little bit of poke, and in the mid lane, another gang for Hope. Ruxel burning the flash, staying alive this time, but without a summoner spell, that Orianna is going to be incredibly vulnerable.
He doesn't have TP, no flash. Ultimate is just finishing the cooldown right now. Middle. They are supposed to be playing with champions that they're quite comfortable with, like the Caitlyn. They're supposed to be one of Liz's least to be. Well, he's supposed to be comfortable with Caitlyn, and he's just finding that. And that was the first pick.
But I think this is the key thing that's different for this game from game one, right? DMU were making mistakes in game one, where they were overstepping and UCAM were punishing. That emphatically hasn't happened this game. We haven't had continuous invades from these junglers. I say that, Hope recognizing the lead that he has and that he can be a little bit more reckless at this point in the game, but it's been a lot more controlled for DMU. They haven't presented the same opportunities to UCAM, and without those opportunities, UCAM haven't been able to get stuff for themselves. And the gold keeps going up for DMU. We're seeing another roam towards the top side. Zych, he can't even take these minions away under his own tier 1 tower. He's forced to stand next to his tier 2. That's how much pressure DMU have at the moment.
Yeah, and it's not like, if you told me the turret is almost destroyed, the turret is just like almost not there, well, I'd be like, okay, but it is mostly there. Like, it's just standing and so I just can't
He's just trying to take Crocs, look at him!
What? No, it's because Hope was trying to do it with the leash. Okay, the leash part in reverse. Kill. Just, it's not been a good game for you, Cam, is it?
No, it really, really hasn't. And you've seen they've had to send sort of 4 people to the top side to break that little proxy thing they had going on with Zych there, and that's, again, it's resources placed on the map in a place where you wouldn't want to put them. We've got a dragon spawning in 30 seconds time, and whilst UCAM, they have got that vision ward behind the pit, the river is not something they control. DMU have got complete lockdown on the bottom half of the map.
Ooh. Okay. Well, for good news for them, the game is sort of slowing down. Like, you know, BMU are just building up that momentum once again. Do you know it's slowing down? Never mind me. Soshu and Didol, I mean, for all we said about Soshu in the first one with the barrows, I think he's just standing his ground pretty nicely in the second one. Like, just let Ari carry and you can just sit back and relax. And it's walking out.
He's turbo chilling. Doesn't need to do anything. And notice has actually gone for a bit more of a carry focus here on the Ari with that Leandri's picked up. Not the Everfrost there to enable your team recognizing that with an Ornn, with a Jarvan completing his top side, there's not much damage on the side from DMU, so getting every last little bit is all the more important. Turret plates have fallen down, and DMU have got a significant gold lead. I'm expecting structures to drop in the next few minutes as well, and the team from De Montfort to try and extend the lead that they've built for themselves in the first 15 minutes.
Yeah, and I think that playing this really nicely, like not just venturing out and just all in, taking it very, very carefully, step by step. That is working in their favor. That's something that in the first game we just saw them roaming around and just getting caught into traps, as you call them. But in this case, talking about traps, Rewound is around and they have, like, DMU doesn't have vision on the side, so maybe they can do something.
Think about what you're diving into. It is a Xayah with flash and heal and ult. It is a Rakan with the quickness, which is brilliant at dissuading some of these aggressive plays. And got notice roaming over, he is going to be able to get the charm down onto Reround, going back over the wall, and they collapse on the Caitlyn, channeling the ace in the hole and getting punished. Zych has TP'd in, but he's going to have to crunch out of there as UCAM start the play, but DMU, they make it work for themselves. 6-0 now on the board.
I don't really understand TP from Zych. Like, teammates were already backing up. I mean, I get that he was caught in the spell, but that was a little weak, talking about being weak.
What?
This is revenge, payback from the last game.
This is absolute revenge. I mean, a Reround getting a little bit of retribution, a little bit of revenge for himself, but DMU, they do not look happy with how that game 1 went, and they seem intent on sending us to game 3.
This is the first game, the first kill of the game for you, coming 16 minutes. 16. That is a long time. Like, this team compared to the one that I saw in the first game are very different. Like, this team is just, like, they're not finding anything. They're looking for opportunities seem sort of weak at this point, and DMU are just being able to play however they want to. Like, it's okay, you've got known, you're gonna be safe, and you can't rely on the Ari because not that people can take her down anyways. But we'll see Rewound and Zych are rotating here to maybe, you know, cut the wave short, get a little bit extra pressure. Besides that, it's just, I don't know, they just seem very focused.
Yeah, I think there is very little that DMU need to worry about right now. I think as long as they play this game out by the book, they should be fine. They've taken top lane outer, bot lane outer, and now they're going to converge towards the mid lane, try and take down the final outer tower. And what a switch up from game 1. They've really come to play. They've come to make this a series. And I want to shout out Hope. He got kind of bodied a lot in game 1, looking for those engages on the Lee Sin, not able to make it work. He's come out in game 2. He's not been shy about going a little bit further forward than maybe you or I would, but he's made it work for his team. He's got a lot of kill participation, and he's put them in a very good spot to close out this game.
Yeah, he is, and I'm glad to see him coming back because, again, we know he's a good player. Oh, talking about coming back, we're still suffering a lot.
Yeah. Oof.
Oh, that's a good way to put it into, I guess not words, into a sound.
A sound, a noise, a feeling. When you get a shockwave on the Ari, but she just dashes on you 3 times and still takes you out, it kind of is oof. And then on the other side, Bootsy strong enough on the Ornn where he can just completely ignore the dive, clear out the wave with the ultimate and prevent any engagement from occurring. DMU, they get a tower in the bot lane. They not going to escort this Herald for another charge on the inhib tower, although it may get it regardless. They are in a great position. Rotations into the mid lane now, take down that tower, and it should be all yours to send us to game 3.
Seems like it. Seems like that's going to be the case, but DMU are taking it very slowly, don't want to rush, so we could be as well getting into the 30-minute game with just this kind of pace. Is taking turrets one by one, split pushing a little bit, and just leaving UCAM more and more sieged until they just give the game away. Or maybe UCAM could actually be like, wait, I've got a Caitlyn and I've got a Wukong, and this worked last time, at least a Wukong, so why not just, do it?
I mean,
But actually, that's all you're seeing.
trying to do it top lane. That's Rewound looking for Bootsy. We'll be able to take him out. The Wukong takes a couple of tower hits, but we'll be fine. And UCAM are actually going to be able to get a load of damage down on that top lane tower. Didal not quite finding the engage onto Luz, as you able to use the Gale Force to slide himself away, as Hope will take down this Drake. So not a completely free play for UCAM in the top side, but the sort of thing that they need to be doing if they want to reclaim some of this gold lead, if they want to get back into this game.
Yeah, exactly, because at this point, like, Ari just isn't even the main character of the story anymore. Like, you've given that those vibes over to Zuxu and Dawn. They've taken it very, like, kindly. Like, Shaya and Rakan, the true stars right now. And if they know about this, if UCAM are able to make something out of this, then can we see a comeback? I just, there is nothing so far.
And the thing is, when you press all of your buttons with UCAM's composition, it can just work. Shockwave, Gnar, Cyclone. If you get as many people as you can in those ultimates, it can still work, even with the gold advantage that DMU are playing with. You're kind of hitting and hoping, though, and if this mid lane tower falls, it's going to be really, really difficult. Shockwave goes wide, notice, still being jumped onto. Bootsy opening up with the call of the Forge God. Actually, Hope using the Cataclysm under the tower. UCAM health bars pretty damn low, but alive. With this, though, DMU will be able to push forward in the mid lane, might look for the tower.
That's a very good idea, or you can even just leave it for later and get
You're just going to do the
Baron.
Okay, so they didn't get any kills, but with all those forced resets from UCAM, DMU reckon they've got an opportunity. Obviously, they can't take this Baron super quickly, and UCAM will move over just in time to respond. DMU smartly healing away. Hope going for an engage onto Rewound, and that's a big one from Didal. Multiple flashes forward. It's a 1-for-1 so far, but DMU still in the ascendancy. Liz forced a Gale Force away, and actually is just a 1-for-1. UCAM are going to take that. They stop the Baron, and they get a kill on the enemy jungler.
And with this story they've got for themselves already, this could be a good opportunity to find a little bit more of a push. Maybe not the mid lane, which is heavily guarded, but that bot lane doesn't look so bad in terms of the wave. So you could use that to your favor.
Yeah, like we said, UCAM not out of this game. And DMU there showed a little bit of what scuppered them in game 1. It was a little bit too aggressive in team fights, overplaying your hand just so slightly, and, well, credit to UCAM. They were able to get a decent fight there. Let's see if they can get any more.
Well, look at Rakan roaming a little bit, setting up that vision in the enemy jungle and going back with Shaya. That is something that I've noticed. Rakan and Shaya, so in this case, Zuxu and the Doll. Last game we were saying that we weren't playing like together most of the time. This one, they are sticking together, and it makes sense because the two champions have a great synergy. But it also makes sense because finally it allows them to have some sort of power over the enemy team that they just didn't show in the first game of the series.
And I mean, like, if a Rakan is constantly roaming over to an Ahri, I'm not sure that Zaya's going to be happy about that. I feel like that could cause some issues in terms of the relationship. So I think it makes a bit more sense for Didal to stick next to his AD carry. But you're right, they are a bit more of a unit, a bit more of a force this game than they were in game one. We were really talking about Didal getting some huge engages on the Amumu. Soxu, not so much. But we are going to be seeing a pairing up here. The mid-jungle support trio taking down Zyche. Very, very clean engage. Very, very clean play from DMU.
Oh, there we go. Those were UCAM's chances. Like, they're trying to make the game as long as possible, but I think DMU are tired of playing around.
Oh, attempt at a rotate over, but Mega and Reround locked in the Cataclysm. Notice the 6th kill of the game. Mid lane tier 2 falling down. DMU, nearly 8,000 gold in the advantage off the back of a 6-0-2 Ahri in the mid lane. This has been a great game from Notice. Just about closing it out now for DMU.
Yep, shouldn't take them too long anymore. Like, most of the turrets are down anyways, your gold advantage is quite powerful. You basically have good vision set up around both the top and bottom side of the map. So why just go for it, you know? You've got the composition that allows you to get this kind of plays in, and there you go. You can see how they're doing it all together, or mostly together, and maybe they can find something to just, again, finish it off, especially now that the Dragon is coming up.
Yeah, and look at Notice's inventory, right? Guy's got a elixir of sorcery. That doesn't build into anything, but what it's saying is that DMU think that the next fight in this game is going to be the last. So bringing yourself an elixir, bringing a little bit more power before that last fight occurs, is going to put you in good stead. Just a little adaptation there.
Yeah, and I like to see that. Like, that again is showing their intentions. And if I were UCAM at this point, I'd be like, they can end, but they won't do it. Like, what can I do to, you know, sort of make them regret that? And what they're gonna do instead is just sort of keep the wave pushed to the mid lane. No turrets, just one turret being taken down by themselves. They've got the objectives bounty activated as well, but there isn't just a lot of action in that direction.
I think you're looking for a pick and a choke. So if DMU actually move over to the Baron and don't do their due diligence and allow UCAM to move over, that could be a pretty good place for a UCAM comeback, right? Shockwave, Cyclone, really, really good in a Baron pit, but if DMU just go for this sort of two-person start style and spend the rest of their members to provide a little bit of disengage, it could work out. UCAM, though, are wise to the play and rotate over, and once again, DMU back away. They are not going to risk losing this series off of a Baron flip.
No, and this second time they baited. The first one was at 21 minutes in when they started it, but just like very briefly, and immediately turned around for the small team fight. And again, they know that if you can just get the kill on top of them, this might change the situation, that they're not gonna be playing like that. Maybe it's just easier to go against UCAM directly. You know, just like, you know, they already have the assets to do it.
Potentially. But DMU gonna start up the Baron again. Resets have come through for Reround. He is gonna take a long time to get towards the pit, and DMU, not sure if they know that. Didler's going over the wall, using the quickness. They're finally gonna be able to reach here onto Mega. Hope diving into the backline, trying to 1v1 Lisbeth as Reround is looking to make a play in the other side of the rift. It's a 1-for-1 on the backside of that fight as the Jarvan takes down the Caitlyn. 2-for-1 across the board in favor of DMU, but it's not decisive enough, and missing your jungler starting out the Baron could be a risk. UCAM still thinking about a re-engage, Zyte going Mega, not finding anything.
No, talking about Gnar, it's just, I just see the Gnars I will see today, like, they seem very, no, like, I know you hate Gnar, so I know it, but I was expecting more from this champion. You've got good escape abilities, you've got good engage. Now it's just, I don't know, you're not making the most out of it.
Hold on, we're seeing a Shirelius pop, and UCAM are trying to do something here. Charm connecting onto Zyte is big, and Gnar is a long way from going Mega, which means that UCAM will call off the play. It has felt a bit cagey though. DMU are definitely a team that are aware they are 0-1 down in a best of 3 and aware that losing here would send them to the lower bracket. So they're maybe not playing with quite as much killer instinct as we saw from UCAM in their game 1.
Yeah, that might be the case actually. That might be the reason why they're not just trying to get a quick end to this second match. But I've seen them pinging the Baron, so yeah, it might not be a bad idea to go for it. Otherwise, if they keep doing what they're doing, just picking kills, it'll just be good for themselves. And you know that this could be the moment. Reward and Zyte are just very close to the action.
Starter's going for there. Not a lot of damage on this Rakan, on this Jarvan. One of the issues that you can have with the Jarvan as you get later is he doesn't really scale well in terms of the raw damage output that he's got for himself. 45 seconds though, Ocean Soul Point, and this would be great for DMU. They've got a lot of fairly tanky characters on their side, so a little bit of extra healing would not go amiss.
No, that'd be quite useful. So there they go. Middle. I feel like in this past few minutes, nothing has really happened. As in, like, the tower itself is still there for both teams. The ones that have been taken out have been taken down. No particularly dangerous guns. Nothing. It's like, you know, I need something else. I need them to start taking steps to win the game.
I think we're gonna get a fight. I think we might get a fight, Carmel. Rebound opening up here onto Booty as into the backline dive. So Notice is turning up a little bit late to this fight, but the rest of the DMU are trying to take over on the backside. Godlike kill for Notice, 2 kills now for DMU, as Soccer was actually able to assassinate Rebound as he attempted to jump onto him, and in the blink of an eye we got 3 kills in favor of DMU. Zyte is not long for this world, is just about able to get over that wall in time, but this Gnar is going to have a long trip back home. DMU with 3-person unit pushing in this mid lane, looking for the inhibitor. Soksu and Didol making a play on the Drake, and it will be just that. No silly aspirations of going for an end just yet. DMU, they want to be as sure as they can in their power level before they pull the trigger.
Oh, yeah, but how much can you keep efficient? Like, until you're level 18 and you're like, there's nothing else I can do to delay this game from happening. It's been just too much.
I mean, for DMU, you could, like, get a Baron or something, which they are attempting as it stands. I'm not sure what the HP is on that, but regardless, UCAM are rotating over. And once again, DMU are backing away, letting the Purple Worm reset.
Not again, please. Not again. Come on, do something.
Not again. Oh, and engage. Zyte finds hope! And that may be hope for UCAN. It's a second kill, certainly. But on the backline, Mega is going to be assassinated by Notice. Soksu is trying to stand strong, but he cannot. It's all down to Notice. It is all down to Boozy. Do you know what? I think they might be able to do it. That charm hits onto the clone, but DMU still fine to go forward. This Ornn is irremovable in the front line, and Lisbeth has found himself on the wrong side of things, trying to get something out, but will fail. Notice is legendary. DMU with another fight win.
You know what another issue is here? There was a point where Lisbeth and Zyte just like they were quite close to. Not them. So you were seeing Bootsy and Notice quite close. Notice was hiding behind Bootsy, and the thing is, Lisbeth's Caitlyn you just couldn't get to the Ari. Like, she was right behind that. Whenever they were able to hit her, she will lose a lot of health. But Bootsy was standing there like a bodyguard. They couldn't just take her down. And they should be glad that they were able to survive, because at least this gives you a little bit of air to breathe, a little bit of the space to recover. But it's 8 turrets in favor of DMU.
This is very aggressive from the Jarvan, just about able to flag and drag himself away, but will fall down in the end. DMU, they were doing the Baron. Their jungler was just trying to bait in the mid lane, but we got a 5v4 here for UCAM for the next 40 seconds. If they can find one more kill, then this game still has a little bit of life in it. Bootsy, very nice Bellows Breath to prevent himself from being flung back into the enemy team. And I think DMU going to be able to hold for the time being. Although saying that, the Ornn has been rooting. It's taken around about 50% of HP. Double Shockwave, and actually UCAM get a shutdown for Zych. They are heading right over towards the Baron Pit. Have DMU thrown this game?
Wait, okay, but we're going to be trusting notice here with the Ari using the blast cone, but it's going down very quickly.
Soxu is nowhere near. This is a 2-person mission. It may be impossible. That is a Baron for UCAM. And DMU, 10,000 gold in the league. That's now been cut to 7k, and we're sort of post 30 minutes now. Individual gold leads on these teams mean less and less and less. That Ocean Soul still going to be working for them, still going to be providing something to the team from Great Britain, but UCAM are not out of this game, and in 2.5 minutes they've got a chance on Elder Drake. If they get that, then DMU have got to be worried.
Okay, so DMU have been playing so much for their food that at this point UCAM had just taken an objective, a few kills up in the way in the past 2 minutes. Like, that is just something I'd be worried about if I was playing for DMU. If I were in the situation, I'd wait right for the Baron booth to just be over and done with it. And I'd be like, okay, let's end the game. We've got the turrets, we've got the gold, we've got everything we need. Come on, because otherwise you come feeling like more confident in this 30 minutes of game that we've gotten so far.
That's why, with these big leads, you want to close out quickly, because the team opposite you on Summoner's Rift right now is feeling very, very good. They thought their Nexus should have exploded by now. They thought that they were going to be in Champion Select for Game 3, but UCAM still in this game, and they're still in with a shot. DMU getting a good fight, getting a good setup around this Elder Drake is crucial. They don't want to be dropping down into that lower bracket. They need to make sure that the next 5-10 minutes of gameplay, however long it is clean, is controlled.
Oh, look at Hope. Look at Hope. Look at what he was prepared to do. The vision came just in time for you to come, but now everything is centered around the Ancient. I don't think either of these teams want to let it go. Oh my gosh, I think we're gonna have an epic team fight. Hopefully so.
It's gonna be
Let's
big.
go middle.
It's gonna be big. I'm very, very excited. UCAM will take down mid lane tower at 36 minutes. That's how long that bastion has stood for DMU, but it shall stand no longer. Zych in the minion form for a little bit now. Gonna want to time that Mega with the Drake spawning, with the fight outbreak, so that he can contribute as much as he can to his team's mid lane priority. Going to be the focus now. DMU opening it up with an engagement. He's getting 2, and it's 2 in the Cataclysm as well. Hope finds Lisbeth, and the Caitlyn is dead. Reround trying to turn it around with an absolutely massive ultimate from the Wukong, and actually UCAM have still got this a little bit. Soxu, Gale forcing forward to try and get one more kill. Reround bunks him on the head, goes into the stopwatch. The Wukong is going to be able to clone away with the Warrior Trickster. Mega has been able to lock down Hope. It's a 2-for-2, not a decisive fight by any means.
We're just getting away. Middle, this has been like 37 minutes of a game. And this is giving the dragon away to DMU. This Ancient Dragon is going over to them, but UCAM, they don't have the power to take it back. Now, however, I still have hopes for this happening. They still have a little bit of that magic touch. Mega, what are you doing? Why?
Knocked over the wall.
Oh,
Now it's
my
Operation
gosh.
Escape for the UCAM's the voice. Operation Escape for the UCAM mid laner. And spoiler alert, no, you don't get
PP.
out of there. Elder buff burn taking him down, and Hope looking for even more reround. Trying to turn it around, but here comes Otis on the backside. Not able to take down the Caitlyn. Actually going to be shut down by Lisbeth. The second death of the game for DMU's mid laner could prove vital. They've still got an Elder buff on a few of them. They've still got the ability to push into the bottom of this base. Take a couple of inhibitors, but this game still keeps going. Baron up in a minute and a half, and UCAM, they do not want to give it up. They have fought back in this game. They have shown so much tenacity against a DMU side that really rallied after that game one loss. But 38 minutes into this game, Carmeline, honestly, anyone can take it now.
Okay, so we're going. It was 1 hour game. Okay, so let's refocus a little, right? Let's look at the levels of experience. Mostly 17 for DMU, one Dido is at 14. But if you look at UCAM, they're still behind. Not Saito though, he's level 18, but the rest of them are mostly on an average of 16. That means that you might be having some issues, but if this case keeps going for this long, they'll all get to level 18. Like, there's no secret to it. It'll be an even matchup.
Yeah,
I don't know.
And gold leads stop mattering as well. The XP differences stop mattering. CS leads stop mattering at a certain point in every League of Legends game. DMU though, they've still got the Elder for just a little bit. Let's see if they can take down this top lane inhib tower. That would be the final inhib tower that UCAM have got to stand for themselves, but the range of the Caitlyn, the threat of the Orianna shockwave is enough to prevent DMU even getting a single hit on that tower.
Oh, the pink souls, the Baron pit, the dragon, the Baron has this spawn, and DMU are gonna be sorting it. And UCAM just choose to split, and they need to do it because the super minions are arriving to the base. Oh my gosh.
DMU, another Baron going down. And for DMU, this push kind of has to work. Because remember, you are 0-1 down in this series. If you lose this game, you head into the lower bracket, and it's a place that no one wants to find themselves. Coming in. This has been a strong performance in game 2. They'd love to close it out with a win. Charm onto Zych, stops the engage. Huge play from Notice, and DMU are going to take full advantage. They've killed the enemy top laner. They're diving under the tower. The double for Zoxu, and UCAM put up a mighty strong defense. But DMU will come back in this series, claim a couple more kills in the base. Lisbeth and Mega need to defend against 4 members of DMU, but that's not going to happen. After 41 minutes, DMU will tie up the series, heading to 1-on-1 with UCAM.
Oh my gosh. What a game we just watched in the middle. We had a super intense early, we had super intense late, but the mid game there was like, who's gonna take it away? Like, why are they waiting for so long? I'm convinced DMU could have pushed a little bit harder into a mid game and gotten away with a 25-minute game. Like, at 15 minutes in, it already seemed like they had a good lead in order to, close it. No, they didn't do it. Honestly, I'm glad that DMU has won this game. One, because we're going to game 3. Secondly, because if you lose this one, can you imagine how frustrated you will feel like you having that old advantage and then just losing?
This is like, if you lose this, it is mental boom.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel good at all. And whilst it was nowhere near as clean, honestly, as UCAM's win in game 1, it was a win, and it was important just for this series that DMU got that win on the board. I think the real intriguing thing for me is, okay, do we see this DMU team continue to scale into this series? Because they look poor in game 1. They got the win here, even though there are a couple of mistakes. What does game 3 DMU look like? Are we seeing a further iteration of this play where they can make it work in the early game, but then get that mid-game transition really locked down and be able to close out the game a little bit sooner? Or is this for you, Cam, a moment of pride, a moment of actually, hold on, we beat these guys really hard in game 1. We made some mistakes in game 2 and fell down, but we held out so strongly for so long. Yes, you end up losing in the end, but going into game 3, that's got to give you something in terms of morale.
Yeah, I also think that as if you're UCAM right now, like you've been given some of your best champions, like the Caitlyn, which was banned in game number 1, and the performance was just not great. So that I think it also makes you wonder, okay, so what's my go-to now? Because obviously Caitlyn is not going to be walking for you if you like it. But for example, the Oriana, yes, I think that might have been the missing piece here for Excel. The first game he shined good looks, the second game it was just okay, it was there, it happened.
Yeah. And I think for a lot of UCAM, this is going to be a game that happened more than anything else. I want to shout out Notice though. Absolutely insane on the Ari. I think whatever happens, whatever plan we've got going into game 3, UCAM are going to need to take a very, very serious look at that pick, because the way that DMU played around it and the way that it enabled the rest of DMU, absolutely exceptional stuff.
Totally, absolutely agree with you. And I want to see more of that. So we're going to be waiting for everyone at home for this third game of the series between UCAM and DMU after this short break. So don't go anywhere. See you soon.
Yeah.
Damn, Greggy.
Poorly fabricated thoughts of judgment in a cluster. Drop kick 'em, drop victim, life living. Don't drop love, it won't get 'em. Drop cops, disband prisons, break it all vicious, free fall. But don't let 'em at all odds with no heart. It's just obvious I can't do all of this now. All of this time got me wondering when I'ma stand on the ground. Cause I've been sitting in a free fall. Don't think I'm ever gonna land. They playing T-ball. I just hit a grand slam, life is seesaw. And I'm a heavyweight man, think I'ma lead off in the place I wanna stand. But I've been stranded in the air, hanging out with empty hands, begging for a chair, at least a place to rest my band. Pushing vocals for Barada, got no morals, got my partner by my side, even when I'm acting like a monster. Sorry that I ever got her. I wish I handled you with more heartfelt manners. My manners disappear constant. I blame it all on the world. Think I should focus my posture. No, my position is perfect. Repeat that like a mantra. So self-deceit like a guru. That's how I'm feeling, like constant imposter syndrome. I got that. I'm asking something I locked in. I put myself in the boxes and stack alongside my awkward. Think it's time that we knock 'em and watch 'em topple it over. Yeah, this a free fall. Don't think I'm ever gonna land. They playing T-ball. I just hit a grand slam, think I'ma lead off in the place I wanna stand. For I get stranded in the air, hanging out with empty hands. Yeah, this a free fall, don't think I'm ever gonna land. Life is seesaw, and I'm a heavyweight man. Think I'ma lead off in the place I wanna stand. For I get stranded in the air, hanging out with empty hands. I made some bad decisions, let's call them learning moments. I'm my worst opponent. I said I didn't notice, only cause it hurt to notice. See, it was perfect for a second, till a minute turned to leap year and I couldn't hold it. It's all falling down, I dropped the hurt upon us. See the worst in every person, I'm my surface monster. Only show a half face, swing bash just for the bad days. Get lost at every pathway, someone save me from uncertain somethings. The whole world is broken. Humpty Dumpty got no pieces, he can put it back together. God is mad the weather, how we show his temper. Hurricanes, fires, plagues, and locusts think the world is falling. Someone catch it, please. All these catastrophes got me scared, all the love in me will atrophy. Dissolve the apathy, but think I'd rather be right here in this second. For it all falls down and I'm left with the embers. Yeah, this a free fall, don't think I'm ever gonna land. They playing T-ball. I just hit a grand slam, think I'ma lead off in the place I wanna stand. For I get stranded in the air, hanging out with empty hands. Yeah, this a free fall, don't think I'm ever gonna land. Life is seesaw, and I'm a heavyweight man. Think I'ma lead off in the place I wanna stand. For I get stranded in the air, hanging out with empty hands.
welcome back here to this Amazon University Esports Masters 2023 qualified day this Saturday. We're watching the game between UCAM from Spain and DME from the UK. Best of 3 series, 1-1 for each team. This is inside the middle court.
This is a banger. Not gonna lie, Carmeline. I thought that after game 1, we're going to be all eating paella, drinking cerveza, celebrating a Spanish victory. But DMU, they fought back pretty hard in game 2. It was a very contentious win, constantly in the advantage, but not quite able to close out maybe as quickly as we would have liked to see from them. But fundamentally, we are going into this game 3 with the series tied up 1-1. And honestly, from what we've seen from both of these teams, I think either can take it here.
So what you're telling me here is that if you guys win, if the EMU wins, by the way, to say yes, the full name of university, because say the Montfort University, just to call them out as well, to be like, hey, shout out. So if you win, you guys have tea and scones. Is that what you're saying?
No. We are having baked beans on toast with cheese, and we are having warm lager. That is British cuisine.
Warm lager. Shepherd's pie. Is that? And we agree on that one. At least that's a little bit better.
Yeah. Okay. Go on then.
I should tell you, at university, I took an English culture course, and it was very interesting. We discussed some traditional foods from the Great Britain as a whole. Yeah.
That's so. I know that a lot of English universities, they'll have an American studies course, which I think is a similar sort of thing, or like some sort of module where it's that's really weird. Now I'm wondering what would people put in a British sort of culture.
So we'll discuss. Like the first question was like, when you think of the of Great Britain, what comes to mind? And we're thinking, I said Peter Pan. Someone said Sherlock Holmes, kind of sort of things.
Yeah, no, I see that.
And then we discussed the food and national landmarks and the kind of thing. And then for the final test, we had a very basic test, like ABC kind of thing.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think anybody failed on one. And then we had to deliver a one presentation about something, and I chose the Arthurian cycle. But I can tell you, it was very difficult to put just in 5 minutes.
I think there was a lot of people involved in that. There was a fair.
There was many different authors, many different historic variations onto the same base characters. Well, in any case, talking about characters, the awards are starring here at these plays for UCAM at DMU. Bands coming in: Evelyn, Twitch, Jarvan, Kragus, Jinx, and Yumi Bean Band. I'm surprised. I'm seeing more similar bands to those of the first game than the second one.
Yeah. The real interesting one for me is DMU opting not to ban that Aurelian Soul in this sort of first rotation. They banned it in game 2, left it available here. Obviously, they are thinking that as long as Notice gets their Ahri again, we're going to be absolutely fine. And with the hovers, that's maybe something they are looking towards. We're going to be seeing Soxu on the Xayah here. Very, very strong meta pick. But I'm just intrigued how DMU are going to approach this draft, actually taking away the Wukong from Reround. He's played it both of the first games this series and has looked pretty damn decent on it. So this is a big pickup here for DMU.
Yeah. I'm very curious to see how we'll play this champion, because again, we sort of know that he'll explain Evelyn, and there's not much information besides that, so I'm looking forward to it. And it could be Viego opening for UCAM. Could this be the sacred weapon we've been waiting for a little?
Well, it's a bit of a carry jungle. We haven't really seen too much in this series. More of this sort of bridge junglers where if they get a little bit of a lead, they can snowball quite effectively, but you wouldn't characterize them as pure carries. Viego is a little bit closer towards that carry style of jungle, while still functioning very, very strong on one item as a little bit of a bruiser. Bot lane's going to be decided a little bit here. We're seeing Sivir come out for UCAM. Haven't seen her at all this series. And once again, we're going to be seeing Dido on the Rakan. So Soksu and Didol both on the same champions that they were in their win last game.
Ooh, okay. That's gonna be very, very interesting how you come out trying to switch up the bot lane. Like, okay, Caitlyn is open, but it didn't rule walkout versus Shaya, which is the first pick for DMU. So, along with Wiccan. So, I like that they're looking for something different. I think the Silver with this movement speed gonna be coming really handy. And they're also gonna be making sure that Jax is once again being banned for the side of DMU, as well as Fresh and Lily. So, you can see DMU's pattern here of trying to block everything for you, Callum.
Okay, this is really interesting. So this is the first time that Bootsy is going to have his Darius available, and after that performance on Ari last game, I think quite rightly UCAM banning that away from notice. DMU have got a really interesting proposition. They haven't seen what UCAM's top laner is here, so they could just go for a blind in the mid lane. Well, it wouldn't be a blind because they know that they're against the Aurelion Sol, and then leave that top lane counter pick for last. Give Boozy something he can make things happen on. I don't want to see another game of Ornn.
No, we need that, please, no. Like, please. Like, at this point, I put in the rules, like, no use of actually putting the rules. I think it's called the no fear mode, where you can't play the same champions, like, back to back, or even like during the same series. Like, you have to be in the baiting. So at least we could get rid of the Ornn, and I'd be happy with it. And the same goes for any champions who get so prevalent in meta that they're getting picked. Like, not enough to get banned, but they are getting picked all the time. Anyways, the one that's going to be doing this is Not really convinced of this champion last game. It seems like no matter what kind of conversation he's walking with, it doesn't seem to kick off as we expected it to be.
No, don't do it. No.
Well, it's been a pleasure, you guys. I will see you.
I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, bye. This is over. Okay.
All right, we've had our fun. We've been a little bit silly,
yes.
But I mean, the Ornn, I don't have any issues with it. Like as a pick here for Booty, I think he's done very, very well on it this series. And hey, if you want to keep that Darius in pocket, if you don't want to reveal anything too early in the tournament, you know what? I'm fine with that. And I think across the board, DMU have got something very, very similar to what they drafted in the previous game. The LeBlanc has a little bit less setup potential than the Ari, but her burst potential is significantly higher.
Ooh, I want to see Sigil of Malice and Mimic being mixed into this conversation that we're seeing right now. But I need to ask you one last time for this series. Which team are you supporting, Middle?
I don't know. Last game took a while to close it out, but I think the momentum is favouring DMU now. I think that Hope has sorted himself out. He knows what he wants to be doing. He had a great game last time out. I think he's going to have something similar. And notice, when he can go forward, he looks pretty damn good. So I reckon that DMU are going to reverse sweep. They're going to be able to take the 2-1, and they're going to progress to the next round.
Well, that could happen, you know, they will deserve it, but I also think you can. Even last game, when they didn't have things in the favour at all, at 35 minutes in, they suddenly gave DMU a run for the time. So maybe that's what ends up happening for now. DMU's UCAM playing on the blue side middle. Just look at the first map. Do we think this is going to be favourable for them?
Yeah, but blue side always wins. Blue side always wins.
I don't want to say this, but the statistics are there. The numbers are there.
It's blue for best, and then you got red, which is R for really bad. That's my level of analysis. UCAM, though, with a 5-stack at the bot lane, able to get a ward on the blue after to try and spot out where Hope is going to be starting. DMU, not really feeling it. Not really going for anything too kooky, too crazy at the level 1.
I shall say we do have a coach in Spain called Potipum. I think he was coach for UCAM at some point for the main team, and he was known for his level 1 strats. Like, using bots, magical journey into the enemy jungle, getting a first early kill, and it was quite convenient. It was fun mostly. They didn't win all of the time because at some point it just becomes a very old trick. But I have to say, I'm sort of missing that here. I know these players, like, I have to say something about tournament, and it's the increase of talent and in the players. Like, in the early editions, it was a little bit like, oh, casual, fun. Now it's like, I really want to do this. I want to win, no matter what. I will give my everything. This is not something you do on the side anymore. It's something that you make something very important out of it. And actually, sorry, it's something I was thinking about. I don't know if UCAM's players are actually just happen to be a student at this university and then they take part in the team and they join the team, or if actually UCAM scouts talent, invites them to study at the university and incentivizes that participation in esports.
Well, I mean, that is sort of the next big step for university esports, right? You look at somewhere like America's college sports system, and you've got a lot of investment in these sort of younger players that are going to play in the college system and then move on to something like the LFL or the NBA or whatever the appropriate league is for their sport. So having players, getting esports players engaged at the sort of collegiate university level is a great step for them to then move on to those further competitions. And so I think that strong performances in an event like Amazon European Esports Masters is a great precursor for you to then go on and build this further forward. So I wouldn't be surprised if maybe we're not seeing that sort of level of scouting coming out at the moment, but that's definitely something that teams are going to be doing as the years go on.
Now that I'm thinking about it, I think the main point for the UCAM right now in terms of marketing is the esports part of things. They've got a master dedicated to esports. The teachers are really renowned figures in the Spanish scene. So they are putting a lot of investment and effort into professionalizing this industry, at least in my country, and I think that's showing in this kind of events.
Yeah, and I mean, you might be able to see some of it come to fruition there as Bootsy is ganked, was to use the flash to get away, and with that lane pushing away from the Ornn, he's going to be in a great spot for a little bit.
Sorry, I needed water desperately. Okay. So again, you were talking about the Ornn. I hope this, once again, is not an aggressive Ornn. I'm tired of seeing Ornns that think... Oh no, wait, what? No, it is.
Yeah, having to flash, and Reround has gotten flashes in top and mid lane off successive plays. That is a great start for UCAM, especially considering that the last game DMU were able to sort of do a number on them a little bit. Hope, though, with that extra confidence we were talking about, willing to go into the jungle of Reround and try and get a little bit of aggression going down on there. The feathers pull back from Sox who do so much damage.
Well, there it goes. That was a good attempt. UCAM right now having to play under the turret. The Pokemon spot Rewind is going to be around here, and so is Hope. We could be seeing a 3 versus 3, and UCAM quite low on HP in comparison, so maybe this could be the first kill of the game. No, DME doesn't have that in... No, actually, they don't mind it so much.
It's fine. You got to back away, and I think it mirrors what we saw a lot from them in Game 2, was you would have these roams to side lane come through from Notice. Obviously, on the Yara, you kind of only want to be doing that post 6, because you really don't have as much mobility before that point. But LeBlanc can get on map a little bit early. We didn't see DMU commit to the play. I think it would have been a bad idea to commit to a play like that, but you can already see what this composition wants to do, how this team wants to play out this third and final game of this series. Notice getting so much pressure onto Ruxel in the mid lane.
Okay, just taking advantage of that level 6 coming quite quickly here for Notice on these LeBlanc, and it's showing like right now Ruxel gonna be catching up in that regard. But besides it, now looking onto the lanes, you can see Saito with quite a big wave pushing into Boosie's lane. Maybe he could be finding the key to success, at least.
And this is a result of that gank earlier. The wave was pushing away from Bootsy, which means that he was denied a load of that gold, denied a load of that CS, and Zlich was able to get himself to a better spot. The wave here is all right for Booty, so if he falls down here, he wouldn't mind too much, as it should get shoved in by Reround and such, but he needs to be careful. As soon as that wave comes back out, he's putting himself at risk. Reround instead, though, going, no, just going to back away. There's no gank to be had. Zych is fine to push this one out.
Well, every time you try to, it's kind of you attempt to have this kind of gun, because then you have to back away. So there's some sort of time being lost. That is like, if you don't make anything out of it because you can't, it's like, okay, the enemy does have a certain advantage over me. But we're gonna be seeing how Rewound is a lot more active around that upper side of the map, but top lane and mid lane. The bot lane might be more self-dependent. Both Sivir and Nautilus should have escape tools, especially Sivir with the on the hunt. So yeah, we're going to be watching a little bit of a change of strategy here.
It is very funny when the Sivir uses the on the hunt to run away. It's sort of similar to the
funny.
The Scion out. Well, it's just like you're on the hunt and you're not on the hunt, you're running away.
But you're on the hunt of safety. You're hunting for safety.
I'm hunting for safety.
You know what they say about like running forward? Like, I think this is sort of what applies. I'm gonna be running, but not in the direction you think I'm gonna be doing it. I'm most interested talking about Sivir and Mega in the position they find themselves in, with Hope being so close. They have a ward right there, so they know what's coming up. But you're gonna be watching a lot of roaming around this bottom side of the jungle, and
Notice, look at Notice. This is exactly what you want to be doing, forcing out that ultimate from the Aurelion Soul. And yeah, whilst the top side is UCAN territory, the bottom side belongs to DMU. That's the second time we've seen Notice try and make a move towards the bottom side. Again, whilst DMU aren't able to get any kills, this has actually been the least bloody game of this series so far. They're the ones who are making the moves, and it's UCAN that are responding.
Also, keep in mind, neither Ruxel or Notice have their ultimates up, which is gonna be lady action, if any, a little bit more. And his first Dragon Hexer going over to DMU. Okay, so I think this is looking favorable for the UK team, getting this first objective. But we have to see how UCAN will respond to this.
And with how quiet the first few minutes have been, right, that means that skirmishes are going to be where this game is decided, and the sort of playbook for DMU has been get a lead early on that's strong enough that we can withstand the skill that you can have demonstrated in those skirmishes. But in this game, they haven't been able to find those leads. Bootsy might be finding himself a death as Zych has ulted him back. The barrier popped by Bjorn is not enough to keep him alive, as it's first blood to the Gnar.
I hope Notice here, as well as Rewound. Oh, 2 versus 2 middle.
Yeah, well, it's not really a 2 versus 2. It's Hope killing the enemy top laner and Mega flash hooking a clone. So strong response from DMU, even though they lose out on the first part of the play.
It's the kind of moment that you go to sleep and then you think about it and you're like, did I just say this to a clone? Like, did that happen? Oh,
well,
no.
at least
Indeed.
He hasn't popped the ult on the clone just yet, but Mega may be thinking about something even worse, dying in the topside river. A little bit overextended, caught out a second kill for Hope. The Wukong starting to snowball.
As Nautilus getting called out of position is deadly. Like, I was talking about the escape that Sivir scored, but now Nautilus is very reliant on being with his teammates in this kind of situations. And the mobility is not his strength. Like, he can't just jump around walls or become stealthy or anything. So, yeah, getting caught in this kind of places is very inconvenient. This is also another step in DMU's way to get to the upper bracket. Hope really shining these past 2 games. The first one we were like not given with that reason, but these ones with Wukong, it seems like he's finally found how he wants to play.
Yeah, and it's the games where Hope is allowed to play, and UCAM haven't been able to shut him out in these early stages. You need to watch out for Zych. Okay. This Gnar is getting pretty damn scary, and Boozy is not dealing with it effectively. Cool, the Forge God defensively to provide a little bit of backup. Hope is here as well. Reround looking for a play, but if he goes too far forward, he's going to have to get out of there. Crucially, Cyclone not quite available for Hope, but he doesn't care. still flashing forward and still playing on to Zych and generating as much pressure as he can. The DMU jungler has been running the past 2 games.
Yeah, I mean, that heroin missed by Rewood wasn't particularly special, I'd say. Like, it didn't quite work out, and this is the time that lose. And according to me, in this kind of place where you don't really make much out of it, if anything, you lose. Like, right now, you have to go back to base. Nugget's in a very conflictive position, going on into the next upcoming waves. And, like, the other lanes, let's see if he can release something for them, because this bot lane core also is some sort of help. Like, that, not just having a bad time, but this is so. And in this side, the Dragon is not playing in the favor either. They didn't have that pressure on the objective. So let's see if you can come through take this.
Yeah, I do want to see Mega get on the map a little bit more effectively, right? We saw him try and make something happen in top lane, but it just didn't really work out. And when you've got a Sivir in the bot lane up against Xayah, if both supports are roaming, that's absolutely fine for the Sivir, because she can just perma-clear waves and is going to be chill. But if Didol is ever in that bot lane and Mega isn't, Lisbeth needs to play so far back, needs to play with so much respect, because that spell shield does diddly squat against the Rakan that is diving against you like that. So still can be a threat as this game goes later and later. Has now got that Kraken Slayer matching Soxu, but this Sivir does eventually need to become part of the game.
Yeah, totally. Like, she's got a very important role to fulfill. And I know Lisbeth, oh my gosh, Lisbeth. Is that how I'm gonna be saying it? Okay, it's been 3 games at this point. I'm gonna say it that way. I hope he can actually step up to the challenge with the Sivir. Talking about challenges, it'll be a 1 versus 2 seemingly. You can see how DBU are truly putting to test Reborn's patience by just getting in his jungle, not even saying hi, and just getting a lot of vision around here.
Going to shut down the Rift Tower as well. I don't believe that's going to be able to take out the mid lane tower, but it should just grab a couple of plates. Obviously, 13.5 minutes in, those fall off for 14 minutes, so might as well just summon the Rift Tower to get some of that gold before you no longer have the opportunity. DMU also going to be starting up another Drake for themselves, and once again, UCAM don't seem concerned with contesting this at all.
No. It's just like, you took the first dragon, you're gonna take the this Herald, and that's fine. It's okay with me. Now you have 2 dragons, the Herald. It's just a lot of power into DMU's hands, which they're making use of. And in the meantime, it's like, you come, like, I feel like one of the changes they might have wanted to make is like telling Saicha to play more actively the top lane, to shut down Bootsy with the on earlier into the game, and he's been doing it, okay. But besides that, we need something going on for Aurelian, for example.
Didol! That was a not particularly grand entrance there, but it will do. Soxu firing out enough damage to...
Oh my gosh.
But Bootsy actually going for the Forge God underneath the tower. That was bold. Should be enough pressure, though, to secure DMU this first tower. So, no kills, but objectives for the TP.
There's no one to help quite immediately. You can see how Xal is roaming towards the bot lane, but notice it does the opposite. He's actually taking advantage of this, going over to the mid lane. There's no wave to actually profit of. Right now is, I think it's Riven to get that turret, which was heavily damaged by the Herald. I don't know what's happening in this game, Mill, for UCAM at least. I feel like they are relying too much and DMU making mistakes, but that's not happening.
Hope they're going very aggressive, popping the Cyclone and getting the flash out of Zych, which is a great cooldown. And it's a smart movement, actually, from DMU to send their jungler towards the top lane whilst they were doing that bot lane push. And so there was no possibility of towers being traded. And it's like we were sort of alluding to, right? Do DMU come into this third game, continue to scale up over the course of the series? From my point of view, it's been a lot less bloody, and DMU have looked a lot more comfortable in these more tepid games.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just hoping that if they are to win this, but 16 minutes in, hopefully they will realize that they can close the game earlier. Just not because they want it to end, just because UCAM last time almost took it away. And as for UCAM, they need to find that strength they found last game in last minutes to actually recover here, because they're not losing but they're not winning either. Like, it's not, it's not happening.
Soxu going for a 1v1. Notice claiming the kill on the back end. Mega not quite in range of the ground entrance to be knocked up, but still it's DMU making a play in the mid lane. DMU getting that tower, getting themselves even further ahead.
I'm still worried about the Viego pick. I feel like Reborn found his best time during the first game, and here with Viego, he's there. So he's certainly there. He's not dying, but you know, I'm expecting more. Like here.
It's not really been working out, but for DMU, it is looking pretty damn good. Huge Aurelion Soul ultimate though, but Notice gets the first kill of the fight. It's a big knob, but a double kill for the LeBlanc will secure it for DMU. 3 kills in the long run, and yeah, Rewound hasn't been able to do the same thing that he was doing in that game 1, and DMU just look a little bit sharper.
Yeah, I also think it's because as Viego, you rely a lot on the enemy composition. You need like good, you need good transformations going on there. If the composition is just not that convenient, like again, it's just a double-edged sword. As the enemy team, you want to pick champions that will suit you, but you don't want to give out too much to Viego. And I think the Real isn't been able to find that so far. It's just. It's okay, he's there, and I know he's capable of more. I've heard of him in the past from the amateur scene, but at this point, even the bounties have been activated. This is not a good indicator for UCAM.
No, and you think about how DMU are gonna try and close this game, right? Because they are in the advantage, and over the next few minutes, we would expect them to build on those advantages. They've got a pretty good composition for making dives happen. Right, you've still got the Ornn, you've still got the Rakan from last game, but with the addition of the Wukong, going under towers is just that little bit easier. It's hard to dive an Ornn though, but UCAM are trying to do it. Bootsy just running away down the lane as long as he can, but what can DMU get on the rest of the map? We've got a little bit of a shove in the mid lane, we've got a wave being pushed forward in the bottom lane. We've got Bootsy actually using his own ultimate to try and get a kill in the 1v2. Not sure that was ever going to happen there, mate, but looking down into the bottom lane, DMU, they summon the Ring Tail. They're trying to take down this inner tower, but Hoper's gone too far forward. He's able to get out just in time, and Notice distortioning forward, getting a rampage kill for himself, and the Monkey King is absolutely fine to spin all he wants. DMU get 2 in the bot lane, they get another Herald charge. They are truly accelerating this game.
If they are learning, like one thing you gotta get to the same amongst many others, is how quickly they are learning. From the first game to one, there was a step up in quality, in planning. From the second game to this one, we can see how they're improving in timings. Like, it's no longer a matter of, I'm gonna wait. I know I got the power to beat UCAM, I'm gonna be doing it. Like, no more playing around carefully. This is just very, very good by DMU, and I think that could potentially mark them as one of the strongest teams here.
I mean, absolutely. I think that there are obviously going to be questions about how they function in games that get a little bit chaotic, a little bit high tempo, but it seems that when they're able to play their style, when they're able to slow the map down, they are a lot more comfortable, a lot more confident, and they've set themselves up brilliantly in this game. UCAM, though, we saw how hard they could push DMU in game 2. We saw how close UCAM were to actually getting the win in that game. That's definitely going to be on the minds of the DMU players. They know that even though this lead is substantial, they know that even though this lead is significant, the game is not over. Lisbeth Life is over though, as Notice gets a 5th kill for himself. He has come alive in the last couple of games. Baron is on the board. DMU start it up.
Well, for how slowly DMU like to play, these Barons always fall at 21 minutes in. They don't wait anymore. They're like, okay, you know what, I'm gonna take it, and then they play the game. So hopefully this time they'll use it to its full potential. I am confident in this, but you come on the other hand, you've got a few champions that could step up, Aurelian and Viego in particular. The bot lane, Xavier and Nautilus have gone through a horrible lane phase in terms of making anything out of it, and now that it's time to roam around, I find it so difficult, and it's a pity because again we've seen what these players are capable of, but it's just not showing so much. And I know they can wake up. They did last game, just too late, but they're just 21 minutes in. I believe in them.
Don't say it's over until it's over. That's a bit of smart adage that has applied to a lot of League of Legends over the years. Bootsy is being caught out once again on a side lane by UCAM, and that is a pretty damn easy kill for Zych. And getting the Ornn ultimate out as well, maybe they can try and force a fight here around the top side with the numbers advantage. But if Lisbeth keeps taking chunks from Notice like that, it's going to be so difficult for the Civic to contribute to those 5v5s.
Yeah, it's just super squishy still. Obviously, as they prioritize the Kraken player, but despite its perks in terms of AS, besides that, they're going to be a very, very squishy objective to be taken by the enemy. And that is showing. Like, that targeting her a lot. Nautilus just goes along with the pack because in the end you are supposed to be protecting her, and you know, it's just there. I mean, I just have to keep on watching. I see that DME has decided to slow down a little bit, so we'll see.
Yeah, I think the next sort of 5-10 minutes are going to be really, really interesting. Like, how pedal to the metal do DMU end up getting? How aggressively are they going to try and push the advantage that they've got for themselves here? I mean, if you look at the side lane, Zych is actually in a pretty decent spot. He's definitely winning out the 1v1 versus Bootsy, and as Fed as Notice is, there does come a point where it's really, really difficult to actually take out something like the Gnar, provided he's in that mega form. So DMU have got a lane that they kind of can't play with right now, and that could be a lifeline for UCAM in this game.
Ooh. Okay, so they're gonna be trying this, but the tower is just melted down by DMU, and there's not much you can do. Oh gosh, hook, fail hook. Okay, it's fine, we all go through that, it's okay.
It happens.
This could be, okay, it's the base middle. Happens to us of us.
Absolutely could be. Boozy something a little bit too far forward. Ultimate going down onto Notice. That is huge from the Aurelian Soul, and Zych is on a killing spree. Notice going to be caught out going into the stopwatch, but it buys him very little time. He's able to get over the wall. He's able to distortion away, and actually Notice is still alive. UCAM's hopes in this fight may not be, though. Another 1-for-1 that you can see, despite the goal disadvantage, UCAM are not going down without a fight. Zych needs to be very, very careful. Notice nearly took him out.
Very greedy, but I mean, I think Notice saw that he had the flash up and he was like, okay, I'm gonna use it. You know, I've got a little bit of time, I can do it. Good attempt, good try. Almost did it. You have to praise him for being so brave, but these kind of plays can cost you the game. Like, at this point where the timers become longer, one of those risky sort of, I can do this because I'm in a good position, could cost you being out of the game for the next team fight, and then it could be over for you, and then, well, that didn't happen.
You don't want to ego too much.
No.
And Notice is keeping his ego in check just about. I don't know if he's got ego. Could just be the chillest guy. Just
totally, right?
Insane assassin play. Been very impressed with him. Honestly, if DMU were able to win this series, potentially sort of series MVP from my point of view.
Yeah, I agree with you. I was between him and Hope, but I think I will go over to Notice because I feel like he's been the main pillar in which his team has supported themselves for these victories, so it will be well deserved.
Yeah, but that's only if DMU can actually close out this game, can actually close out this series, and UCAM have not been one to go down easily. No structures remaining on their side of the rift outside of their base. The longer that you can hold on to these inhibitor towers for UCAM, the better it looks for you. But DMU, we've already said they've got a load of dive. They can start these fights The snap of her fingers, and here it goes. Mega actually opening up with a hook there, getting an ultimate down onto the LeBlanc in the back line, but the re-engage from DMU is a little bit too strong. 3 kills in the base, 4 kills in the base, a double for Hope, the inhib falling down. I don't think that Rewound is going to be able to save this game. He's doing his damnedest, it's not going to be enough. An ace secured by Didol. And after falling down in game 1, DMU, they rally. They push back the Spanish armada of UCAM and will take the series 2-1.
Well, we've got the first reverse sweep of these of today, at least always stream. Remember that all the games going on. This is round 2. Okay, so groups are starting to get divided into upper and lower bracket. And in this case, UCAM goes down to the lower bracket after winning the first game of the series. Honestly, DME have to be praised for the amazing performance they pulled off to Lalin last game. Again, learning a lot from these past few games. That is a very dangerous ability coming into all the series. Like, that gives you such an advantage.
That is absolutely terrifying. If a team can just go on that trajectory over the course of like a few hours, then imagine what a team could do like in review, or if they've got a little bit more time to prepare for that sort of thing. And the ability to perform in best ofs is always a bit more of an additional skill set for a lot of league players, because you'll have previous games in that series on your minds, previous champion selects, drafts, plays that were made. It's all stuff that is going to build into your experience of this game and the next game in this series. And DMU showed the ability to take that experience, channel it, funnel it into a victory in a series where after game 1, we were saying that they were maybe dead and gone.
Yeah. Like, that looked very convincing from UCAM, and it just went from very good to worse for the Spanish team and better for UK. I feel like UCAM some like sort of lost the confidence during the second game after the great lead that DMU had during the early. And then, so they recovered a little bit in the late, in a desperate attempt. This third one, I like the draft. I did like it, and I thought it was going to work out. But Viego and Aurelian Soul just they didn't get shut down by the enemy. It's not like they were getting targeted all the time and like, oh my gosh, you can't even play. It was a matter of there were in the lanes in the case of Aurelian, but he wasn't doing. He was just playing a normal mid lane.
It very much felt like a game that sort of got away from UCAM.
Yeah.
Like, they are at the station, they can see the game train on the platform, and it just leaves without them getting on. There were not as many plays as I would have liked to see from them, but crucially, I think that's because DMU fixed up a lot of their mistakes. In game 1, it was oversteps well punished by UCAM that were able to get them the victory. In game 2, in game 3, DMU made a lot less of those mistakes, a lot fewer of those mistakes, and they were the ones killing the enemy nexus at the end.
We'll see what happens to them in this third round. For now, we're going over, moving on to the third series of the day. So, short break. We will be back to bring you that action and see how the day ends for this round 3. See you.
Don't answer the phone, spending the days on my own, then repeats this for weeks to come. I don't care what I miss, 'cause my life is dismissed. I keep searching for my bliss. It took days to finally start writing songs, but now it's begun. took days to finally start writing songs. But now it's begun. I go oh, 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 oh. I go oh, 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 oh. I sing along. I keep pushing myself now, deeper I knew sound more than ever before. Keeps repeating my phrases to see if it changes rules. I've gone before, like I couldn't get over, couldn't get over, couldn't get over you. Couldn't get over, couldn't get over, couldn't get over you. I go oh, 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 oh. I go oh, oh, oh. I sing along. I go oh, 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 oh. I go oh, oh, oh. I sing along.
Ay, 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 ay. Look. Baby girl love my bop and I like me too. No roof on my top and my babe see through. Hating on the pen, don't stop, they ain't gon' feed you. I've been all on my grind, so why I need you? Baby girl love my bop and I like me too. No roof on my top and my babe see through. Hating on the pen, don't stop, they ain't gon' feed you. I've been all on my grind, so why I need you? Big flex, my swole up. Double cup and I'm pulled up. Hating like hold up. What's the problem? I'm pulled up. Big flex, my swole up. Hard body, they fold up. Shawty say I done glowed up. Double text on my phone up. With your boy, I'm the man of the year. I'm not a fan of your peers. Serve him a fate, I'ma hand him the shears. He not the man of your peers. Heart of a lion, I'm trampling fears. I love the man in the mirror. Cry me a river, then stand in the tears. You better stand in the clear. I'm going crazy, fugazi. How would they ever go with a kid? Put it on, baby, it do not faze me. Boy, I do not get what you did. Eating that kitty, she stuck to my rib. How can I trust him? He the pigs. Bro got a Glock and a couple of C's. He think about splitting a couple of wigs. Shotty my DNA all real. Sweatsuit, all heel figure. And I ain't even gotta deal with you. If I ain't never split a bill with you. I got Hennessy and horchata. Baby girl wearing nada. Growing from a cider. Bad robe in his Prada. Fiji water by the cold glass. Granddaddy by the Ziploc. Flex season, I'm road running. I'm staying all on my tip top. Young man with an old mind, so I ain't worried about slight. I be up till sunrise. I'm staying out on my night shift. I got a bottle of bourbon, a bundle of honeys. I'm jiggy, I'm flexing it. Figured I hit it and quit it. I'm busy, I ain't got the minutes for texting it. Came from the gutter with me and my brother. I'm moving my mother right out of the city. I'm a star and they know I go hard, so I'm kissing them babies and signing them. Gold blingin' like Chingo, rock star like Ringo. Checks coming in back to back, I'ma line them up like bingo. Oh, I think that they like me, they be all on my wood tip. Not a stain on my white tee, I'm popping all of this good. Big flex, my swole up, double cup and I'm pulled up. Hating like hold up, what's the problem? I'm pulled up. Big flex, my swole up. Hard body, they fold up. Shawty say I done glowed up. Double text on my phone up. Baby girl love my bop and I like me too. No roof on my top and my babe see through. Hating on the pen, don't stop, it ain't gon' feed you. I've been all on my grind, so why I need you? Baby girl love my bop and I like me too. No roof on my top and my babe see through. Hating on the pen, don't stop, they ain't gon' feed you. I've been all on my grind, so why I need you?
don't deny that I could use some company. All my friends say, honey, just let him be. Now your perfume stuck on my shirt, and there's an empty left in my bed. I don't know about you, but put you first. I bought some new flowers, they're all dead. First you are in, then you are out, like snow in the spring. I just want your time. I just want your time. Your time, oh, oh, time. I need your time. 365, 24/7, I'll be fine. As long as you spend a little time. Just want your time. You make me feel like we could be something more. The way your light shines, there's no shadows anymore. But then you put doubts and doubts and doubts in my mind. Still, you make me feel like we could be something more, something more. First you are in, then you are out, like snow in the spring. I just want your time. I just want your time. Your time, oh, oh, time. I need your time. 365, 24/7, I'll be fine. As long as you spend a little time. Oh, spend a little time. I need your time. Spend a little time, spend a little time, yeah. gonna show you how. I'm about to get down. So keep it up right now. So keep it up. So keep it up with me. I need to move. I need to feel the beat. Don't be a fool. You wanna hang with me. Life isn't easy. You gotta roll the dice. You wanna change. Join the paradise. So bring it on if you wanna hang with me. Alright. You know I know we kick it like no one else. We kick it like no one else. Listen out, there ain't nothing like this. You know I know we kick it like no one else. We kick it like no one else. Listen out, there ain't nothing like this. Take a real close look now. Baby, I'm versatile. Watch me when I come down. I make it worth the while. Take a real close look now. I'm gonna show you how. I'm about to get down. So keep it up now. So keep it up. So keep it up with me. I need to move. I need to feel the beat. Don't be a fool. You wanna hang with me. Life isn't easy. You gotta roll the dice. You wanna change. Join the paradise. So bring it on if you wanna hang with me. You know I know we kick it like no one else. We kick it like no one else. Listen out, there ain't nothing like this. You know I know we kick it like no one else. We kick it like no one else. Listen out, there ain't nothing like this. You know I know we kick it like no one else. We kick it like no one else. Listen out, there ain't nothing like this. You know I know we kick it like no one else. We kick it like no one else. Listen out, there ain't nothing like this. Ooh, I know, you know, we kick it like no one else.
Show ya. Show me the car where you turn me on. The way you tell me you want me down. Done it. I done this before you fall. I won't catch you, don't know I'm stalling. Cause you love to have them all crying. Calling me sweet, telling me you need me. But I'm from a city that's high school. I give them this and the more I go. Cause you a bad man, if she don't love money. She break grass real fast like conman. Wanna swim down to the deep end. Wanna know all my secrets, honestly. Can you keep it real? Cause honestly, I can tell that you're real fond of me. Baby, don't be shy, I can see it in your eyes. I've been running around. Too bad, I've been sticking out your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I don't understand you, how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Too bad, I've been sticking out your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I don't understand you, how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Take it, baby, I ain't scared to take it. Oh, and maybe when I take it, oh, I feel it coming down too strong. Cause I want ya, and it's hard to resist. Cause I need ya, and it's hard, baby, yeah, cause I believe ya. Hold me tight, holding on tonight. Holding a couple, no get to you clean and proper. Way I move, I know you can love her. You gon' have me on your mind forever, ever. Nice, baby, turn it down, make it sweet and ready. Go slow, keep it nice and steady. Know that you've been keeping patience. Too bad, I've been sticking out your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I know you stand you, how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Too bad, I've been sticking out your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I know you stand you, how you taking all my time. Left, really tryna find the pieces when you rip it off. Why I like it when you sit you when you take it off. And you know that I'm bad. Too bad I've been sticking on your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I know you stand it how you taking all my time. Left, right, yeah, you took it all night. Too bad I've been sticking on your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I know you stand it how you taking all my time. Left, right, yeah, you take it all night.
talking to me. Now I'm talking sweet all by myself. Put your arms around me, put your faith in me, put your love on me. What you need from me, need your love on me, put your love on me. I'ma do everything for you. I don't want anyone but you. Put your arms around me, put your faith in me, put your love on me. Your love, 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 your love. Put your love on me. Your love, 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 your love. Put your love on me. I miss your touch from your hands and your body. It hurts so much to think of you as someone else. Can't get enough when you're sweet talking to me. Now I'm talking sweet all by myself. Put your arms around me, put your faith in me, put your love on me. What you need from me, need your love on me, put your love on me. I'ma do everything for you. I don't want anyone but you. Put your arms around me, put your faith in me, put your love on me. Your love, 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 your love. Put your love on me. Your love, 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 your love. Put your love on me. Driving around in California, looking for something to make me stay. Round and round forever, searching for something that could never get replaced. Don't need you to save me, but I just really need to be saved. I'm just so sick of waiting for any luck to come my way. Yeah. Feel good, be good, stay good, and live good. If I could feel good, I'd live good, I'd die good.
I'm an odd person, I run in dark circles. I would love a long life, cause I love how life's worthless. I'ma paint purple, cause blue's overrated. We all outdated, we all so jaded. We all lost love like love's our savior. It's a dark place when it's all about the paper. Counting pretty cards before they deal you something heinous. I've been studying sitting on my ass. I'm so contemporaneous, in love with my behavior. But really I could probably try and be something greater. Okay, I'm my favorite, you could tell me something different, but I probably wouldn't listen. No, I probably wouldn't listen. The word, that's the ego, scared it's taking over. But fuck it if it's fun to run my tongue up on these road fronts. But I know I could lose it all if I'm not careful. I sound scared, hope you feel that my heart's there though.
Don't need you to save me, but I just really need to be saved. I'm just so sick of waiting for any luck to come my way. Yeah. Feel good, be good, stay good,
peephole. Everything closed this late, but your contacts. Here to catch a vibe, you might catch a little contact.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to this post to watch the last best of 3 of the day that will be broadcast in the stream. We're going to be watching DMU from the UK once again. Remember, they lost the previous game for the upper bracket against UCAM from Spain, and now they're going to be facing a German team. Germany has a fame for being super strong at Amazon University Esports Masters, and here one of the teams that are going to be representing them is Ajax Germany. The name of the university is the Technical School of Aachen and Rheinische. I think I've said that properly.
I'm going to go with AIX in terms of the broadcast. But yeah, we're going to be having a really interesting matchup there. We were wondering how DMU were going to be scaling into this competition, whether that Game 3 final series win versus UCAM is going to be a case of them scaling into that series and becoming stronger there, or whether it's going to be a case of them becoming stronger in the context of the overall tournament. Whilst this team has been to UEM a couple of times, they've not really been able to push to those higher spots, whereas AIX, I think they were top 4 last year, so hoping to come in with a similar level of strength here.
Yeah, actually, AIX competed in live finals. Well, in the live playoffs last year, they went to Alicante. They fell during the semi-finals, but well, you know what? At least they got the experience. So because it's a really strong team, maybe in a certain way, it's like the spirit successor of Kate SC White, who used to be so dominating in this tournament in the past few years. And now they're back. This year they're back. So this means the fact that they have faced in DMU means that they've won the previous 2 games they've played, round 1 and round 2. Remember, this is round 3 today. And you know what? I have to say this, but they defeated one of our favorite teams, Costas Danbue. Sorry, friends.
Yeah, for those of you that aren't French or aren't particularly fond of Duolingo, that's I think the translation there is like crustacean on an inflatable, which is a great team name. Would have been great to be able to say that multiple times on air. But unfortunately for us, well, not unfortunately, great for us. AIX have had an absolute tear through the first couple of rounds. I don't believe it's taken them longer than half an hour to win a game, which is pretty damn impressive stuff.
It is, and if I told you about the picks that we've been seeing from them in the past rounds, you'd be amazed. Talking about the past rounds, I think both of them have been won 2-0 by AIX, so I think that's very promising. Like, especially the first one, when you haven't been divided between upper and lower yet, it's like, who will I be facing? Obviously, one of you comes as first seed and the other one as second seed, so you sort of know what you stand within your own country, but when you have to get up to par with teams from all the different nations, that's a different story. Okay, so I'm seeing a new rivalry forming here. We always talk about Spain and France being like, clashing all the time against each other. We even had some games between French and Spanish organizations to kick off the season. Do you think Germany and the UK could become the same in esports?
A rivalry between Germany and the UK?
I mean,
no way. No way. Would never happen. I'm sure that may be on the minds of these players, but I think what they're going to be a little bit more concerned with is what they've been seeing from each other today. Like you alluded to, AIX have had some pretty intriguing picks. Their bottom lane, Shiro, has not played an AD carry all day, and Relative has been spamming these AD mids. So I wonder if that's something DMU are going to have seen, is something that they're going to be taking into account as we go into the ban phase.
Now you're talking about Shiro, I also want to discuss Chucky. He was part of the original roster from last year. Actually, they've got 3 returning players. I think Aquador, I think it's Shaders and Chucky that returned. Relative and Shiro are new to the roster. But I mean, they seem to be working out just well with each other. And in fact, that working so well that this investigation has led them to banning Evelyn Twitch Shaya. And on the side of DME, saying bye to Belbeth, it makes sense. If they saw AIX game, it does make sense. Tristana and Elise being banned. Okay, so I see a mix between things that they've played in the previous game for AIX and things that probably come from the personal gaming accounts.
Yeah, a little bit of scouting, a little bit of investigation into what is going to be played against you. What we are going to be seeing for the first time today is a Yumi. Here for Didal. Obviously, reworked Yumi. They've changed a bunch of stuff about it. We can really get into that in a little bit. But across the other side, 2 champions that we are all too familiar with, Carmeline. It is the Ornn for Aquador, and that Wukong most likely going to Shades.
No, I refuse to say this. Now I only say BMU. BMU, for as far as I know, playing against sports. I don't see what's happening here. No, Xavier, no. Why though?
It's gaming. No. It's fun gaming. It's fun gaming, and I mean, Soxu has shown the ability to carry on Sivir in series past. We've not really seen it from him today, and the Gragas, we usually see this on the B1, but DMU happy to take it B3. Can go absolutely anywhere. They've not locked in a jungler, they've not locked in a top laner, they've not locked in a mid laner, and Gragas could be any of those.
I'm gonna say this, but this is surprising. This is not surprising because they played it in one of the past games, in the second game, if I'm mistaken, for AIX. Seraphine, as I was saying, they tend to play AP carries, so that's like going over to Shiro. Then on the other side, we've got DME already banning, blocking certain things like, it's gonna be Silas for AIX, but let's wait, it's Senna. Oof, okay.
I mean, it makes a lot of sense. Whilst Shaki has tended towards tank supports so far in Amazon UEM, the Seraphine Senna pairing is something that never really goes away. If either of them are relevant in terms of the meta, then the other is sure to follow shortly behind. The man with Shiro already demonstrating today exceptional play on stuff like the Seraphine. I don't think the Senna ban is a particular surprise here from DMU. It does mean that the bot lane is going to have a lot of scaling options, right? Seraphine wants to get into team fights before she starts doing things, and I imagine that Soxu and Didal on the City Yumi combo are going to be feeling a similar way, which implies that more of the action is going to be occurring on the top side of the Rift.
Ooh, and I'm very happy about it. We've seen a mix of that today. We've seen really strong top lanes and we've seen more passive ones, but happy to see that the action will be focusing there. And another champion that is being repeated here, she's appeared before in the competition today, not for AIX though. Soraka for Chucky. This is not a change of pace because we're used to seeing him play more chunky champions like Thresh and Rakan. So, okay, I think I like this. This is a twist.
It is a bit of a weird one. It does just re-emphasize the fact that bot lane is not going to be action-packed this game, or we shouldn't expect bot lane to be particularly action-packed. We're going to see Hope on the Jarvan. Once again, played that in the previous series. Look very, very good on that. And DMU have now got to reveal where this Gragas flex is going. We already know that it's not going to be going into the jungle, so that leaves top and mid lane as the available options. Now, wouldn't it surprise me if this is something in Bootsy's wheelhouse, can just go neutral in a lot of lanes, which means that Notice is going to be reprising the Azir. Has already played it once today. It was a loss, but I don't think we saw anything too suspect out from Notice on this pick. So I'm excited to see if he can have another crack at it, try and get a W this time.
Azir was his pick for the first game versus UCAM, and now I think out of LeBlanc and Nari, this was the weakest one, but I think the composition is in his favor. Like again, you've got the Gragas there in the top lane, and with Jarvan, I think they can have quite a good pressure in there. But of course, you're going to have to face an On and a Wukong. I need to ask you, this is already something we need to talk about. Which team will you be supporting now that our country... Well, no, I know which one you're going to be supporting.
Hold on.
No, I'm not going to ask you. I was about to say, now that our countries are out of the question, but mine is...
yours is gone. DMU won, Carmeline.
That's what we're saying. Like, my country's out of the question.
Try and deny reality. DMU beat UCAM. It happened. We can't get away from this.
Well,
anyways. Looking at the two comps, right? From DMU, this feels a bit closer to game 1 rather than game 2 and 3, right? I don't think that Notice quite has the same amount of agency on something like an Azir as you would do on the Ahri and on the LeBlanc. And he's going up against an Irelia, who's going to have a lot of kill pressure if Relative is ever able to find an angle. So I think we could be seeing a bit more of a subdued DMU this game. We could be seeing a DMU which reminds us a little bit more of that game 1 before the rest of this series ends up panning out. We need to remember that AIX have not dropped a game so far, and they haven't won in more than 30 minutes. All of their games have been under that mark. So this is a team that knows how to get the game going very, very early on, and they know how to close it out very, very early on.
Yeah, and the only time we've competed here, they took top 4, but finishing in second place within the group, which I think was Group C or B, and then they moved on to the playoffs, got top 4, got dropped for the country. So they are used to being under a lot of pressure. That's certainly something that we can expect from them. But for now, let's watch what actually happens. Let's stop speculations because we're going right into the game. And straight up, what we see is Juri here with Say in the mid lane.
Yeah, so part of the Yuumi changes essentially can't heal people anymore. At least with her zoomies, does now give a shield with that instead. Does gives you a little bit of on-hit healing as well.
Oh.
They've changed the way the Q works too. This could be risky for DMU here at the level 1. Notice being jumped onto by Relative. The exhaust is pulled onto the enemy mid laner, but it's first blood for Shaki. That is not the start that DMU would have wanted.
No, but AAX, this first kill goes over to the support, who is not playing a tank anymore. He's playing Soraka, who is basically all utility and no damage unless you consider the Q to be dealing that, which I don't think should be the case. But well, okay, that either way, that's a kill for your team. That's 400 gold that you're taking away from as a difference between you and the enemy. And right away, we're going to be watching both Jarvan, so in this case, Hope and Shaders, stand on the same side of the map, respectively, close to the top laners. And this points towards what we were talking about before it started. Definitely, it's going to be the mid lane and the top lane that take them, the attention during this game, and the bot lanes might have to fare for themselves.
I mean, that's not the worst fate in the world, especially when you have the champions that you do here. I'm not sure that AIX or DMU will be too upset getting to 20 minutes with 200 CS on their respective sort of bot laners and 0-0-0 on the scoreboard. That's not where they want to be winning. They don't want to be winning in the early game. It's all about getting those champions on point in the mid game. And I'm really intrigued to see what Relative can do, because we don't see stuff like the Irelia mid too often. It's usually as a fairly niche counter pick, and he's shown propensity for AD mids over the course of this tournament. We might need to slow down there. Luxu is taking a lot of damage. Chaki and Shiro having a little bit more control of the bottom lane.
Yeah, I think the coordination, despite being a sort of newer bot lane, the coordination they're showing is quite good, and we're just 2 minutes in. They clearly have the pressure on here, and I think at the end of the day, I mean, Yuumi, she's an untouchable champion, right? Soraka can be more or less, not independent, but at least she doesn't have to stay by your side at any times. And even despite this, her abilities it's point and click. It's not that difficult to land on top of the ally, so should be easy.
And just press the button on them, and then you win, right?
Literally the ultimate wish. You press R and it hits everyone. Like
just fine.
That's it.
Here's some more HP. Very, very, very nice from Soraka. The pace of this game is going to be interesting as well, because high kill games have tended to go away from DMU, but low kill games have tended to stay within their area of control, right? And AIX, they're a fast team. We know that this team can get wins very, very early on. I'm intrigued to see whether it ends up being a case of them snowballing particularly quickly, or if they want to go for mid-game fights where they can get a lot of objectives and turn the direction of the game very, very quickly. Over here in the bottom lane as Booty is taking a lot of damage on top side. He needs to be damn careful. Flashes away from Akrador. Almost a solo kill in the top lane, but AIX not finding their second kill yet.
Oh, Bootsy, at some point in the game, he always ends up almost being solo killed by the enemy top laner, and he's like, okay, this is my life. Then he gets better throughout the mid-game, but the reason everyone targets him, I mean, come on, give the guy a break. Let him play top lane comfortably. It's not gonna be the case this time. Yeah, he's vibing.
He's just trying to chill up there. Leave him alone.
Actually, he doesn't even care. Like, you know, you've got the barrels to get rid of the wave. Like, you don't even have to get out of the tower if you don't want to. Just chill.
And I mean, that's sort of why Gragas is this incredibly strong flex pick, right? He can go into multiple lanes doing multiple things. Mostly it's a lot of damage with the AP variant, but the DMU, they might need that because in the bottom lane, their AD carry, Soxu, is being denied. A fair bit of gold has fallen down a little bit. Yes, Shiro and Shaki are getting a shove on this wave, so he'll be able to collect some of that under his own tower, but he's already being pressured out.
Yep, that's what we're seeing right there, and the bot lane is just quite in favor of AIX. Look at the difference in farming. Siva and Jumi just, at least, you know, I have to give them something. If you know you didn't have a winning lane, try not to get killed, and that's what they're doing.
For a 1v2, the Shurima shuffle keeps hope alive. The flashback away. Okay, Relative already showing what he can do on this pick. The root connecting onto Notice. He's forced to flash as well, but bot lane, Shiro has been left alone, and DMU will try and capitalize. Didol with the kill.
That was so close, actually. Shade is trying to avenge his teammate. They just flash through the wall, and that's not an issue anymore. But we can say, I think this is super even more than the DMU versus UCAM. Like, every time one misses steps, the other one takes advantage of it, and vice versa. It's like a dance, actually. Bottle dance, if you may.
It is. It's a very subtle thing. You see one person over somewhere else, you go and, I don't know, dance with the enemy seraphing, which is a fairly violent affair, apparently. But we are noticing slight laning leads just precipitating in favor of AIX. Relative is leading, Notice, at the moment, and was nearly able to turn around that gank into a 1v2 kill. It's clear that this guy is very proficient on that champion, and DMU gonna need to be worried. AIX also for themselves starting up the Drake in the bottom lane. Shades takes that one away without too much contest.
No, that shouldn't be an issue here. This is something that we've seen Woodkong do quite a few times, so again, should be quite easy to pull off. But besides that, again, there is not much action going on. I think this game is catering more to DMU's style of playing, which is more slow-paced and going over to super long games. Notice?
I think he's just dead here. I think Relative getting a very clean solo kill. No flash on the Azir. Easy pickings, and this is scary. If Relative can get rolling on this Irelia, then DMU are going to have a real tough time dealing with him.
And that's going to be likely an issue, though we have to say Relative will go back to lane. He's got no flash, he's got no TP so far, so it'll take a little bit to recover, but the wave is there, which allows him to push comfortably or even roam towards this Herald that has his spawned as Shades is doing. And, you know, this is not the objective that DMU doesn't want to get out of sight of. They sort of need it, honestly, given the pressure that AIX... Okay, I'm gonna call them eggs.
Eggs.
Eggs. Eggs. Now they're eggs.
Different ways of saying different things. Shiro is being bullied a fair bit here. We did see on the minimap Shaki with a cheat towards the top side of the rift, just in case DMU were opting to contest that Herald push. That encore goes a little bit wide, a little bit of a whiff. Shiro just getting their eye in for the upcoming fights.
That'll be something that we haven't really talked about. We were talking about, Okay, we're talking about this mid lane, but also notice.
Relative is kind of dominating in the mid lane, and that looked panicked from Notice, honestly, in terms of that ultimate usage. So quick on the trigger there. Relative just fine to dash away as much as he can.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad Notice didn't have the flash available, otherwise we will have seen a flash coming in as well. I think it's just a situation, like Notice has been having a couple very calm games where he knew he had advantage, his team helped him, but it seems like Hope's attention is looking more into this bot lane maybe at this point in the game. We'll see if that ends up paying us, but like, you know what? I think DMU is in the same situation as UCAM was last time.
Yeah, I agree. I think they're looking for players and they haven't been able to find them. Again, if a Jarvan doesn't get rolling in the early stages, it can get disastrous, and mid lane is going from bad to worse. Look at that, almost a 25, more than a 25 CS difference in favor of Relative. He's got that kill to the good as well. This Irelia is absolutely terrifying.
I mean, she is. Irelia, just as she is, she's got so much outplay potential that it can get really scary. When she gets a little bit of a snowball going on, it's even worse. Now, the things that DMU should be looking at to shut her down is the times when her ultimate is cooling down, because that's when she's got less all-in potential. She's also sort of prone to CC, so they could be using that to their advantage from the side of the UK team.
But the issue then becomes is that CC is definitely dodgeable, based on what we've seen from Relative. Hope going through with an EQ, good Irelias can dodge that. We've seen Notice get outplayed a couple of times in the mid lane, and unless Bootsy is right up in melee range of Relative, it's going to be difficult to lock that Irelia down. So for DMU, you're problem solving again on the fly. How do we solve the problem that this Irelia is going to pose? And for ARX, it feels like another game for them where they've set themselves up decently in the early mid stages for the opportunity to explode the game post 20 minutes.
Well, that's exactly what they've been doing in the past few games, and look at this.
Lock down onto Sokzu, 50% HP on the Sivir, and he flashes forward. He's not going to let himself get dove. He's trying to get a kill out of that situation. Won't be fortunate enough, though, as it's another one for ARX. Notice trying to defend the play will go down. A double for Relative, and AIX are in cruise control. Hope getting one back, but you need to run. You need to be teared. You need to be terrified of Relative. 4-0 on the Irelia.
Oh my gosh, it reminds me of Notice's Ari, but somehow even scarier. Like, honestly, at this point, without having watched any of AIX's games on stream, you can't understand how they build up all that advantage to close a game in less than 30 minutes. It's just like playing in unison, playing all together is something that DMU has had issues doing in previous games, and AX is just doing it so seamlessly. Like, they move as one, and they take kills as one as well.
The rotation down to the side lane, incredibly clean, and continuing to build up this lead on an Irelia who has a fantastic supporting cast around her. Shira and Jackie, they don't need a lot of gold, they don't need a lot of kills for themselves, as long as they are at a decent level in terms of XP and have got decent itemization. They can back up Relative when he's going for these plays, and you're scrambling now for DMU. You're looking for the next play that you can make work for yourselves, because you're losing out in terms of structure damage, you're losing out in terms of kills, you're losing out in terms of these Drakes. A second one going in favor of AIX, and if you're a DMU fan, you've really not got too much to shout about at the moment.
No, I mean, the thing is, just like that some teams that have it easy to combat from this kind of situations, DMU, we have seen them going, like, leading the game and just living it. But when we've seen them sort of starting up from behind in the early game, they haven't really recovered. Hopefully that was just the first game they played. I think they still can't rely on Sokshu, on Zive, and on Bodzi, who's been No, just chilling in top lane, as we were saying. Now he's got it again to switch lanes over here to the bot lane. Well, I think I will put my boats on those two players to actually find an opening into AXX defense.
And I like this move that DMU have done because they recognise that it's really difficult for them to get any plates or any pressure in the bottom lane, but AIX responding themselves. There's an easy spell shield there for Soxu, but Shades might make him regret using that spell. Relative unstoppable, a 5th kill.
Okay, so this is being a lot. I mean, at the same time, as good news, you've got Bootsy trying to take down the bot lane tower. They're going to be able to do it because the wave isn't there, and also you've got Acrodor rotating here to take care of that. But that's something positive that you can take out of the situation if you are DMU.
Across the game, it looks pretty bad.
that was brutal honesty.
I mean, and it does, right? But for DMU, this is not something completely unfamiliar to them. They got bodied in that game 1 versus UCAM, and then were able to come out, take game 2, eventually take that series. But AIX have felt like they've got a level of control that DMU haven't really had to contend with yet. This guy in the mid lane, Relative, is disgustingly fed, and DMU want to avoid him at all opportunities. He's not around the top lane just yet. Shaders has been caught out, notice, with a decent shuffle there, but here comes the Irelia. It's 2 kills for DMU, and Exhaust is actually buying them so much time. Relative being kited around, a shutdown for Hope, and there is hope for DMU in this game. Not sure if they're going to be able to pick off Shiro, but 3 kills to the good is going to feel fantastic. They've even got the gold lead for themselves.
Exactly, and this is already providing you with a few openings. That's what we were talking about, cracking AIX's defenses, and you can see that with Soxu on the top lane already doing that. You can see here in the bot lane how Bootsy is getting up to par, with Acrodor even getting a level up to him. So that's been so useful now that we're going into the mid game.
Flash away from the Gragas, being chased down by multiple members of AIX and will be killed. But I would talk about Soxu trading for a tower in the top lane, and it's actually DMU that now have the map advantage. Unless AIX can get this Drake spawning in 1 minute and 40 seconds, then I'm willing to say that DMU are in control.
Well, that will be the case. That seems like that's the chance. I really like how they have regained the control, the way they've done that. You know, countering where they know AIX was going to attack. That was very well planned, and now it's a matter of what do we do with this advantage. The gold has been evened out more or less, also due to AIX having 2 dragons. But, you know, I think they've seen they can afford to have these team fights and actually come out victoriously, so keep on doing that.
Yeah, and it's about playing away from Relative, right? It took so long for the Irelia to join the back half of that fight that by the time that she was in there, DMU could kite it out and were able to find the fight and get a bit more gold onto Hope, actually. 2 items for himself very, very early on in the game for a Jarvan. It's going to be a damage threat that you actually need to worry about, which is not something that we often say about this champion. DMU with multiple members in the mid lane, and notice posted up in the bottom lane, concerned with generating priority so they can move over to the Dragon. This Herald, though, from AIX is going to give them that control in the mid lane. Not quite the tower.
Whew. Okay, just a few more. Oh my gosh, the tower's left with what, 1 HP remaining. I think they can take it easily with 1 basic attack. There we go. Another turret here for the German team. It's the first one of the game for themselves. They get a little bit closer to the EBU when it comes to structures. And now, as you were saying, it's a perfect chance to rotate towards the Dragon and Mountain one, which will be quite useful for themselves with that extra armor. So that's interesting what they're doing there in DMU.
Yeah, and you could understand that they're going, okay, we're going to trade this for that tower top lane and a little bit of pressure inside AX's topside jungle. GMU have been very, very keen to start the powering up quite early on in the game. So getting some structures on the top side is going to help you out in that position. But AIX now have the potential of a Mountain Soul in 4.5 minutes, and that is something that you really don't want to be dealing with. That is going to be disgusting on Shades. That is going to be disgusting on Relative, especially with the enchanters that they've got there to back them up.
Indeed, but as you were also saying, DMU scores another chance here. Say you lose a team fight, or say the game isn't going in your favor, because right now it's quite even, as we were saying as well. You've got the top lane open. That is something that they are prepping, and of course tower is not going to regenerate. So that's another point of advantage here. And look at how cutting the back from Aquador, looking into 1v1.
Might go for a kill here. I mean, he's got the black cleaver, so Bjorn is very, very squishy. The Anathemas is not going to provide much in the 1v1. They've actually pulled a TP here from Relative. And that is a big cooldown to be burning, cresting the 20-minute mark, where dragons, where towers, where barons become so much more important for you. AIX have got to sort out their lane assignments over the next few minutes, otherwise DMU could rip them apart on the map.
Talking about barons, we know DMU lost taking it at 21 minutes in. It's what they usually do, at least that's what we've seen them doing most commonly. But in this case, and how the prior lane, like, it's not going to be a comfortable objective to take away. I don't think that's what the German team is looking to do either. I think, if anything, they could be looking for a play, knowing that DMU will try and stop them. But the focus seems to be shifting between mid lane and the bot lane, where we see a lot of his
he's found Idol! He's found Idol! The Yumi is not going to be able to escape. Soxu will be lucky enough to get away. ARX actually with the pings going down onto the Baron.
There we go. Now this is what they can't do it. Now the Idol is no longer in the picture with his Yumi to accompany or be besties with Soxu on Sever. And you can also see how DMU might be looking for something, but the TP is coming in quite quickly from the side of AIX.
Here comes Bootsy. Oh, AIX immediately turned away. They were just waiting for the TP. And the Gragas dies, they go right back to the Baron. That was perfect calling from the team from Germany. And now DMU will be forced to defend the Baron with 3. Hope the standard into the pit. The Baron not going low too quickly. The turn onto Notice. He's getting 2 shoved back with the ult, but Relative is able to find him once more. Call of the Forge God missed actually as Relative flash ulting onto Soxu. Exhaust not going to buy enough time. AIX still on the Baron, killing members as they peel away, and now they turn for Hope.
Gosh.
Where is the Jarvan?
Oh,
They want to keep him away. They can't let him get into the pit. Gets over the wall, but AIX will continue to chase him down. That Baron is going to be taken off the board in just a moment, and Hope will be joining it in the cemetery. A shutdown for Shiro, and AIX have control of this game.
so for a second there, before the TP coming from DMU, I was thinking, okay, are they going to be forced to reset the Baron? And it did reset, but they didn't mind it. By focusing on the objective and then being used to fleet properly and keep on chasing Hope with Jarvan, is allowing them to keep on exploiting this advantage they've got going on, because the jungler respawning now will take him a while to get back to the mid lane where the action could be happening now that they are rotating towards him. So middle, I'm very excited to see what happens.
Oh, attempted engages onto Shiro, onto Shaki. They're not able to lock either of them down. Shiro is oh so low. We shut down by Notice. Okay, you've got 40 seconds until the next Drake spawns, but Shiro has TP. AIX, they can still contest this. They can still play for this unless DMU can find a couple more picks. They're moving down into the river, and AIX ceding pressure for now.
Also, ulti not up for Chucky, just recovered for Shiro, and the door just is fine tapped and not gonna be available. Those are the results we've got going on into this potential next team fight.
10 seconds until the dragon spawns. DMU in position in the river, playing forward onto AIX. Watch for Relative. Can he join the fight? Shades with a big ultimate there, but it's a bigger one from the Ornn. There goes Relative diving forward onto the Azir, and he is dead. Notice isn't going to be able to play out the rest of this fight. You need to be careful though, because Sivir still has the damage. Hope isolated on the backline, taken out by Shiro, and DMU are running for the hills. Encore, says Shiro. More kills for his team. Brodsy, the only one left alive. Drake is on the board. Mid lane tower is open. AIX can get so much.
I was thinking if I were to play Seraphine in this kind of setup, I'd definitely aim towards the champion that Jimmy is with, because inevitably you're going to be targeting both of them at the same time. Goodbye,
Can't stand under that tower, Bootsy. You can't stand under that tower. AIX are going to get that mountain, so they're going to get this inhib tower as well. Respawns are starting to come through on DMU though, so they're not going to be able to take down that inhibitor, but in game 1 of the series, they are looking poised to take the advantage.
Indeed, like about 6k of difference between these two teams, and where AIX had a sort of shy mid-game that taking that bug, that truly aiming for that less than 30-minute win, and honestly, they're poised to be so. Like 4 dragons, 4 turrets, 1 herald, like a lot of advantage in gold could grant them an easy win. Also, the bounties have activated for DME, meaning that, you know, the game, I think the game is just saying, sorry, like I feel bad for you. There you go, have bounties.
Oh, hold on, we're seeing a deep TP actually there from Bootsy. Notice you can't stand there, mate. That is a very easy ult pull. Hope diving forward, locking multiple members in the Cataclysm. DMU trying for one last gasp in this game, but it will be their dying breath. Notice is dead, and the fight has well and truly exploded in favor of AIX. A triple for Shades. Hope getting away. Boozy just trying to cut the wave in the mid lane. It's desperation stuff here in the first game of this series from DMU. Boozy, he will be able to clear out that entire minion wave. Okay, that's great. They've bought a load more time, but AIX will still be able to chase you down. Will still be able to take this inhib at the very least.
This is quite a positive move for AIX right here. Honestly, they're not playing around. They just know what they want and they're gonna be doing it. Especially praise is going over to Relative. 916 started quite strongly with a 4-0. And well, at least to get that. I mean, maybe could be one of the last kills of the game if AIX are going this way. Bootsy taken out, gonna be out for 40 seconds. And at such a crucial moment, middle.
Yeah, Baron spawning in just over a minute, and you kind of want your top laner there, your big beefy Gragas boy, obviously going for the AP build, but there's a lot of survivability and durability in that, and if you don't have that guy available to walk towards the Baron, then your chance of contesting it are very, very slim. Soksu desperately attempting to get towards his 3rd item here on the Sivir. We know how strong this champion can be in the late game if she's at max items. That's not the situation that Soksu is going to be fighting into this time. He's going to be fighting into a mountain soul. He's going to be fighting into an Irelia with a frozen heart and a spirit visage. It's going to be so difficult to take her down.
Yep, as you said, only Navori and Kraken Slayer and her power as long as the boots. This is a difficult conversation to prepare for what's coming up. Full mythic items already bought by AIX and already going over the 30th and 4th item in some cases, which is definitely giving you an edge over DMU that it's going to be very difficult to recover from. But you know, they're trying, but it's clear pushing, that's something.
Yeah, I think DMU are recognizing that they just can't contest this Baron. And if you lose a fight at the Baron, then the game probably just does end. So, smart in that respect, but this is a big tool to give to a team as good as AIX. Gonna get a little bit more gold on the Sivir. Maybe that 3-item point that Soksu is also close to will be enough to keep the DMU alive in this game, but that's a very, very tough ask.
You could see here DMU stuck in towards the bot lane, but again, AIX is so strong in all of its forms. You can consider now tipping towards the mid lane, looking to get even more of a push in here. The wave is just very tiny at the time being, but they've got the Baron buff, and by being all together, they could be looking for a game-ending team fight.
Sox was down 2 levels on Shiro. He's down 4 levels on Relative. If there was a time to make a play on the Sivir, it's here. He's actually stepped a little bit too far forward and has been jumped onto by Shades. Still able to sustain it through, but here comes Relative, and down goes the Sivir. It's a shutdown for Hope at the back end of the fight, but DMU are running away from their own Nexus, and that's never a good thing to be doing. Didol will give a killing spree over to Akrador. The in-hit will be the focus, the Nexus towers and the Nexus sure to follow.
But there we go, Britzy, just surviving, barely surviving. I hope having to run to the other side of the map to do something, to try and back away his base before it's taken down. But there's just not enough time, and AIX are going to take the first game of this best of 3.
They keep up their streak, sub 30-minute game versus DMU to put themselves 1-0.
30 seconds away from actually getting to 30 minutes in. Luckily for themselves, that didn't happen, but I think DMU did put them to test here, and there were some moments where they seemed to have the control of the game, but ultimately the Yuki team ended up losing.
And it was big mid-game from AIX. Into the 20-minute point, relatively even. And you can look at Relative and go, okay, this guy is popping off, but DMU definitely had strength in other places, but a couple of those fights, the way that AIX baited around that Baron was so beautiful. DMU were trying to go in, but they ended up just being lambs to the slaughter one by one. And by the time that you leave the pit, not only have you got a Baron buff, you've got a few kills to your name as well in the advantage. And from that point, AIX never looked back.
And this last gameplay, this last team fight, you saw how AIX actually kicked the members out of base to the point where Hope again was chased to the end of the world by Ornn. I mean, he just couldn't do anything. Like, Brutesy with Ornn was alive, but that was nothing they could do because, again, they were too far away. So, AIX putting this team to the limits, but I still believe in DMU. I think they've shown the improvement capacity they've got, so hopefully they'll be able to do that for the second game.
I mean, hopefully, right? I think everyone here wants to see at least one more game. Maybe not if you are an AIX fan, but we've got to remember that this series is for a spot in playoffs. If you win here, you're going to playoffs. You've got a chance of maybe qualifying for that LAN final. DMU, they're going to have to grit their teeth again. They're going to have to come from behind in a series once more.
Indeed, we'll see if they can do it after this short break to toss it to game 2. So see you soon.
In my mouth is a desert, running dry on the tip of my tongue. I can taste your lies, how to measure the love you throw around. I could never falls 5 below, and I'm still here. I'm freezing cold, but I will wait. I hold my breath till I turn blue. I hope you know that I will never let you go. But if all I do is dim your glow and fly on, baby, please just go. I hope you know that I will never let you go. But if all I do is dim your glow and fly on, baby, please just go. I can feel you there. I want to have you know. In the back of my mind, I'm happy to I will never let you go. I thought about you.
Hello, welcome back for the second game for the last match of the day. We're watching AIX Germany versus DMU from the UK. So far, the German team scored one game up the UK team, but I'm pretty sure Middle wished that changed.
Like I've said many times this broadcast, I am a massive DMU stan, and if any team other than them wins, I'm going to be very upset. But no, but to be serious, for just a moment, it was a strong performance coming out from AIX, and I want a couple more emphatic words to describe their mid laner, because Relative was absolutely unreal on the Irelia. I think as we're jumping into the second set of picks and bans for this second games, if that Irelia is not hitting the ban table, I am very, very worried for DMU's chances in this series.
He's so unreal that he's an A team about to be promoted to the first division in Germany. So that's something in the Prime League. That's a quite high quality gameplay. But for now, watching this game, we can see how the Twitch, Evelyn, and Velvet bans have come in. Velvet once again for DMU. This not giving it to Shaders. That's not happening.
It's not happening.
No, not today.
Not going to be done. You don't want that to happen. And I like that we are seeing a little bit of adaptation from DMU come through, especially in this next pick, the Seraphine. Whilst it wasn't game-breaking in terms of what it did physically on your screen, having a champion like Seraphine in the draft just completely changes the way that a team is able to go about prioritizing resources, right? If you've got this Enchanter who's getting AD carry income, then you can have an AD mid like an Irelia who just completely pops off knowing that she's going to have something there in her pocket to support her. So I like that DMU have taken that off the board. And I love this, actually, from AIX. Whilst we're a little bit bored of Ornn here on the Amazon UM broadcast, I think that the champion just brings so much strong points that even if you've seen it a million times before, you can't deny its power.
I call it strong points. I call it Stockholm Syndrome. At this point, 7 games he's been up here in. 7 games. Oh my gosh. Gragas and Wukong. Okay. Wait, please.
It's the same champion select. It's the same champion select, Carmelite. It's exactly the same.
I refuse to watch this. Jarvan once again. Okay, so these teams were promising. They were saying, I'm going to bring someone. I didn't promise anything, but based on what they usually play, it was like, they're going to bring something spicy, something new.
Veigar?
Well, Veigar, I'm happy with it.
You're happy with You're happy with Veigar? I like it. I like it as well. And this is another one of the picks that Shiro can play in the bottom lane. So I wouldn't be expecting Relative to grab this pick. And actually, intriguingly enough, Soxu's going on to the Ezreal. So this is implying that DMU are going to play a bit more weak-sided on their bot lane, and that they're going to grab a support for Didal that can get on the map and try and stop the onslaught that AIX demonstrated in the previous game.
Yeah, I think that might be pointing towards that. What we're also seeing pointed at is that BMU not fooled by the potential Veigar in the mid lane. They're like, we know what they're doing, so Aurelia, sorry, she's off the board. She can't play this game. But again, and they know to do that. This Vega is going to the bot lane, so we'll see what they try to complement him with. But LeBlanc, they watched the previous game. They did watch the game for Notice. They did. Totally did it.
Maybe you just take an Ahri off here as well. Notice is pretty good on both of those. But again, the Tristana mid, we're talking about relative on AD mids, another one that has been taken away. And DMU, I think the key thing for them is going to be stabilizing mid lane this game, because Relative was able to get advantages within the lane, which isn't something that you see too often in terms of competitive play. But if DMU are able to sort of neutralize him as a threat, I think they stand a pretty decent chance of pushing forward in this game 2 and taking us to game 3.
Well, we watch as Ahri is also banned. Again, I think they watched previous games. And if you did watch them, or if you are looking at all the info in Little Thunder, you'll find the scoreboards, what the teams have been playing before. And you'll see that actually, so far, out of the champions that Relative has been playing today, he's played Veigar. So, sorry, not Veigar, Tristana, Aurelia, Tristana is banned, Aurelia as well. Estrel, this has been picked by DME, and Jone. Could it be middle? John is the only one that he hasn't played.
I wouldn't mind it.
He played it today, and the other ones are banned, so why not?
I'm on board with that, actually. Like, you think about what the Yone is going to be doing, and it's offering you backline access, and just absolutely insane amounts of backline access, which is really good against an Ezreal who's slippery enough to get away from most mages, most assassins, but Yone just has that little bit of extra distance that he can close. And when you combine that with the immense amounts of dive potential that AIX have got on this top side, it wouldn't surprise me if we see it again from that man in the mid lane. And now Notice is going to have to respond with a pick that is going to somehow neutralize this. Could always flex that Gragas into that mid lane and get something different, something more carry oriented for Bootsy on the top side. Or you can just take something like a Galio, which AFK is the lane and is going to provide massive value in team fights.
Ooh, I would like the Galio to be chosen, but it's also pointing towards an Olaf. I mean, Jimmy has been banned, but
okay,
I still think there's a little bit straight there. We've got the aura. Okay, finally.
So it is possibly going to be mid lane Gragas. I mean, it could be mid lane Annie Gragas support, but that doesn't look particularly likely. But it's a carry for Boozy. This is a style that we haven't really seen come out from DMU before in terms of this tournament. And you're laning against the Dawn. That is a pretty chill laning matchup here for the Fiora. So if Boozy can get himself accelerated, he can take over the side lane very, very quickly. And AIX are going to struggle to match him.
Okay, so out of these two compositions, which one I'm choosing? Because for me, I sort of want to side with AIX, but DMU has got something. Like, I like the hints of quirkiness going in with the current meta, like the Annie support. And I'm looking forward to seeing what they can do, because Ezreal Annie, like, so much AP power there. I'm so excited to see what happens.
Yeah, and I think there's a bit of me, which I like to call, like, the brain, which is saying that AIX might have this one in the bag, because whilst this is a strange composition in the context of League of Legends, this isn't a strange composition for them. They have practiced stuff like this time and time again. DMU, again, not likely to have gone up against something like this too recently. AIX have got loads of zone control with stuff like the Veigar and just the engaged threat provided by the rest of their roster, whilst DMU have got a fair bit of flexibility in terms of what their composition can offer. You've got the Wukong who can engage, you've got the Gragas who can do anything. Ezreal is always going to be there to deal damage, then Fiora split pushing. I'm worried that maybe there are a little bit too many styles that they're trying to sort of combine here, and you end up with a composition which doesn't really have a clear direction. So, I'm worried, but I'm cautiously optimistic. Boozy on carry, we haven't seen it before. Pop-off potential is there for DMU. They've already been down 0-1 in a series today, and they were able to bring it back.
Well, I'm also happy to see Taki playing fresh. Like, we saw him play Soraka last game, which again is sort of a point-and-click champion, but here, look at what they're trying Nikki play. What?
That's not ideal for Soxy. Obviously, Ezreal's, he's going to have the Arcane Shift at level 2. So as long as he can get to level 2 without dying, then he should be fine, right?
He should be fine indeed, but that is a scary move for him. Like when you see 5 people approach and you're like, okay, my support's not even with me, I need to go away. Now usually Diddle getting quad in the pit to get that vision across the dragon pit, across the wall, is going to be a good indicator moving into the early stages of the game. And I don't know, I've got a good feel about this matchup. I think it's going to be very intense, very interesting fight. And by the way, props to props to Shiro for choosing the leprechaun skin for Vega. Yesterday it was St. Patrick's Day, so yay.
You're a fan of that one. Actually, we're seeing a fairly interesting jungle path come out from Shays, which is going to be spotted by DMU thanks to that ward from Dido at the level 1. He started on his red buff and has gone straight over to Hope's blue. So DMU with a pretty good idea of where that Jarvan is right now. And we've engaged in a little bit of a split map scenario.
Indeed we are, and that means that the attention is going to be inevitably put in the mid lane at some point. And talking about the mid lane, Relative is just not letting go, is he? Not backing away at any given point in time against Notice. He's got a good lead, almost doubling him in minions. So again, quite a strong point to look at during this game. But talking about looking, Chucky with a hook.
Yeah, and this is what the Thresh is going to provide, right? Consistent ability to engage in terms of the laning phase. And I like the way that IAX actually played that. They didn't overcommit on the hook. They let that hook use its full duration, and Shiro just throws out a little bit of damage. Again, it's a similar situation to the Seraphine. This Veigar doesn't need to get kills in the early game to get relevant. He doesn't really need to get kills at any point in this game. That cage provides so much value in team fights, and you're going to do a load of damage regardless of what happens.
Yeah, the scaling in Veigar is like even telling you don't just commit fully in the early game, just let time pass by, and that's when you're going to be building up that difference. We're talking about committing, we're talking about Event Horizon. What?
I think we need to be talking about first of all on Shaki there. Almost too easy there for the bottom lane of AIX as Stocksu is continuing to trade with them. And yeah, okay, the Veigar didn't get the kill, but that shouldn't be happening this early in the laning phase. And you can see that AIX's bottom lane just a little bit more comfortable with this combo. Stocksu getting hooked under tower. Shaki pulls him in for another kill.
Oh, that sentence. They are hitting just right. And now we understand why Shaki is so skilled with kind of champions, which is, honestly, in comparison to Soraka, I choose a Thresh anytime, at least to watch it in a game. Not for myself though. Never be able to land those Qs. Hey, this is a 2-kill lead for AIX, German team. 1k of difference in gold, and DMU. I have to give them this. Last game they started like this, and then they started picking up pace. So not everything is lost just yet.
Again, key thing to remember: kills are on a Thresh. So that gold is probably not going to be turning into more damage, but that gold might be turning into more kills. You've seen that Shaki's picked up the mobility boots and is already roaming towards the mid lane. Bootsy having a decent time in the top lane, and this is really the one outlet that DMU have in terms of a carry threat, which I still feel is viable, because in the mid lane, Notice is getting jumped onto, and Shaki is on a killing spree.
Okay. The first one, it's fine. The second one, okay. The third one, Chucky. It comes to a point where you need to start sitting down with him and be like, hey, Chucky, I mean, he's like, you need to sit down with him and tell him, like...
I think he's just hit another hook. I think he's just hit another hook in bot lane. This one's a bit too aggressive. He's actually going to feed a shutdown over to Soxu. If it weren't for that cage, DMU could have got a little bit more. But do you know what, man? I don't care. I don't care. Shaki, I want to be seeing BF swords in inventory. I want to be seeing pickaxes. I want to be seeing infinity edges on the... He's not listening to it. He's just bought a ruby crystal, Carmen.
I want to see that dance. Like, bring me... bring me this Kraken Slayer. Just go all out. Just have fun with it. But in the meantime, you know who's not having fun? Acrodot here. Bootsy building sort of a difference in farming, and it's understandable. Like, with Own, you can get away with belly spread, but here Bitsy is constantly knocking at the door and being like, hey, don't forget I'm here, you can't go away, because every time you try to go back to base, I'll be there. I'll get your wave and I'll get some turret plate, so be careful with that.
And Aquador is going to need to be careful, because AX haven't really shown themselves to be a top-focused team, at least in terms of the way that they've drafted in their previous series and the way that they played. Certainly in Game 1, it's not about Aquador being the carry. So if Boozy can find himself in a more advantageous position, then that's going to feel great. And you've got this incredible split push threat, which can apply pressure and grant you another win condition. The issue is, bot lane is going worse than top lane is going well.
I mean, that's a way to put it.
Might be getting another kill. The hook
No.
missing.
Failed.
I can't believe it.
It wasn't a death sentence, it was a life sentence. Come on.
I like that as a concept. I feel like, unfortunately, it kind of just missed, which is like whatever, you know?
Yeah, I mean, it was... Okay, sometimes it happens. You can't just land every single key.
Aquador, that was not great. Little bit of an oopsie poopsie on the Call of the Forge. Gone actually Hope showing up in the top lane as well. Boozy is just trying to hold this wave as long as he can before he gets it shoved to build as much of a CS lead as he can. Aquador will be able to teleport back to lane, so he's not going to be too upset with how this is going. But AX, they need to be aware that whilst bot lane, whilst mid lane is doing fine for them, top lane is starting to get into a place where it's not too great.
No, it isn't. They're quite behind, and it is a matter of time before Bootsy gets his kill on top of Aquador, or he gets Aquador to actually have to move one tower behind, because that's the pressure they've got. But at the same time, the roaming they are putting into this game, looking at Gragas, looking at Wukong.
Looking at a hook. I tell you what, Shaki has been, like, he's had one miss this entire game so far, but all of the other ones have been absolutely perfect. See, good response.
No mana.
The stun from coming through.
I mean, a little bit more, and he will have been able to do something, but he didn't have enough mana to actually keep going. One thing about keep going, this is the example of what is most annoying by Vega. Is the event horizon just...
Yes.
It's like, no thank you, go away.
I've heard that Viperine actually loves that ability.
Viperine is like the biggest Vega hater knows.
Gonna have to drop his out. Hold on, Boozy looking for a solo kill. Aquador hugging the wall to prevent the final vital coming out, but not be able to do it. A solo kill for Boozy, and in the bottom lane, Zoxu and Dido going aggressive. Shiro with a primordial mana does get one kill back, but Zoxu getting his second of the game. Shaki bloodthirsty as ever on the thresh, hunting for more kills, predicts the flash. Holy moly, Shaki, you're a god.
Like, no, he didn't have to use the box, but why would he? No. Just a couple out combos to the Q, the E, and this is sorted out. No big deal right there. Oh my gosh. I won't have talked in the first game. Now I am so sad that he played Soraka when we've been missing out on this.
What's going on, Shaki, mate? Like, I wanted to see I want more Thresh now. Like, can we make this a best of 5? Are we allowed to change the rules on the fly?
Actually, can we make it a best of 5 with a no-fear mode where every game they have to play something different? So Chucky has to play Huracan, Thresh, Nautilus. You know, just give me that, because he can't be that incredible.
Like, similar thing, but Shaki is allowed to play Thresh every game. Like, it's just
what if we do the opposite?
Different rules. He's just allowed to. Hope isn't allowed to move. He's dead. AX are really taking over the early game here. Boozy still having a fine time up with Aquador, but the rest of his team is losing more on the map than he is gaining. Look, more plates going down. Another hook landing. Check his computer. Chaki's got an aimbot installed. He must do. How does he keep getting them? It's a kill onto Idol. Notices TP'd in. He may be going down, but Shaki is overextended with the rest of his boys. Zoxu has a fair chunk of damage. on the Veigar.
Oh,
Needs to be
Shiro,
careful,
no.
though. One more ability hit from Shiro will be able to take him out, but no, it's a shutdown for Soxu, and once again, AIX having a little bit of an overstep, a little bit of a whoopsie in the bottom lane, and once more it's Soxu, the beneficiary, 4-2.
Well, I mean, I'm gonna tell you this. I'd rather have the kills on my AD carry than on my support.
But what if that supports Shaki?
Come on, it's not fair. I mean, like honestly, it's also like after having met them live in person, they're also nice. You almost feel sorry when they lose and when they misplay. You know, it's like, come on. I know you can't do it. It feels so bad. And it's individually. What? Wait, no.
He's in a risk he's built there, actually trying to kill Shiro, and they may be able to. The help isn't arriving in time for the Veigar. Doctor's on a killing spree. Hold on, DMU, you are not out of this game. I think Dido might be out of this play, and I think that actually Relative turning up may just flip things a little bit. Hope is the last one left alive in this bot lane play. Shaki with his 5th kill of the game.
Can't believe you. I can't believe you. I just can't. Like,
he just keeps getting kills. He just keeps getting kills.
If I were DMU, I'd be so tilted. Like, literally, not even if I were Shaki's AP carry. Wait, sorry. If I were DMU, it'd be like, this Thresh is the one that I have to look out for. Has this been the case all this time? Is this a secret threat that is bringing out to light by Chucky?
I don't know. Like, I mean, the Aurelia from Relative looked incredible in game 1. But clearly AIX are just like, they're just holding stuff back. They don't want to drop all of their power on the enemy team too early, otherwise people might get a little bit scared. And 30 minutes into the game, 4,000 gold in the league, couple of Drakes as well. It's similar to last game, but a bit more dominant, a bit more commanding. It feels like AIX have really downloaded DMU, and they're doing good things with that information.
Okay. Well, now I'm expecting at a given point to see Shaki use solo laning, right, with a Thresh. That'd be also something to be expected. But talking about this Wombat Swan?
AIX! Oh, Relative! A solo kill on Tavuzi, and that one strong point for DMU being focused down. They've got another one now in the bottom lane, but Soxu and Dido aren't able to pair up and take down Akrador as Shiro and Shaki have rotated into the mid side. Notice showing a lot of respect to the enemy support's death sentence.
I would do it too. Like, honestly, that's scary. Like, that's even worse than Nocturne's ulti. And like, okay, wait for the hooks. Talking about the hooks, top lane action here.
Hope Warrior tricks going away under the tower, but Relative will take him down. Trade kill? Also Hope. Okay, that's a shutdown. All the Wukong, but it's a killing spree for Relative, and AIX, it's
No. Shaki though.
we look at that, okay. Shaki can miss, apparently, from what I've seen. Soxu might be feeling himself here. Akrador very low! One more auto is enough to take him out, and in the mid side, Shiro actually being jumped onto by Didol. The Ignite has been dropped down. The flash body slam! True Shot Barrage will take him out. Soxu, 7-3 now, really starting to become a threat that AIX have to respect. Shaki, gonna be fine in the mid lane for now. DMU not out of this game, but it keeps accelerating away from Soxu. Yes, he's getting kills, but that's a top lane tower going in favor of AIX. The Goldie still continuing to grow for the blue side team.
I think I also understand what's going on here. AIX, just too divided. The game has got a little bit chaotic in this past 2 minutes. And DMU just being like, focus. They've been able to, get those kills on top of the German team. And I think that is going to be a wake-up call for them. Like, okay, we can't let this go. We can't fall into this pattern of letting the game go by. 15 minutes in as well. This game seems like it's been going on for longer. So, not much action around the turrets. So, we'll be seeing, we'll be watching this as the pressure increases in the mid lane.
We're getting an application of pressure in the bottom lane onto Akrador. Dido needs to be very, very careful. Well-timed Cyclone, the ultimate going a little bit wide, and once again, it's DMU getting a kill. But in the top lane, Booty has been 1v1'd once more. Relative took a bit of time before he got into this game, but hey, the Yone's got 5 kills. He is absolutely swinging, and DMU are running out of options.
Run out of options now that this star is also being taken. As this for a hit, Soshu trying to defend on his own, living notice split pushing in the lane tower, but that isn't enough. Like, look at Relative, he's just chilling in the top lane, he's just doing whatever he wants, taking another turret for his team, and at this point, no one is safe.
Dido, you're on a ward there, mate. Was spotted, but not going to be taken down. I'm so impressed with how AIX have accelerated this game. I want to see what the game looks like when Sox2 joins a 5v5, though, because this Ezreal, he's already got his Essence Reaver, he's getting towards that completed Muramana. There's power here. There is a champion here that can deal a fair bit of damage, but the issue is you're going up against a Yone who's really accelerated 2 items, nearly 3 items. You've got this Veigar who, if he locks you down, he can just one-shot you. You've got Shaki, whose hooks seem to have a magnet on the end of them. It's going to be a difficult task. We'll have to see if the DMU AD carry is up to it.
Yeah, the only, not weak link, but the only person that's still being focused here is Acrador with the Ord. A very difficult top lane laning phase, but a Relative came back and he was like, you know, I will face 3 Aura for you, I can do this, you just have to front line for us.
Shades is fine. Steals away the wolves, gets out of there with the Dark Passage. We've got Drake spawning in a few seconds here for AIX. DMU in position around the bottom lane, looking to respond, but they need to take care. If Relative is given free time up in the top lane, the inhibitor could potentially be at risk. So for AIX, it's just about playing with your food at this point. We've got an engage coming through from Dido, but he doesn't land the stun onto anybody. Shiro will take him down. Relative has joined the fight, and Stoxu has left it in a body bag. 3-person knock-up from Acrador as a shutdown does go back over to Hope, but there is no hope for DMU. Once more, 4 kills in the fight for AIX and a Drake.
Oh my gosh, I mean, the times that AIX is performing, executing are just been super good. I'm not gonna say flawless, because I mean that's not all the time, but when they actually put the mind to it, this game is looking a lot easier than the first one. Rather than easy, a lot more like controlled. And I think that says a lot about them. However, I have to give it to DMU. I think they've been doing their best. They've been switching the attention of the Sokshu. He's finally been able to shine with the Ezreal. It's just that, I mean, at the end of the day, the advantage, the lead that AIX has built is way too much. 8k of gold separating, dividing both teams.
It does feel like if this AIX side didn't have Relative on their roster, then maybe DMU would have a better chance. Chucky, yeah, no, you're dead. You're dead. That's a rampage for Hope, and the way that this man in the mid lane for AIX has just sort of completely shifted things, has just turned it into a position where it's so difficult for DMU. But if the rest of his team keep doing stuff like this, then DMU are going to be absolutely fine. This is over-aggressive from AIX, and this is punishment from DMU. 3 kills to the good. Acrador might be getting caught out now. Relative still has the ultimate if DMU go too far forward, and actually Yorn is able to get himself away now. Relative flashing for a kill onto Notice, and he's going to secure it with ease. Tibbers once again drop down, once again not finding the stun, and despite losing the initial part of that play, AIX are still A-OK to play the rest of it out. Uzi looking for Relative but cannot find him. There's a Baron on the board, and DMU know that if they retreat from this, then AIX could just switch straight to it. Soxu firing out some mystic shots on the backline. Boozy just about getting over the wall.
Okay, if AIX didn't have the, you know, the build-up they got so far, this could have ended very badly for them. Just because the positioning, the way they entered that team fight by siding with Chucky, being in the enemy jungle without any kind of vision, that wasn't the best play ever. I mean, you've got Relative with Jonah, so Or
Yeah.
what? That doesn't matter.
Sometimes it just be like that. Can't remember who said that. They were a very, very smart person, and I think it's a phrase that very much applies to this situation for DMU. They've played well in this game. I think Soxu has gotten to a very strong point, and part of that has been the team funneling resources into him, but sometimes it just be like that. Sometimes the enemy Yone is just this good, and sometimes the enemy Thresh doesn't miss a hook in the early game and you keep getting caught out. It's 21 minutes. AIX have got a Baron at their backs. They've got a Chemtech Soul in 2 minutes. They've got the ability to siege down in the mid and top lane.
And there we go. You're gonna be opting for a sieging around the mid lane here for AAX. But DMU
Jumping onto
contestant.
Akador, and actually Shiro's been isolated and forced out of the fight. Soxu trading some damage up with Shaki at the top side of the fight, but he has been found by Relative. The exhaust is buying a load of the time. The Ezreal is actually still alive. No one falling for DMU in this fight just yet, as noticed. Forced to body slam away. The health bars on AIX are pretty damn low, and DMU feeling confident to chase them away through their own topside jungle.
Yeah, and this is a great move. This is showing AIX that DME is not going to go down so easily, because they ride that particularly for Soxu, who just didn't have the ultimate ready, and he was still able to do quite well. Then I feel like Hope is finally coming into play, and I really like that. I think the Wukong is a great asset that you have to not play around necessarily, but definitely use, and that are starting to do it now, especially as they trust AIX to have a little bit that confidence that having such a lead gives you.
And I mean, we've had a couple of occasions where AIX have just stood in places that they shouldn't be standing in, and DMU are a good enough team to punish that. Even if we see this team falling down into that lower bracket, then I wouldn't be surprised if we do see them at the playoffs in the end. But AIX are looking to end their chances right here. So much CC dropped onto multiple members of DMU, and there is no hope. 2 kills should secure a soul, but AIX, they just want to push even further forward.
Well, that was 3 members left for DMU, and now it will be perfect if they had the wave, honestly, to keep him pushing. But AIX is just hanging around here, and that can be quite dangerous. Look at Akrador, the front line of the team with his own, and he's just recovering now, half HP. Might be the perfect time to go for a dragon. And that is what they're going to be doing, not wait to contest it for DMU, have to, instead focus on protecting and cleaning these waves from entering the base.
And it feels like almost in both games this series, it's been AIX winning out, DMU putting up a strong fight for a long portion of the game, but eventually it just gets to a point where the advantages that AIX accrue for themselves are too much to overcome. This Chemtech Soul, much maligned as one of the weaker souls, but it's still going to prevent AIX from falling down at low HP. It's going to empower their ability to fight up with DMU, and if that's the situation that you're playing into, finding that miracle fight is going to be very, very hard.
Indeed, but well, anything is possible, not if you're playing against relative party.
What?
No.
Come on, there was a Fiora there, right?
Yeah, like 2 seconds ago.
Well, there isn't anymore. Relative as well have truly taken over the top lane in the bot lane. AIX fishing for an engage. DMU fishing for something similar. Relative just saying hi to them in the base. Both teams sort of throwing engage tools at each other, but not really resulting in anything.
I'm sort of sad middle. We haven't had a kill by Shaki in quite a long time.
That's true.
And it doesn't seem like it's gonna be the case. Like now Relative is playing like he's a mid laner, like he is the one who's gonna get the kills, and actually
this is the issue. We were asking for Kraken Slayer, and Shaki just completely hasn't obliged.
I mean, both items are golden, sort of. Orange golden.
But I imagine when you are in a series which determines whether you go to the playoffs of Amazon University Esports Masters, troll building is probably the last thing on your mind. And
Oh.
Engage coming through here onto Dido, locked in the Cataclysm. Out goes the Call of Forge God, and down goes the Annie Shiro with that kill. The AIX, they have continued to struggle. They found Soxu! They found Soxu, but the exhaust is so perfectly timed. Still not enough time for the Ezreal to survive, but they are able to get a shut down back relative. Now joining the fray is a double for Notice on the Gragas, but how much can he do against the Yone? Doesn't look like very much, as already we're seeing a couple of stopwatches blown, and AIX pushing towards this inhibitor. Just going to wait for the minion wave to get there, and they should be fine. Boozy, though, doing his job clearing that one out, so it's a rotation towards the top lane.
There's more than one turret here. You can also take down the top lane and the bot lane if you want to. Luckily, they've noticed that, finally. And they're going to be going over there to take it down. The inhibitor also falling into the minions. Hitting in another chasing Boozy.
They're still chasing Boozy. That was potentially unnecessary.
That's just it's like when last game they were just chasing Hope with the job until he was almost he had to run so far away that he went from his own base to farther than the Baron Nashor speed. That's how far he had to go. And they wouldn't stop.
They have shown like that they're clearly marathon enthusiasts. Which is ironic, considering that all of their games have pretty much been sprints, closing out as soon as possible. Now, starting up this Baron, DMU rightly recognised that there is no way that they can move into this pit. A steal from the True Shot Barrage is their only chance. It was a little bit too early from Soxu. Now, AX with the Baron, with the Chem Tech Drake, with everything they need to push through and close out of this game. A hook from Shaki lands onto Dido, the Call of the Forge God, chasing onto Shoxu. That death sentence a little bit astray as Akador is not back into the tower, and Hope comes through from the backline.
Why?
Big ult there from Relative as he's able to get a legendary kill, and AIX are pushing back DMU. Notice and Soxu, the only ones left alive, and Shiro wants to change that ASAP. It's a good stopwatch to prevent the Dark Matter going down, and Soxu able to kite away for a moment, but it will be just a moment as AIX find him and take him out. The mid lane open. Nexus towers exposed. DMU, they will have their chance in the lower bracket, but for AIX, it's a 2-0 sweep to lock themselves into the playoffs of Amazon University Esports Masters.
Oh, wow. Okay, so first game today, AGH versus CCT, last rematch of last finals. AIX finishing top 4 last time. What I've seen today, it's making me wonder. One, the level has definitely gone up, I'm pretty sure about that. But secondly, it's just too much. It's just incredible. The leap that AIX has taken. If this is how they're playing today in the qualifiers, what will they do in players?
I mean, precisely right. This team was top 4 last year for a reason, and it feels like they've come back here with a vengeance. They don't just want to be top 4, they want to be top 2. Ideally, Carmeline, top 1. And that was, I think if we compare that to the UCAM series that DMU played, there is a very, very clear difference in the level of the opposition. And credit to AIX. I mean, those games, it felt like they got a little bit happy with them at points, but it was very, very clear who the better team was on the Rift today. And that was the team from Germany.
Yeah, I mean, DMU, they can be proud of what they've done. Of course, they're knocked out of the competition. They've gone through the upper bracket, and now by losing, they go down to the lower one. But I think this gives them a better positioning when it comes to who they'll be the opponent tomorrow. So that's something that at least you know for sure. At least you've got that victory, those victories that you got in the early rounds. Yeah. And now you get here, you face AIX. It is, again, AIX has been making some very important mistakes. DMU, sometimes they've shown that they can counter those mistakes, they've scared the German team a little bit. But generally speaking, it just felt like they were playing what AIX wanted to play.
Yeah. again, I think that has been the sort of theme today. The teams that win are the teams that play their own way.
Oh, I mean, and the teams that win in this case, we can see how AGH won versus Janice Misler. So that means that they're going to be facing, the other British team, the Germs. It's named for the University of Kent. We've also have the Belgian. It's not the Belgian team. Yes, the Belgian team. No, it's not the Belgian team. It's the Belgian team. Sorry, I was mistaken. Netherlands and the Belgian flags. Belgian team versus the Polish. And then we've got.
I think that might be the German flag.
German flag. My gosh, so sorry. Right now, do you know dyslexia that happens to me with flags? Yeah, actually, it's a German team, and then we've got Italy versus Croatia. It's two that have been able to make it to this point. So tomorrow we'll have Ace. This is upon the first game to end with a 2-0. I can't wait to see what happened with the others, but that's something that we'll have to find out later.
I mean, especially when you think about how aggressive AGH were in that first game versus ETT, right? And how they really took it to a team that we were looking at going, okay, these might be another potential finalist, and they were able to take them down quite swiftly. We could have a very, very exciting matchup depending on the result of that AGH versus the Germs series. Obviously, the Germs definitely got a chance of taking that themselves.
They do. Well, that might end up happening. We're going to be taking a look at the lower bracket now. Well, you see what happened today. You can see that ETT, we saw them lose in the first game. They won versus the Turkish team, and they will be facing the Belgian team. That is really sound epic. Tomorrow. But we also have two apes from Ireland facing the Ukrainian Aviation University. They won, so they'll be facing Janice Misler. And then we have two games to be decided between the UCAM and Italy versus Spain. Okay.
It's always a banger.
Yeah, the University of Padua versus la Universidad Católica de Murcia. And finally, we're going to have BSB versus CDB. So, Slovenia versus France. Okay, that's looking pretty interesting, pretty intense.
I'm liking it, and obviously remember this is the lower bracket, so it's do or die. If you lose in this, there are no second chances. You're just gone, and your chances of making playoffs are gone as well. So picking up the wins in those games doesn't need to be said. Absolutely crucial.
I mean, I think there's always the hope for the last chance qualifier. AGH, I think, were the ones who did make it last year through the normal qualifier, and they took it back.
Didn't make it normal qualifier. They got that chance in the last chance, and then they made it all the way to the final. So yeah, not completely out of it, but your chances at playoffs definitely hampered. And I mean, we don't see two miracle runs in a row very, very often. So I think AGH may be trying to keep a hold of that magic for their run in this tournament.
Well, maybe we'll have this tournament gets better every year, and this one is going to be even better than last one. The last one was pretty awesome, so I'm just having a lot of hopes put into this. But I want to know, do you have a favorite already? Do you have a team? I mean, having watched 3 of the series, not all of them, did you sort of favor?
I don't know. That Shaki guy and whoever else was on that team, I can't remember. Not particularly memorable. I was a big Thresh main back in the day, and I had my Skype name was like Thresh Plays or something like that, which is very, very cringeworthy. But no, I think the AIX have shown themselves to play interesting champions in an interesting way, and fundamentally interesting champions in an interesting way as interesting League of Legends, which is what I'm here for.
Well, at the same time, I think they might have shown many of the cards today, like the Jonah, like they've played almost every champion twice today. Like Jonah has played it twice, Tristana has played it twice. If she doesn't get banned, she gets picked. So that makes AIX sort of easy to read in that regard, like you know what to expect. But who cares? You've qualified for players, you've got time to prepare for something else. Like that's it. No need to keep it close to heart.
It might be easy to read. Like just physically, but there's easy to read and then there's easy to understand. Okay, Like a PhD like physics textbook. Like I can read that, okay? My eyes work perfectly, and I could get the words off the paper. But when they go in the head, nothing's happening. Might know. Maybe we see AIX play, I don't know, a mage mid lane and then an AD carry bot lane. That would be crazy.
Well, what I was thinking is, I was thinking you were going to say it's easy to read, but it's not easy to play against. Just because you know they're going to play Fresh, do not expect Fresh to go 5 kills in the game. It's not something that you're not planning for. So that is pretty much what we can say about the game. Hopefully, we'll see more of these teams coming up soon. But as a global conclusion to today, what was the best moment for you, or what was the game overall?
I'm going to be really boring. I've got like the memory of a goldfish, so seeing Shaki hit that flash hit like that flash prediction on the hook, like that was just it for me. Yeah, no, that's literally it.
I understand you so much because so many people are like, oh yeah, remember that one game in Worlds, like in the quarterfinals between these two teams at minute 50 that this happened, and you're like, excuse me, I don't even remember why I ate yesterday. Well, in any case, there it goes. Will we ever see a Thresh like Shaki's again?
Never again.
I don't know if it'll happen again or it'll be a little bit open, but for now, the ones who have to close are middle court and it's time to say goodbye for today, but it's been a pleasure being here in middle court. Thank you so much for joining me.
It's been lovely, and it's been great to cast alongside you online. I think this is the first time, like, I think we've both been in the scene for a little bit of a while, and it's great to have the opportunity to bring on broadcast with you.
Same. I'm so glad you are here. So once again, thank you as well to everyone who's watching from home and cheering for the local teams. Keep on doing that. That's amazing. And again, thank you to all the production team for going through this and being here with us. So with that being said, we're going to be saying goodbye until tomorrow. We'll see you at 11 once again. So goodbye. Have a nice evening.
Bye. Too far forward, and AGH get 2 for it.
Hey,
With ETT, they go too far forward, and AGH get 2 for it.
oh my gosh, okay. But you can see that with the Titus round, QTK trying to defend himself, you know, almost
onto one of your players. Usually, though, you'd see an AD carry in the position that Alchemic is right now because they're going to scale a little bit better with that gold and with that CSPA. He doesn't really miss so much in the top lane. Crazy once again! Getting into lane, crucially not locking down mechanics. Crazy's going to be able to do that as the feathers fly, and the Xayah may just die, able to get pulled away, and life will take him out. A double for the Twitch, looking for even more. A triple kill for Age.
we know she's gonna be just cracking the queue all the time, and that's not gonna be fun, but you need to, you know, the objective here is to survive.
Cause I need ya, and it's hard, baby, yeah, cause I believe ya. Hold me tight, holding on tonight. Holding a couple, no get to you clean and proper. Way I move, I know we can love her. You gonna me on your mind forever, ever. Nice, baby, turn it down like a sweet and ready. Go slow, keep it nice and steady. Know that you've been keeping patience. Too bad I've been sticking out.
Show me how you